Chapter 457. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the night demons. Instantly, hundreds of night demons flew over. Before they arrived, a murderous aura swept over. Shen Mengfei's expression froze. She reminded, "Senior, there are too many foreign races. Should we leave?" "Leave. Jianghu is here to kill the foreign races, okay?" A meaningful smile appeared on Yang Hao's and the others' lips. Su Chen opened the car door and walked out as if he didn't hear anything. What is he trying to do? Shen Mengfei was extremely nervous and puzzled. She had witnessed Su Chen's strength. It was abnormally strong. However, there were hundreds of foreign races flying over. Could Su Chen fight 100 of them alone? So what if he could kill them? Would the tens of thousands of foreign races on the island just sit back and watch their compatriots be killed? Once they all charged over, they would all be buried here. Boom boom. Suddenly, 2 thunderstorms resounded in the sea. Su Chen had released 2 thunderstorms, killing the hundreds of night demons on the spot. What a powerful lightning-type spell. Seeing hundreds of night demon clansmen killed in an instant, Shen Mengfei was dumbfounded. What level is he at? Until now, she still didn't know Su Chen's exact cultivation level. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly realized that Su Chen wasn't just a one-type Dharma psychic. Previously he had released wind and fire, and now he had released lightning. Didn't that mean that Su Chen was a 3-type Dharma psychic? And he had very deep attainments in each of them. It was terrifying to think about. It was unheard of. Shen Mengfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god! He's a 3-type Dharma psychic." When Yang Hao and the others heard this, they smiled but didn't say anything. They thought to themselves, "What Brother Chen has shown is only the tip of the iceberg, and you're already making such a big fuss over nothing. Won't you be scared to death when Brother Chen starts slaughtering everyone? Human, you dare to kill my night demons. You deserve to die." Soon, another few hundred night demons flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man with a rough appearance. His body was surrounded by a layer of extremely violent aura. Judging from his aura, he was a level 5 evolver. "Want to kill me? Do you have the strength?" Su Chen sneered and slashed with his blade. In an instant, a blue torrent swept out, and the terrifying will of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. What level is this lightning-type spell? Shen Mengfei had never seen such a terrifying lightning attribute technique before. At this moment, her heart trembled. Amidst the screams, the hundreds of night demons couldn't resist and were all killed. The charred corpses fell into the sea like raindrops and the waves kept rolling. Seeing this, Shen Mengfei's jaw almost dropped. A single spell was enough to kill a level 5 evolver and hundreds of other evolvers. It was simply unimaginable. Seeing Shen Mengfei's shocked expression, Yang Hao reminded her. Jianghu only used 1/10 of his strength. There's nothing to be surprised about. 1/10? Shen Mengfei opened her mouth and her thoughts stopped. After the hundreds of night demons died, an angry roar came from Myriad Link's mountain island. "Human, I want you dead." Then a tall figure rushed over from the island. "Are you preparing to save your grandfather?" Su Chen laughed. The other party came in batches and it was no different from suicide. Chapter 458. Go to hell. The tall night devil clansman rushed over and raised his hand to punch Su Chen. Instantly, a violent murderous aura spread out like a stormy sea, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Yang Hao and the others found it hard to breathe under the erosion of the murderous aura. Shen Mengfei's expression changed as she cried out, "A level 6 evolved being." A level 6 evolved being was the top existence in the mysterious heavenly continent. She could not help but worry for Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen's life and death had nothing to do with her. However, since she was on Su Chen's pirate ship, she was bound to Su Chen. If Su Chen was defeated, she would die with him. On the other side, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly in the face of the ferocious punch. He instantly released his mental strength. Although he was only a level 5 telekinesis master, after consuming the essence fruit, his mentality had slightly surpassed level 6. It was enough to deal with a level 6 evolved being. The tall night demon suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on him. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all his movements were sluggish. Level 6 mentality. Sensing that Su Chen was a level 6 telekinesis master, the tall night demon was terrified and struggled with all his might. Su Chen would not give him a chance to break free. He raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell. No! The tall night demon let out a desperate roar before he was blasted into smithereens by the explosive power of the thunderstorm spell. He killed a level 6 evolved being so easily? Shen Mingfei's eyes widened in shock. A powerful level 6 evolver was killed by Su Chen in a single breath. He felt that it was unreal, as if he was in a dream. Master is dead. Despicable human. Avenge Master. The death of the tall night demon caused a wave of hatred on Myriad Mountains Island. All the night demons were united against a common enemy. They saw Su Chen as a target to be killed. Kill. The battle cries shook the heaven and earth as the night demons flew into the air and charged at Su Chen. In an instant, the sky was filled with the voices of the night demons. They were so dense that half of the sky was covered. At the same time, a majestic murderous aura rushed over, causing everyone on the intelligent war chariot to tremble in fear. Senior, let's go quickly. Shen Mingfei's face was pale as she shouted at Su Chen with trembling lips. In her opinion, even a level 7 evolver would have to flee if tens of thousands of aliens charged over at the same time. No matter how strong Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a level 7 evolutionary, right? If he didn't run for his life, he would really be buried here. Su Chen was indeed not at level 7, but in this situation his advantage was much greater than that of a level 7 evolver. With the ancient Godfiend body, he could ignore all attacks of the same level. Although there were many night demons charging over, the strongest of them was only at level 5. It was impossible for them to cause any harm to him. Therefore, the human wave tactic was no longer effective against him. Good timing. Su Chen was not afraid and punched from afar. Whoosh whoosh, in the shrill sound of the wind, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. What is this? Sensing the extremely sharp killing intent emitted by the fist shadows, the night demon clansmen who rushed over first all revealed terrified expressions. Before they could react, the 100 golden fist shadows crashed into the crowd. Bang bang, hundreds of night demons were blasted apart and died on the spot amidst the sounds of raindrops hitting banana leaves. Chapter 459. What a powerful secret fist technique. Shen Mingfei's face was full of shock. She looked at Su Chen with a strange look in her eyes. The rest of the night demons were shocked by Su Chen's powerful punch. A sense of fear began to spread. Brothers, he's alone. Let's attack together. We can definitely kill him. A level 5 night demon clansman roared. Kill? The night demons gathered their courage and charged at Su Chen again. Su Chen wielded a pitch-black sword and slashed forward. In an instant, a terrifying chill swept out. It was as if they had entered a world of ice. The temperature plummeted and even the seawater was frozen. As for the night demons who were flying in the air, they felt a chill invade their bodies. Then they lost their life force and turned into ice sculptures falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, thousands of night demons smashed into the frozen sea and shattered into pieces. Too powerful. Shen Mingfei didn't know what to say. Her shining eyes never left Su Chen. The rest of the night demons paused in midair again, looking at each other in dismay. Su Chen's strength was completely beyond their imagination. A simple punch had killed hundreds of their clansmen. Then an ice-type spell killed thousands of them. Facing such a terrifying existence, they began to tremble. The anger and killing intent from before had long disappeared. Seeing that the night demons had stopped charging forward, Su Chen didn't plan to let them go. He raised his sword and swept out again. This time it was the lightning magic spell. The thunder magic spell was a combination of barren godly thunder and ninth heaven dazzling thunder. In terms of damage, it had already surpassed the ice magic spell and was comparable to a level 7 spell. Rumble, a blue torrent flashing with lightning swept up and rushed into the crowd of night demons and began to wreak havoc. Wherever it passed, not a single night demon clansman could stop it. Ah! Following a series of shrill screams, the night demons turned into charred corpses one after another, falling from the sky and smashing into the frozen sea surface with loud thuds. Run. He's not human. Under Su Chen's torture, all the night demons broke down. They flapped their wings and flew toward Myriad Mountains Island. Su Chen needed a large number of fragments. Of course he wouldn't let them escape. He leaped into the air and stepped into the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He charged towards the night demons. Whoosh, a huge gray beam shot out from Su Chen's hand. Hundreds of night demons were cut in half. Then a fireball the size of a face fell from the sky and landed among the night demons. Like a volcanic eruption, hundreds of night demons were blown to pieces. In order to kill more night demons, Su Chen summoned the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquitoes to help. The heavenly overlord turtle couldn't fly, so it wasn't useful now. The man and the beast chased after each other. No one knew how many they had killed. Half the sky was dyed red. In the end, they had killed their way into Myriad Mountains Island and disappeared from everyone's sight. He can fly. How many trump cards does he have? How strong is he? Shen Mengfei mumbled with a blank expression. Chapter 460. The shock that Su Chen brought to Shen Mengfei was unprecedented. He had single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of foreign tribesmen, causing them to flee for their lives. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. He was truly a peerless hero that was hard to come by. At this moment, Shen Mengfei was not only filled with admiration for Su Chen, but there was also a strange emotion mixed within. On the other side, Su Chen had killed his way into Myriad Lynx Mountain Island. The night demons' corpses were strewn all over the place, and there were countless casualties. The massacre lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. The reason was that the remaining night demons had fled into the interworld passage and were unwilling to show themselves again. Later on, Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. When he returned to the intelligent war chariot, it was already 2 hours later. During this time he had killed more than 10,000 night demons, and more than 2,000 fragments had been dropped. Most of them had been exchanged for energy points, and his energy points had exceeded 5,000. Other than that, he had also gathered the brilliant shadow tempering metal stone, and aquamarine mercury stone. With that, he now had 5 god stones. 5 should be enough. It's time to fuse them. Su Chen secretly decided that when he left Myriad Lynx Mountain Island, he would use the fusion gem to fuse the 5 god stones together. Senior, I want to go to the island to look for my grandfather. Shen Mengfei hesitated for a moment, then asked Su Chen. Su Chen had observed the situation of Myriad Lynx Mountain Island on the central control screen. There was not a single blue dot on the island. This meant that the humans on the island were either dead or had left long ago. Similarly, Shen Mengfei's grandfather would definitely not be on the island. However, Su Chen knew that Shen Mengfei might not believe him. Considering that he still needed Shen Mengfei's help to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree, he had this mechanical soldier accompany her to search. This mechanical soldier had already reached level 6, and it was enough to protect Shen Mengfei. Also, he could take the opportunity to monitor Shen Mengfei and prevent her from escaping. Half a day later, Shen Mengfei returned dejectedly. After greeting Su Chen, he entered the cabin alone and found a corner to curl up. For this result, Su Chen had long expected. After that, he entered the Myriad-linked mountain island, blew up the interdomain passage, and left on the intelligent war chariot, heading for his next target. After searching for a while on the central control screen, Su Chen decided to take a look at the Island of Nothingness. The size of the Island of Nothingness was almost the same as the Thousand Feather Island. Moreover, it was the closest island and was on the route to the mysterious heavenly continent. There was no reason not to go. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Island of Nothingness and sailed at full speed. On the way, Su Chen took out 5 divine stones and began to fuse them with the fusion gem. When the 5 god stones fused together, they suddenly turned into a small hill that was about 10 feet in size. It was rippling with 5 colors and faintly emitting the magical waves of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fused god stone doesn't seem simple. As Su Chen looked at it in amazement, he suddenly received a feedback message in his mind. The feedback message could only be received when he picked up the shards. He did not expect to receive the fused god stone. Su Chen's interest was immediately piqued and he quickly checked it. The newly fused god stone was called the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain. It weighed up to 108,000 pounds and could change its size at will. It also contained the magical power of the 5 elements. Chapter 461. The power of the 5 elements magic of the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain was compatible with the user. In other words, Su Chen was a level 5 spellcaster, so his 5 extremes magic would reach level 5. Moreover, it did not exist on its own, but as one, it was equivalent to the power of the 5 extremes magic at the same time. After reading the feedback, Su Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Before the combined 5 extremes mountain appeared, his strongest killing move was the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. The combined 5 extremes mountain's lethality was not below that of the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. Just the weight of the mountain alone was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even a titan would be smashed into a pile of minced meat if they were hit. Coupled with the terrifying power of the 5 extremes magic, the combination of the two was almost invincible. At this point, Su Chen had obtained a powerful trump card, and his power had greatly increased. As it was a few days away from the island of nothingness, everyone gathered together to eat barbecued meat, listen to music and play do diju. Shen Mengfei also gradually recovered from her sadness. On the 5th day, the island of nothingness appeared on the central control screen. Su Chen looked up and his eyebrows twitched. At a place called the Green Phoenix Plain, there were a large number of light spots gathered, and there were tens of thousands of them. Red spots, blue spots and black spots were gathered, and they were clearly divided into two sides. One side had about 1,000 black spots and thousands of blue spots, while the other side had about 2,000 black spots and tens of thousands of red spots. Su Chen was a bit confused and he thought to himself, could it be that the mutated races are working together with the humans to fight against another wave of mutated races and zombies? However, this was only his guess and he had to see for himself if this was the case. After thinking for a while, Su Chen said, Satoshi, enlarge the image. The image on the central control screen changed and soon the mutated races, zombies and humans appeared. Su Chen was surprised to find that the mutated races here were not just one race but three. The strange races that mixed with the humans were all very short and stocky. They didn't even seem to be a meter tall. Su Chen had seen all the aliens who were with the zombies before. Most of them were from the half-beast clan, and there were a dozen or so from the undead clan. The half-beast race was a subordinate force of the undead race. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. However, what Su Chen couldn't figure out was which race those short aliens belonged to. Why were they able to mingle with humans? Why did they confront each other? Satoshi, hurry to the Green Phoenix Plains. Su Chen could not wait any longer. There were tens of thousands of zombies and thousands of non-humans. If they were all killed, they would drop at least 1,000 fragments. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and quickly sailed toward the island of nothingness. Half an hour later, Su Chen saw on the central control screen that the two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle. In just one clash, hundreds of people were killed. At the rate they were fighting, it wouldn't take long for them to be wiped out. Su Chen definitely did not want to see such a scene. If the mutated races and zombies were all dead, where would he go to get fragments? Captain Wu, you guys continue to head to the Green Phoenix Plains. I'll go take a look first. Su Chen instructed, opened the door and walked out alone. The intelligent war chariot's speed was actually not slow, reaching 500 kilometers per hour. However, compared to Su Chen's speed, it was far inferior. Su Chen stepped into the air and activated the rapid war boots. His true speed was not inferior to a level 7 evolver, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 462. So fast. Shen Mengfei stared at the spot where Su Chen disappeared and muttered. Su Chen was already the strongest, but she did not expect him to be faster than the others as well. A cultivator as well-rounded as Su Chen was rare in this world. On the other side, Su Chen landed on the ground after entering the island of Oblivion. Compared to flying, running on the ground gave him a greater advantage in speed. In less than an hour he arrived at the Green Phoenix Plains. At this time the battle on the plains was even more intense. Corpses were everywhere and blood was flowing everywhere. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He saw that the dwarfs and humans were at a complete disadvantage. Almost half of them had died, and it would not be long before they were all slaughtered. Seeing this, he rushed forward and dealt with the zombie horde first. A thunderous sound exploded in the middle of the zombie horde. Su Chen raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell, killing 700 to 800 zombies on the spot. After that, the spells of the other elements took turns to attack, and in less than a minute, thousands of zombies had been killed. Su Chen's domineering entrance and powerful attacks quickly attracted the attention of both sides. At this moment they stopped fighting and looked at Su Chen. When they saw that it was a young human, the emotions of both sides were different. The humans were inexplicably excited and whispered to each other. It's a powerhouse on our side. Oh my god. He's so young but he's so strong. Which force is he from? I've never seen him before. He must be a hidden powerhouse. He should be a level 5 spellcaster, right? He's definitely a level 5 spellcaster, and he's of all elements. Compared to the excitement of the human race, the half-beast race was much more silent, and everyone's expression was not very good. Although Su Chen was alone, his strength was there for all to see. He could kill thousands of zombies with just a wave of his hand, and they could not help but be wary. Moreover, Su Chen was a human. It was very likely that he was a helper that the other party had invited. As a result, the situation was very unfavorable to them. Human, why are you slaughtering our people? A level 4 orc stepped forward and roared furiously at Su Chen. It's because I don't like you and want to exterminate all of you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Shameless boasting. There were more than 10,000 outsiders here and Su Chen actually wanted to kill them all? Wasn't he afraid that the wind would kill his tongue? A mere level 5 magic psychic dares to be so arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson. A skinny undead walked out from the beastmen. Judging from his aura, he was most likely a level 5 evolver. I can destroy a piece of trash like you with one hand. Su Chen glanced at the other party and sneered. Instantly there was a flurry of discussion all around. Su Chen's arrogance and conceit made even the humans speechless. Admittedly, Su Chen was very strong, but a level 5 undead was not to be trifled with either. What right did you have to say that you could kill him with one hand? There should be a limit to acting cool, right? Then let me see how capable you are. The skinny undead was enraged. He roared and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and turned a blind eye, allowing the other party to rush in front of him. Is he crazy? Someone from the human side shouted in shock. Su Chen was a magic psychic, and a magic psychic's advantage was in long-range attacks. If he allowed an evolver to get close to him, the only outcome would be death. Therefore, the humans all thought that Su Chen's actions were suicidal. Chapter 463. The skinny undead tribesman also thought that Su Chen was courting death. When he rushed in front of Su Chen, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he saw Su Chen as a dead man. Go to hell. The skinny undead tribesman gathered his strength and aimed a punch at Su Chen's face. However, at this moment, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet, and he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The skinny undead tribesman's punch missed. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He widened his eyes and kept searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. Stop looking. I'm behind you. Suddenly, a mocking voice reverberated in the skinny undead tribesman's ears. Oh no. The skinny undead tribesman was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch behind him. However, before he could fully exert his strength, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The scene in front of him became blurry, and his consciousness also fell into chaos. The skinny undead tribesman's mouth moved slightly. He saw his entire head leave his body, and his voice came to an abrupt end. I already said that I could kill you with one hand, but you didn't believe me. Su Chen glanced at the skinny undead tribesman's corpse and muttered. Following the death of the skinny undead tribesman, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Su Chen with deep fear in their eyes. There was no doubt that Su Chen's strength had completely shocked them. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen was not only an all-elemental psychic master, but also a powerful evolved being. Moreover, the strength of an evolved being was unfathomable. A level 5 evolved being could not even make a splash in front of him and was instantly killed. His strength was too terrifying and unbelievable. The level 4 orc tribesman who had previously shouted at Su Chen was now trembling in fear. Who else is not convinced? Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? Su Chen looked around and sneered. Instantly, everyone was silenced out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that an unexpected move would attract Su Chen's attention and bring about a fatal disaster. A bunch of trash. Since you're not going to make a move, then I won't hold back. Su Chen sneered. Just as he was about to attack, a huge figure suddenly flew over from afar. From afar it looked like a moving hill. Lord Blazing Heaven is here. Despicable human, let's see how you can still be so arrogant this time. Just wait for your death. With the appearance of the huge figure, the orcs were extremely excited and started to clamor at Su Chen. At the same time, the short foreign race and the human side became nervous, and their expressions turned ugly. Blazing Heaven was a level 6 evolver of the Beastman race. On the Island of Nothingness, the highest level was level 6. Furthermore, the half-beasts had extremely high physical fitness. Therefore, their level 6 was much stronger than the human level 6. In that case, would Su Chen, who was only level 5, be a match for him? If Su Chen was not a match for him, they would have to bear the brunt of Blazing Heaven's anger. Their fate could be imagined. Who dares to slaughter my Beastman tribesmen? Do you not want to live anymore? Blazing Heaven came closer and roared angrily. A powerful aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. "Grandson, why aren't you kneeling when you see your grandfather?" Su Chen pursed his lips and laughed. The blazing heaven in front of him was the beastman tribesman who had been played by him in Etian City and had knelt down to call him grandfather. Chapter 464. It's you? When he saw Su Chen's appearance, blazing heaven was slightly stunned. Then he laughed maniacally. "Ah, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. Brat, give me your life." With that, blazing heaven charged at Su Chen like a madman. When he was in Etian City, not only was he played by Su Chen, but he also failed to protect the interworld passage. As a result, he was severely punished by the clan, and it was the greatest humiliation of his life. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, he swore to tear Su Chen's tendons apart and cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Attacking an elder, you're really rebellious." Su Chen curled his lips and instantly released his mind power. Blazing Heaven, who was originally like a violent lion, was restrained by Su Chen's mind power. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all of his movements slowed down. Level 6 mind power. How is that possible? Sensing Su Chen's strength, Blazing Heaven cried out in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. He still clearly remembered that when he was in Etian City, Su Chen was only level 4. After not seeing him for a few months, how could he have jumped to level 6? Even the most monstrous genius in the world could not have such a cultivation speed, right? Hearing Blazing Heaven's cry, the surroundings seemed to boil. Who would have thought that the young Su Chen was not only a powerful evolver and all-elemental Dharma reader, but also a spirit reader? 3 major professions gathered in one body, and all of them had reached a very high level of attainment. It was like a fantasy story, rare and unheard of in the world. There's still a lot you don't know, but you won't have the chance to know. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Then he threw a punch at Blazing Sky. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as the Pegasus meteor fist was used, hundreds of fist shadows smashed down from the sky like a mountain. No! With a miserable shriek, Blazing Heaven was smashed to the point where not even his bones remained. Seeing this scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. At this moment, everyone's fear of Su Chen deepened by a bit. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen's strength was definitely not something they could estimate. How strong was Su Chen to be able to kill a level 6 evolver in seconds? Su Chen's attention was focused on the place where Blazing Heaven had disappeared. There were 10 fragments there. One of them was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was a golden fragment. It had been a long time since a golden shard had been dropped. He was sure that this golden shard was a level 6 all-attributes shard. Thus, a level 6 all-attributes fragment was worth 2,000 energy points in the Doomsday Merchant Center. With Su Chen's energy points, he could have exchanged for it long ago, but he felt that it was unnecessary. But since it had dropped, there was no reason not to pick it up. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed the golden fragment. Picked up, level 6 all attributes, fragment *111, the fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura suddenly changed, and the unique aura of a level 6 cultivator swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura. Oh my god. He's a level 6 evolver. So he was hiding his strength. Zhou's people could not resist Su Chen's aura and retreated one after another, shouting in shock. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the remaining fragments. Instead, his gaze fell on the beastmen. Under Su Chen's gaze, the group of beastmen trembled in fear. Although they had tens of thousands of people, they were facing a terrifying existence that could even kill a level 6 evolver in seconds. They could not muster the slightest bit of courage to fight against him. Su Chen was probably the only one who could intimidate tens of thousands of outsiders with his power alone. Chapter 465. Run. No one knew who shouted, but the beastmen scattered like a tide. The zombies charged towards Su Chen without fear of death. Su Chen knew that the half-beastmen wanted to use the zombies to stop him so that they could escape. It was a good idea, but how could Su Chen let them have their way? He shook his hand and a golden light flashed on his wrist. Suddenly 2 balls of light, one golden and one red, shot out. The golden light turned into a mountainous tortoise, and the red light turned into a fist-sized blood-colored mosquito. It was the heavenly overlord tortoise and the super-ancient gorilla mosquito. Xiaoba Xiaojin, kill all the zombies. Su Chen ordered and charged toward the half-beastmen. The heavenly overlord tortoise roared and charged into the group of zombies. It was like a heavy tank crushing ants. Everywhere it passed, the zombies were turned into a pile of meat paste. The super ancient gorilla mosquito's attack method was even simpler. It used suction needles to stab continuously. The red light flowed through the group of zombies. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground and died on the spot. Although the killing speed was not as fast as the heavenly overlord tortoise, it was still very fast. Seeing this, the humans were shocked again. Oh my god. It's a level 6 mutated beast and a level 6 insect beast. That young man is not only powerful, but he also has 2 level 6 spiritual pets. It's unbelievable. On the other side, Su Chen caught up with the half-beastmen and started a merciless massacre. This kind of slaughter continued for an hour. When the last miserable shriek sounded from the horizon, the entire green phoenix grassland was silent. Only the sound of the wind was left blowing in their ears. He's too powerful. After an unknown period of time, a red-faced middle-aged man on the human side said in a hoarse voice. A short male of a different race swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, Su-kun, do you think that young expert will come and exterminate our dwarf race? Su-kun's face suddenly changed and he began to worry. From Su Chen's behavior, it wasn't hard to see that he seemed to have a lot of hatred towards the mutated races and zombies. Maybe he really would do something bad to the dwarves. Why don't you guys leave first? Su-kun reminded. It's too late. The dwarf sighed. As far as his eyes could see, Su Chen was flying over here at the speed of a spark. After killing the half-beastmen, Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments because he still had some questions to ask. Senior, thank you for saving my life. When Su Chen came closer, Su-kun and the dwarf respectfully expressed their gratitude. Su Chen did not pay attention to him. He looked at the dwarf and asked coldly, which clan are you from? He didn't understand why these foreign races were able to mingle with humans, and why they seemed to be on good terms with each other. Junior Himu is from the dwarf race. Himu's body trembled as he replied with a bow. The dwarf race, Su Chen muttered and then turned his gaze to Su-kun. What's your relationship with the dwarf race? Su-kun quickly replied, Senior, we're in a cooperative relationship with the dwarf race, and this relationship has been maintained for decades. We've always been on good terms with each other. Worried that Su Chen would do something bad to the dwarf race, Su-kun explained the relationship between them very clearly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. The mutated races he had encountered in the past were abnormally ferocious. It was his first time encountering a race like the dwarf race that was on good terms with humans. Originally, he wanted to kill this group of dwarves, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, the dwarf race wasn't a threat to humans, or rather, they were friends of humans. He really couldn't do it to such a race. Chapter 466. Why did you fight with the orcs? Su Chen asked calmly. He was a little suspicious. Was there a conflict of interest between the two sides? Su-kun did not hesitate and said bluntly, Senior, we found a large mine in Qinghuan Plain. We originally agreed to split it in half, but the orcs wanted to take it all for themselves. Of course we did not agree, so we fought. What kind of ore does the mine contain? Su Chen asked casually. There are many types of ore. Some are suitable for making weapons, some are suitable for making armor, and some are suitable for building the MCV, Su-kun explained. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. He felt that it was necessary to let the intelligent chariot identify the ore. If there was a suitable one, he had to take a batch. With this thought in mind, Su Chen continued, The strongest among you is a level 5 evolver, right? Why do you still dare to fight with the orcs? The orcs had a level 6 evolver. If he was not here, the dwarfs and Su-kun would have been slaughtered. Was it worth it to sacrifice everyone's lives for a mine? Su-kun explained, We humans and dwarfs also have level 6 evolvers. Previously, they were restraining each other in Qingyun City so we could fight freely. In that case, your 2 level 6 evolvers should be in danger. Su Chen shook his head and whispered. Himumu and Su-kun's faces sank. This was something they had expected. Otherwise, the level 6 evolvers of the orcs would not have come here. Are there any other aliens or zombies on the island of nothingness? Su Chen changed the topic. His purpose of coming here was mainly to obtain the fragment. The life and death of the dwarfs and humans had nothing to do with him. Su-kun thought for a moment and replied, After Senior killed all the orcs, only the puppet clan of Qingyun City was left on the island of nothingness. However, they have always been neutral and did not participate in the disputes outside. Puppet clan? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that when he was on Purple Mountain, there was a member of the puppet tribe who had teamed up with the devouring beast to kill him. He didn't have a good impression of the puppet race, so he planned to take a look around Green Cloud City after he was done with the matters here. Alright, you can leave now. Su Chen sent Su Kun and the others away and started to pick up the fragments. This time he had killed a lot of beastmen and zombies, and he had obtained thousands of fragments which made him excited. At this moment the intelligent war chariot slowly drove over. When they saw the corpses of tens of thousands of zombies and non-humankind beings on the ground, the people in the car were shocked. Xinming Fei swallowed her saliva and sighed from the bottom of her heart. It seems that he is much stronger than I imagined. Without waiting for Su Chen's instructions, Yang Hao and the others got out of the car one after another to dig for energy stones. 2 hours later, Su Chen finished picking up the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. This time there were no purple gold shards, but there was a considerable amount of them. Almost all of them had been exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points had exceeded the 8,000 mark. Su Chen's gaze fell on the central control screen and began to search for the location of Qingyun City. Qingyun City was not very big. It was at most a medium-sized gathering place, more than 1,000 miles away from Qinghuan Plains. As it was beyond the surveillance range of the intelligent war chariot, it was not clear how many members of the puppet tribe were in Qingyun City. After a while, Su Chen got out of the car and helped to dig for the energy stones. After all the energy stones had been dug out, everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot and drove straight to Qingyun City. Chapter 467. After more than an hour, the image of Green Cloud City appeared on the screen. Why are there only 3 of them? Su Chen saw that there were only 3 black dots in Green Cloud City. Green Cloud City was a medium-sized gathering place, and it was under the control of the puppet race. There should be more than 3 of them. Su Chen guessed that the puppet race must have received the news and thought that he would go to Green Cloud City, so they moved their people. However, if they wanted to move, why did they leave 3 behind? Were they waiting for him to kill them? Satoshi, lock onto these 3 people and enlarge the image, Su Chen ordered. The image on the screen changed and soon it appeared in a hall. At this time, there were 3 people of different races sitting in the hall, and they seemed to be discussing something. 2 of them were wearing long robes and bamboo hats, so he could not see their faces. The other person's skin was charred black, and there was a layer of death aura around him. 2 people from the puppet race and 1 from the undead race. Su Chen muttered and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what are their cultivations? The 3 of them are level 6 evolvers. Su Chen nodded slightly and did not pay attention to them anymore. 3 level 6 evolvers, even if their strength was far superior to those of the same level, were nothing in his eyes. Behind him, the intelligent war chariot sped all the way. When they reached Green Cloud City, they saw that the 2 people from the puppet race and the undead race had already appeared at the city gate, as if they had expected Su Chen to come. These 3 fellows seemed to be prepared, Su Chen muttered and walked out of the chariot alone. Human, why are you killing innocent people on our island of nothingness? When Su Chen was less than 10 meters away from them, one of the people from the puppet race raised his voice and asked. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, Nothing. My hobby is to kill people of different races. As long as I see them, I will kill as many as I can. Arrogant. The undead race clenched his teeth and roared angrily. He stared coldly at Su Chen and snorted. So you're here to kill us? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? Su Chen sized up the undead race and smiled disdainfully. 1 undead race and 2 puppet race. I can easily crush them. He was not boasting at all when he said this. Not to mention that they were only level 6 evolvers. Even if they were level 7 evolvers, they would be killed in a second. However, the puppet race and the undying race did not know Su Chen's true strength, so they scoffed at Su Chen's words. Brat, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. However, you don't have the right to behave atrociously in front of us. One of the puppets sneered. Su Chen curled his lips, and the expression on his face became a little strange. If the undead race had said that, it would have been more reasonable. After all, the undead race was one of the 5 super races. However, what was the puppet race? They were just a subordinate force of the demonic beast race, and they dared to speak so arrogantly? Su Chen sneered and said, Killing your puppet race's people is just a matter of moving a finger. Since you want to die, we will fulfill your wish. Being humiliated by Su Chen, the 2 puppet race members were furious. At the same time, they shot out 2 fist-sized iron balls, which flew into the air and spun around before exploding with a bang. Then 2 10-meter-tall metal giants appeared in front of Su Chen. Transformers? Su Chen was stunned. He felt that the 2 metal giants in front of him were similar to the Transformers he had seen in the movies in his previous life. Chapter 468. Is this your trump card? Su Chen sneered. To him, 2 level 6 puppets could be destroyed with one hand. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? Attack together and kill him. The puppet tribesman sneered. One of the steel puppets held a giant sword while the other held a giant axe. They charged toward Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. While the 2 puppets were focused, a faint golden glow appeared on his hands. He then punched out. Whoosh whoosh, hundreds of golden fist shadows appeared and smashed down on the 2 steel puppets. Bang bang. Boom, with a loud crash, the 2 10-meter-tall steel puppets were smashed to the ground. Their bodies were full of bumps and hollows. However, although they were in a sorry state, they had not lost their ability to move. After struggling on the ground for a while, they slowly got up. Interesting. Seeing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned. In the past, when he faced opponents of the same level, the Pegasus Meteor Fist would be able to smash them into a pile of minced meat. However, these 2 steel puppets could still get up after suffering such a fierce attack. It was clear that their strength was far beyond their peers. Their bodies must be made of a very strong material. On the other side, the 3 undead tribesmen were shocked by Su Chen's violent punch. These 2 steel puppets were their greatest reliance. If they were defeated, they would have to consider escaping. Fortunately, although the steel puppets were heavily injured, they were not completely destroyed. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. This human is too strong. Looks like we have to use our ultimate move. The 2 puppet tribesmen looked at each other. They raised their hands and shot out a white crystal light into the 2 steel puppets. Then the 2 steel puppets walked together. One of them slowly merged with the other. Merge? 2 into 1? This was the first time Su Chen had seen such a situation. He did not know what the other party was up to. When the 2 puppets merged into one, Su Chen understood what was going on. After the fusion, the puppet did not change much in size, but it gave off an unusually heavy feeling. Furthermore, the aura it exuded was abnormally violent. It had reached the level of a level 7 puppet. Human, let's see how you're going to fight back this time. One of the puppets sneered. A level 7 steel golem's true combat power far exceeded that of its peers. Su Chen was only level 6, so he was definitely not a match for him. You're too naive. Su Chen sneered and took the initiative to rush towards the steel puppet. Kill him for me. The puppet man roared. There was a loud boom. The steel puppet stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Then it held a huge sword with both hands and slashed down at Su Chen's head. At this moment, a pitch-black long sword appeared in Su Chen's hand, and he released his mental power. Under the effect of his mental power, the steel puppet's movements quickly became sluggish. The sword, which was originally unstoppable, could not slash down when it reached Su Chen's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen slashed with his sword. The void trembled slightly, and a black vortex that was around 10 feet in size emerged. It rotated slightly, and the steel puppet was enveloped within it. Crack! With a shattering sound, half of the steel puppet's body was smashed into smithereens. The remaining half of its body fell to the ground with a loud crash. The 3 undead clan members were stunned, and their expressions were dull. The powerful level 7 puppet was not a match for him? How terrifying was the power of Su Chen's attack? Was he still a level 6 cultivator? Chapter 469. While the undead tribe and the puppet tribe were in a daze, Su Chen took out the enchanted sword and slashed at them from afar. In an instant, a blue torrent swept over, and the terrifying killing intent of thunder and lightning filled the air. The 3 undead tribe members' expressions changed drastically as they tried to defend themselves. However, Su Chen's thunder and lightning technique was far beyond level 7. It was not something that 3 level 6 evolvers could defend against. Bang! 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 After 3 thunderous roars, the 3 undead tribe members' bodies exploded. Not even their bones were left behind, leaving behind a ground full of shining shards. There were more than 50 of them. Su Chen put away the enchanted sword and walked forward to pick up the shards. Captain Wu Jianghu seems to have become stronger again. In the intelligent chariot, Chao Ran turned to look at Wu Yang and whispered. Wu Yang clicked his tongue and nodded. Judging from his aura, he seems to have entered level 6. Everyone in the chariot sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Chen had only entered level 5 for a few days, and in the blink of an eye he had entered level 6. This speed of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, when they thought of Su Chen's ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level, even a level 8 cultivator might not necessarily be a match for Su Chen. It was terrifying to think about. Su Chen was not even 20 years old this year. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, was there anyone who could be a match for him? It would not be an exaggeration to call Su Chen the strongest person in the human race, right? On the other hand, Su Chen entered Qingyun City after picking up the shards. After destroying the interrealm passage to the puppet tribe, he returned to the intelligent chariot. After that, he stayed on the island of Oblivion for a few days to destroy the interrealm passages of the other tribes. After getting some ores from Su Kun, he left the island of Oblivion. Su Chen, where are we going next? Wu Yang walked to Su Chen and asked softly. Let's go to the mysterious heavenly continent, Su Chen replied. The primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree was located in the Fengshi dynasty of the mysterious heavenly mainland. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he had to rush over as soon as possible. Wu Yang and the others were shocked when they heard that they were going to the mysterious heavenly mainland. Su Chen once said that the mysterious heavenly continent was thousands of times bigger than the Thousand Feather Island, and the number of humans there was probably hundreds of millions. They had long wanted to go and see it for themselves. Although they were heading to the mysterious heavenly mainland, Su Chen could not help but stare at the central control screen. If they encountered any sea beasts along the way, he would still kill them. The intelligent war chariot traveled for 3 days in a row. It was a peaceful journey. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded, Master, an ironclad warship is heading towards us. Su Chen didn't care at first, but when he remembered that the Wenshi dynasty's warships were made of metal, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the control screen. When he saw that there was indeed a blue dot heading towards them, he said, Satoshi, zoom in on the image. The image on the central control screen changed. Soon a huge ironclad warship appeared. From the outside, it looked exactly the same as the one that the dark-faced old man was on. Moreover, Su Chen also saw that there were more than 10 people standing on the ironclad warship. The leader was a white-haired old man who had quite a majestic aura. Shen Mengfei, come over here and see if it's the Wenshi dynasty's warship. Su Chen called Shen Mengfei to the central control screen. Shen Mengfei took a closer look and her expression suddenly changed. She said anxiously, Senior, it's the Wenshi dynasty's warship, and that white-haired old man is Feng Hanshua. Chapter 470. It's Feng Hanshua. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Shen Mengfei had said that the remaining primordial spirit shaper fruit was in Feng Hanshua's hands. His original purpose of going to the mysterious heavenly mainland was to get the fruit back. He did not expect to meet Feng Hanshua here. Satoshi, chase after him. Don't let him escape, Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the warship and sped up. An hour later they met each other. Su Chen opened the door and walked out slowly. Who are you? How dare you stop our warship? Are you tired of living? On the metal ship, a bald middle-aged man shouted at Su Chen. He was just a small fry. Su Chen ignored him and turned to look at Feng Hanshua. He said coldly, Feng Hanshua, hand over the spirit fruit. Feng Hanshua's expression froze. He looked at Su Chen and said, You know me? In the vast sea he actually met someone who knew him. This was something he had never expected. Moreover, the other party dared to call him by his name. He was bold. Also, the other party asked him to hand over the spirit fruit. Could it be? Feng Hanshua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Su Chen and said coldly, Kid, how do you know me? Tell me the truth. Otherwise I'll bury you here. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, I don't know you. She knows you. Shen Mengfei walked out of the cabin after he finished speaking. It's you. Feng Hanshua recognized Shen Mengfei at first glance, and his expression changed. His main purpose of going out to sea this time was to capture Shen Mengfei and snatch the primordial spirit shaper fruit from her. Ah, I've been looking for you for a while. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own accord. I've searched high and low for you only to find you by chance. Feng Hanshua let out a wild laugh and snorted, Shen Mengfei, hand over all the remaining spirit fruits and I'll leave your corpse intact. Shen Mengfei imitated Su Chen's actions and laughed contemptuously, You want to kill me in front of Senior Su? Do you have the ability? If she was alone, even if she had 10 guts, she would not dare to speak to Feng Hanshua in such a tone. However, with Su Chen's protection she didn't have to worry about anything. Although Feng Hanshua was strong, he was only a level 6 evolver. On the other hand, Su Chen was someone who could easily kill a level 7 puppet. What could a level 6 evolver do to him? When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He realized that everyone who was with him would be subtly influenced and gradually become arrogant. In the past, Shi Dainyu was a very good example. Shen Mengfei had only been in contact with him for a few days, but she was also so fearless, which made him a little speechless. Feng Hanshua, who was on the metal ship, was a little confused. Shen Mengfei was only a level 3 evolver. Who gave her the courage to speak to him like this? Was she crazy? Or was there something wrong with her brain? Also, who was this senior Sushi was talking about? Could it be this young man in front of him? If it was true, how laughable. How strong could a young man who wasn't even 20 years old be? He was at most a level 3 evolver, right? How dare you speak such arrogant words to mock, sir? You deserve to die. The bald man beside Feng Hanshua angrily rebuked Shen Mengfei and asked Feng Hanshua if they should immediately kill Shen Mengfei. Feng Hanshua felt that Shen Mengfei was strange, so he didn't let the bald man take action. Instead, he looked at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you're that senior Su? Old thing, don't call me kid every time you open your mouth. Who do you think you are?" Su Chen scolded. Chapter 471. As soon as Su Chen finished his words, the people on the metal ship looked at each other in dismay. Shen Mengfei was already arrogant enough, but they did not expect this young man to be even more arrogant. They were puzzled. Were all young people these days so hot-tempered? Were they not afraid of death? "Sir, let me teach this brat a lesson," the bald man pleaded again. Su Chen's arrogance had exceeded his tolerance limit, and he swore to teach Su Chen a lesson. Feng Hanshua nodded slightly and said coldly, "Capture him alive." As a level 6 evolved being, his dignity could not be disrespected. Su Chen's provocative words had completely enraged him. Killing Su Chen was not enough to vent his anger. He wanted to torture Su Chen bit by bit and make Su Chen regret living in this world. "Brat, this is what you get for being so arrogant." A cruel smile flashed across the bald man's face. He jumped down from the metal ship and went straight for Su Chen. Unexpectedly, just as he jumped into the air, he strangely stopped moving. Then his whole body began to twist rapidly. Crack! With the crisp sound of bones breaking, he was squashed into a pile of meat and fell into the sea. Hiss! Witnessing this strange scene, the people on the metal ship gasped in astonishment. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and fear. Shen Mengfei's mouth was slightly agape. She was also stunned by the strange death of the bald man. "You're a level 6 spiritual reader." Feng Hanshua reacted and stared at Su Chen with his eyes wide open. His expression was extremely complicated. It was difficult to become a spiritual reader, and reaching level 6 was even rarer. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, every level 6 spiritual reader was a formidable figure. Moreover, they were not young. The young man in front of them was probably not even 20 years old, but he had already reached a height that others could only look up to. Unimaginable. Unbelievable. How can he be so strong? Who exactly is he? After learning about Su Chen's strength, the others on the metal ship could not help but feel even more terrified. He's also a spirit reader? Shen Mengfei looked at Su Chen in a daze. Her heart was in turmoil. Compared to Feng Hanshua and the others, she knew more. Su Chen was not only a spirit reader master, but he was also an evolver and a spirit reader master. Moreover, he was an all-elemental spirit reader. He is a full-time cultivator. Shen Mengfei covered her mouth and almost screamed. Full-time cultivator, level 6 in every profession. How could there be such a genius in this world? Even though she knew that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator, Shen Mengfei still found it unbelievable. "You're slow to realize." Su Chen curled his lips and glanced at Feng Hanshua. Soon after, he released his mental energy again. After consuming the essence fruit, his spirit was slightly stronger than when he was at level 7. At this moment, the formless power formed by his spiritual energy was like a vast ocean that crushed forward. The people around Feng Hanshua were completely unable to resist and were all crushed into piles of meat paste. Although Feng Hanshua was not dead, he was pressed to the ground and could not move. Level 7 spiritual energy. "Senior, spare my life." Feng Hanshua's face was extremely pale as he begged Su Chen for mercy. Level 7, Shen Mengfei's mouth was wide open. Her body swayed slightly and she almost fell to the ground. Where is the spirit fruit? Su Qin controlled his spiritual energy and pulled Feng Hanshua to his side as he asked coldly. Chapter 472. The spirit fruit is in the pouch on me. Feng Hanshua did not hesitate at all and hurriedly replied. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and quickly discovered that there was a pouch hanging on Feng Hanshua's waist. He took the pouch and opened it to take a look. Indeed, there were essence spirit-shaping fruits inside. Why are there only 3? Su Qin's face darkened, and a faintly discernible murderous aura lingered around him. He had 6 in his hands. Adding these 3, it was only 9. It was not enough to split a second essence spirit. Feeling Su Qin's murderous aura, Feng Hanshua's body trembled and he explained, "Senior, that spirit fruit should still be on that spirit plant." Su Qin frowned slightly and turned to look at Shen Mengfei. Shen Mengfei nodded slightly. "Senior, that spirit fruit was not ripe at that time. It should still be on the spirit plant." After learning the whereabouts of the last essence spirit-shaping fruit, Su Qin raised his hand and smashed Feng Hanshua's head. Then he asked Shen Mengfei, "How did you get the spirit fruit?" Previously, when he learned about the essence spirit-shaping fruit, he was too excited and did not think about some things carefully. "I came across it by chance when I was picking spiritual materials at Qixia Mountain. At that time, I felt that it was quite extraordinary, so I brought it down the mountain," Shen Mengfei explained. This explanation was barely acceptable. Su Qin did not delve into this point and continued to ask, "How did that spirit plant end up in Wu Yazi's hands?" "Wu Yazi is a master refiner. I used that spirit plant to exchange for a spirit treasure with him, which was the small wooden boat from before," Shen Mengfei replied. Every time she recalled that the small wooden boat was destroyed by Su Qin, her heart ached. "From the looks of it, that Wu Yazi is not bad," Su Qin muttered. Wu Yazi used the method of exchange to obtain the essence spirit-shaping fruit tree and did not bully the weak by snatching it. From this point, one could see that his character was rather good. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to find someone with such character. Su Qin was determined to obtain the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. Originally, he planned to use the method of snatching it, but after learning of Wu Yazi's character, he changed his mind. He had a lot of good things on him. At worst, he would just have to spend some to exchange for them. "How did the people of the Wenxi dynasty know the whereabouts of the spirit fruit and chase after you?" This was something that Su Qin couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, with Shen Mengfei's intelligence, she would not give herself away. "Because I needed cultivation resources, I exchanged for 3 spirit fruits. Later, the people of the Wenxi dynasty followed the clues and found them," Shen Mengfei explained. "Oh." Su Qin suddenly understood. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, he returned to the cabin. Shen Mengfei followed him in. After that, the intelligent war chariot continued to sail towards the mysterious heavenly mainland. Su Qin had nothing to do, so he reclined in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. After sailing for about 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, we found traces of a large number of foreign creatures and sea beasts. How many are there?" Su Qin's heart skipped a beat and he asked. "A total of 1,200, the intelligent war chariot replied. Although the number of 1,000 was not much, it was still worth it. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen. Sure enough, he saw a group of red and black dots mixed together and rushing in one direction. In addition, he also found something very interesting. The 2 foreign creatures in front seemed to be running away, and the foreign creatures and sea beasts behind them were chasing after them. "Satoshi, zoom in on the image," Su Qin whispered. Chapter 473. The image on the screen changed, and the first thing that appeared was the figures of the 2 mutated creatures. Mermaids? Seeing the other party's appearance, Su Qin let out a soft exclamation. The 2 mutated creatures, one male and one female, were both in the form of a human body and a mermaid tail. They looked the same as the mermaids in the movies in his previous life. Moreover, they were very good-looking. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was like a lotus flower. As for the mutated creatures chasing after them, they were also in the form of mermaids and should belong to the same race. "Satoshi, what are their cultivation levels?" Su Qin retracted his gaze and asked. "The strongest is a level 4 evolver. As for the 2 escaping in front, the man is a level 3 evolver, and the woman is a level 3 spirit reader." The intelligent war chariot replied. Su Qin nodded slightly. "Chase after them. There were more than 1,000 of them. If they were all killed, there would be a lot of fragments. He would not miss this opportunity." Yes. The intelligent war chariot moved at full speed and chased after them. Although the speed of the mutated mermaids was very fast, it could not be compared to the intelligent war chariot. After 10 minutes, the distance between the two parties was less than 10 kilometers. But at this time the intelligent war chariot spoke again. Master, I feel the existence of a water spirit stone. Water spirit stone? What's the use of it? Su Chen's expression changed. The intelligent war chariot had the ability to sense special ores, and the ores that it mentioned all had very obvious effects. Some could increase defense, some could increase speed, and some could increase detection range. He was also looking forward to the water spirit stone. The intelligent war chariot explained, I installed the water spirit stone and can activate the invisibility function for 10 seconds. But with only one piece it can't be activated. Invisibility was a very impressive function. Even if it was only for 10 seconds, it was definitely not to be underestimated. At the crucial moment it could be used to surprise or save one's life. Satoshi quickly chased after them. Su Chen was a little excited. Originally he had planned to kill these mutated creatures and sea monsters. Now that he knew there was a water spirit stone, he would not let it go. A few minutes later the intelligent war chariot blocked the path of this group of aliens. Satoshi, who has the water spirit stone? Su Chen asked. It's hanging around the neck of the woman in front. Su Chen walked out alone after knowing who had it. Seeing that someone was blocking their path, the two foreign mermaids who were fleeing in front hurriedly attacked Su Chen. The man raised his hand and shot out a flying fork, while the woman released a wave of spiritual power that swept forward. Su Chen curled his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, a majestic force surged forth. There was a loud bang. The flying fork was directly blasted apart, and the spiritual power was also swept away. What powerful strength! The two foreign mermaids were in a state of panic, and their hearts trembled. Both of them were level 3 cultivators. Even though they had attacked at the same time, the young man in front of them had easily dealt with their attacks. From this, it could be seen that the young man in front of him was at least a level 5 evolver. This was because a level 4 evolver would definitely not be able to deal with such an understatement. Senior, why are you blocking our path? The man looked a little angry, but he was still forcefully suppressing it. Su Chen glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the mermaid. Immediately after, he released his spiritual power, circled around her neck, and pulled back a necklace that was hanging on it. Spiritual reader. The mermaid was inexplicably shocked. As a spiritual reader, she could naturally feel the spiritual power released by Su Chen. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Su Chen's spiritual power was abnormally strong. It was several levels higher than hers. Chapter 474. But at this moment, the foreign clansmen and sea beasts that were chasing after them had already arrived in front of them and surrounded Su Chen and the two mermaids. Human, you've done me a great favor. To thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact. A yellow-haired merman stepped out from the crowd. After glancing at Su Chen, he sneered cruelly. He didn't know why Su Chen would appear here, nor did he know what Su Chen's cultivation was like. However, Su Chen looked too young, so he didn't take him seriously at all. The foreign races and humans were like fire and water. Since they had bumped into each other, they naturally had to kill each other along the way. Su Chen's mouth flashed a touch of contempt as he raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, hundreds of fist shadows whizzed out and smashed toward the yellow-haired merman with an earth-shattering force. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the yellow-haired merman and the hundreds of mermaids around him were smashed into meat paste. The sea beasts that followed them saw that the situation was not good and fled together. Su Chen casually shot out a violent thunder technique and killed them all. Seeing this scene, the merman and merman who were lucky enough to survive were dumbfounded and trembling all over. Su Chen's strength was simply to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. He killed more than 1,000 mermaids and sea beasts with a raise of his hand. His strength was too terrifying, and it was something they had never seen before. After recognizing Su Chen's strength, the two of them felt uneasy. After all, they were intercepted by Su Chen. What was Su Chen's goal? Which race are you two from? Su Chen glanced at them and asked in a low voice. Senior, we are from the mermaid race. The merman lowered his head and replied with a bow, as if he was very afraid of Su Chen. The mermaid race, Su Chen pondered and asked calmly, where did you come from? Since they were aliens, they must have come here through the realm passage. That meant that there were still a lot of people from the mermaid clan. If they were not far away, they could go over and harvest a batch. We escaped from the savage island, the merman answered honestly. Su Chen's mind turned slightly. He had seen Savage Island on the central control screen. It was only 1,000 miles away from here. With the speed of the intelligent war chariot, they would arrive in about 2 hours. You belong to the same clan, so why are they chasing after you? Su Chen continued to ask. Hearing this, the merman seemed to be in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Instead, the mermaid said, "Senior, it's all because of me." She sighed and explained, "Jianghu of the Protoss took a fancy to me because of my talent as a spirit reader master. But I didn't want to marry him, so I escaped from Savage Island." Hearing this, Su Chen already understood what was going on. The merman and woman in front of him should be an eloping couple. So, the Protoss also exist on Savage Island? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. As one of the 5 super races, the Protoss mainly cultivated their spirit power. It was inevitable that they attracted his attention. Yes, Senior. Jianghu and a few other Protoss should be on Savage Island at this moment, the mermaid replied. Su Chen nodded, waved the necklace in his hand and asked, "Where did the water spirit stone on this come from?" A piece of water spirit stone couldn't help the intelligent war chariot activate the invisibility function. He had to know the source of the water spirit stone. This is a mineral unique to Savage Island, but there aren't many of them. The mermaid glanced at the water spirit stone and replied. Chapter 475. How many? Do you have 10 pieces? Su Chen asked. The minimum requirement to activate the invisibility function of the intelligent war chariot was 10 pieces. I have more than 20 pieces, the mermaid replied after thinking for a while. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. 20 pieces was not a lot, but it was enough for the intelligent war chariot. After a while he began to pick up the pieces. Wu Yang and the others also walked out of the cabin to collect the corpses of the sea monsters and the energy stones. Since Su Chen did not say anything, the mermaid couple did not dare to act rashly. They stood there in a daze. Half an hour later, Su Chen finished picking up the pieces and was about to head to the Savage Island. The intelligent war chariot suddenly warned, "Master, there are aliens approaching. There are 3 of them." The mermaid clan is here? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and simply waited there. A few minutes later, a wooden boat sped over. 3 men stood at the bow of the boat. The one in the middle was a young man with a dignified appearance and an arrogant expression. On his left was an old man with a head full of silver hair. On his right was a burly man in golden armor. Elder Mu and Jianghu are here. When the small wooden boat approached them, the expression of the merman and mermaid changed abruptly. Who is Jianghu? Su Chen asked in a low voice. Senior, the young man in the middle is Jianghu. The old man is Elder Mu Xian of the mermaid clan. The burly man is a level 5 Protoss who is responsible for protecting Jianghu. The mermaid man introduced them one by one. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. A level 5 Protoss was a powerful figure no matter where he went. He did not expect him to be Jianghu's guard. It was obvious that Jianghu's position in the Protoss was not ordinary. Tianhe Xuanji, you two don't know what's good for you. Get over here. Mu Xian, who was on the boat, glanced at the mermaid couple and scolded coldly. As for Su Chen and the others, he completely ignored them. Elder Mu, why are you forcing me? I will not marry Jianghu even if I die. The mermaid Xuanji replied with gritted teeth. Bastard. Young Master Jin was the son of the Imperial God King. How noble was his status. For him to take a liking to you is your great fortune. What's there to be unwilling about? Mu Xian's eyes widened as he roared, looking very angry. Due to Jianghu's special identity, if this matter was not handled properly, it was likely that he would offend the god race. Then the mermaid clan would be in a very dangerous situation. Elder Mu, no matter what you say, I only have Tianhe in my heart. I will never marry Jianghu. Xuanji refused to back down. The merman, Tianhe, looked at Xuanji deeply and stood in front of Xuanji to shield her. He knew very well that once Xuanji refused, they would all be killed. Even if he had to die, he would die in front of Xuanji. Jianghu didn't say anything, but his face was as gloomy as water. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Xuanji's rejection made him feel extremely humiliated. For a Protoss genius with a lofty status and outstanding talent like him, this was absolutely intolerable. All of a sudden, his brows furrowed, and he released a wave of mind energy, which charged toward the heavenly river. Tianhe also felt the mental strength attack, but Jianghu was a level 5 telekinesis master. He was definitely not someone a level 3 evolver like him could withstand. Just as he was about to die, he was surprised to find that another wave of mental strength surrounded his body, completely blocking Jianghu's mental strength. You want to kill him? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, Su Chen laughed coldly. Chapter 476. You're a telekinesis master too? Jianghu was shocked. He stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Su Chen's telekinesis master level could not be lower than his if he could break his telekinesis without making a sound. However, what he could not understand was that Su Chen was only a human and very young. How could his telekinesis be on par with a Protoss prodigy like him? Boy, I didn't expect you to be a telekinesis master too. I underestimated you. Mu Xian glanced at Su Chen and his face gradually darkened. Previously, when he saw that Su Chen and the others were all humans, he did not take it to heart. Now that he knew that Su Chen was a telekinesis master, he suspected that Su Chen had killed the dead people around him. Therefore he hated Su Chen. As for what level Su Chen was a telekinesis master, Mu Xian did not care. This was because Jianghu was a Protoss prodigy and a powerful level 5 telekinesis master. Su Chen was only a human. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Jianghu? Who do you think you are? You're just a lackey of the Protoss. Do I need you to look up to me? Su Chen sneered with disdain. Hearing this, Jianghu and the others were stunned. Mu Xian was not only an elder of the Merfolk tribe, but he was also a level 5 evolver. Yet he was looked down upon and mocked by a young human. This young man in front of him was too arrogant, wasn't he? Boy, you'll have to pay for your words. Mu Xian's face was ferocious. He was on the verge of exploding in anger. With a roar, he charged towards Su Chen. Jianghu did not stop him. He also wanted to use Mu Xian to gauge Su Chen's strength. Su Chen pursed his lips. As Mu Xian charged towards him, he raised his hand and shot out a fist-sized fireball. Although the fireball was small, it contained a fire-type mana wave that was unusually violent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The scorching temperature made people feel as if they had entered a pool of magma. Level 6 fireball spell. Senior, I was wrong. Mu Xian recognized the level of the fireball and was scared out of his wits. He loudly begged for mercy. Since Su Chen had made a move, he had no intention of letting him live. In the blink of an eye, the fireball collided with Mu Xian and a loud boom was heard. Mu Xian was blasted into nothingness, not even his bones remained. Level 6 Fire Mage. Jianghu's eyes widened. His body trembled uncontrollably as if he was scared silly. He couldn't figure it out. Su Chen was clearly a powerful telekinesis master. How did he become a level 6 telekinesis master in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he had 2 professions? Thinking of this, the fear in his heart reached its peak. The burly man in golden armor beside him had an extremely ugly expression. He seemed to be struggling for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, I'll stop him. You leave quickly." He knew very well that he and Jianghu were absolutely no match for Su Chen. In this case, he could only choose to sacrifice himself to protect Jianghu. Kill? The burly man in golden armor summoned his courage and rushed towards Su Chen. You overestimate yourself. Su Chen snorted and ran the heavenly hundredfold vigor technique, throwing a punch. The burly man in golden armor didn't expect Su Chen to dare to fight him head-on. He was delighted and punched without hesitation. The next moment, the 2 fists collided violently. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The burly man in golden armor and his armor were blasted into dust. Seeing this scene, Tianhe and Xuanji were so shocked that even their breathing stopped. The burly man in golden armor was a level 5 evolver. The armor he wore was also extraordinary. It could withstand attacks that were 1 level higher than his own. Even so, he was still blasted into nothingness by Su Chen's punch. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Chen's punch was. Chapter 477. Jianghu, who had wanted to escape, was scared out of his wits by Su Chen's punch. His body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to kill Jianghu, a bright golden light appeared on Jianghu's body. At the same time, a powerful energy ripple revolved around Jianghu, forming a defensive barrier that enveloped him. Haha! When the golden light appeared, Jianghu stood up slowly. After a wild laugh, he regained his arrogant and condescending attitude. With the golden body shield that my father gave me, you can stop dreaming if you want to kill me, human. Jianghu stared at Su Chen and taunted him. The golden body shield could be considered as something derived from a defensive formation. When it sensed danger, it would automatically activate. Its defensive power was not to be underestimated. It could withstand a fatal blow from a level 7 cultivator. Previously, Jianghu had forgotten about this trump card due to his excessive fear. Now that he had the golden body shield, he was full of confidence. He was not afraid of Su Chen's threat at all. "Do you think that I can't do anything to you with a turtle shell?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered. The attacks that he had shown so far were only the tip of the iceberg. His strongest trump cards, the chaotic Skysplitter sword and the integrated 5 extremes mountain, had not been used yet. The former had the power to tear apart space, while the latter had the 5 elements magic power and 108,000 pounds of weight. No matter which one he used, it would be easy for him to destroy a protective shield. Therefore, Jianghu's fearlessness was laughable in Su Chen's eyes. "You're just a level 6 cultivator. So what if you're stronger than your peers? My golden body shield can withstand a level 7 cultivator's attack. What can you do to me?" Jianghu laughed disdainfully. "You're just a frog in a well." Su Chen pursed his lips. With a flash of light, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Then he held the sword with both hands and slashed at Jianghu. After a series of spatial distortions, a black vortex that was around 10 feet in size emerged. "What kind of attack is that?" Feeling the terrifying tearing force from the vortex, Jianghu's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Senior, my father is a level 9 telekinesis master. You can't kill me." Seeing the black vortex drifting towards him, Jianghu smelled the scent of death and lost confidence in his golden body barrier. In order to survive, he could only use his father's name and his strength to make Su Chen wary. Unfortunately, he did not understand Su Chen. Once Su Chen's killing intent was ignited, it would absolutely not stop. Not to mention a level 9 Spirit Reader Master. Even if it was a level 10 Spirit Reader Master supporting Jianghu, Su Chen would still kill him without hesitation. "You can die in peace. Your father will kill you sooner or later." Su Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. He held the chaos sky-splitting sword with both hands and pointed at it from afar. The black vortex floating in the air seemed to have received an order. With just a rotation, it enveloped Jianghu. "Ah!" Jianghu let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body, including the golden body barrier outside his body, was torn apart like paper and turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The moment Jianghu died, in a magnificent hall on the Protoss continent, a dignified middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He roared, "Who dares to kill my son Jin Yonan? I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Chapter 478. Su Chen put away the Chaos Sky Splitter sword and glanced at it. His lips curled up slightly. He saw a bunch of shiny shards. Although he had only managed to kill 3 of the mutated race members, he had obtained 130 fragments from them. The one who contributed the most was Jianghu. Killing him alone gave him a total of 100 shards. Then Su Chen began to pick up the shards. Tianhe and Xuanji looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Not only were they shocked by Su Chen's power, but they were also shocked by Su Chen's audacity. Jianghu was not only a genius of the Protoss, he was also the Imperial God King's favorite son. As a level 9 telekinesis master, the Imperial God King held a high position in the Protoss. His son's death was a huge blow. Once the Protoss found out the cause of Jianghu's death, they would definitely seek revenge on Su Chen. As one of the 5 super tribes, the Protoss were extremely powerful. By then, would Su Chen still have a way out? He's still too young? Tianhe sighed. Although Su Chen was powerful, could he be more powerful than an entire tribe? As if he could foresee Su Chen's fate in the future, Tianhe did not feel good about it. After all, Su Chen had saved his life and he really wanted to help Su Chen. But in front of the Protoss he was not even an ant. What could he do to help? After picking up the shards, Su Chen called everyone back to the cabin. Before he left, he glanced at Tianhe and Xuanji casually. He did not say anything nor did he kill them. Although Tianhe and Xuanji were mutated tribesmen, not all mutated tribesmen were evil. Just like the dwarf tribe on the island of nothingness, they could live peacefully with humans. Su Chen would not kill these mutated tribesmen. Moreover, he had obtained the water spirit stone from Xuanji. He had also learned the whereabouts of the other water spirit stones from Xuanji, so she had done him a favor. Su Chen wouldn't do anything to them. "Satoshi, lock onto Savage Island and sail at full speed," Su Chen ordered as soon as he returned to the cabin. "Yes." The intelligent war chariot drove at full speed toward the savage island. After the intelligent war chariot disappeared from sight, Sky River and Xuanji looked at each other and quickly left. 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at Savage Island. Su Chen observed through the central control screen that there were less than 1,000 mermaids on Savage Island, and they were all gathered in a valley. Although the Barbarian Island was not a large island, it was still about 1/5 the size of Thousand Feather Island. He had never thought that the number of mermaids would be so small, which somewhat disappointed him. However, his main purpose for coming here was for the water spirit stones, so he could accept the small number of mermaids. After locking onto the location of the valley, the intelligent war chariot quickly drove over. An hour later they appeared in the valley. Su Chen led a group of people out of the chariot, completely disregarding the thousands of mermaids here. On the way he had already learned that the strongest mermaid here was a level 4 evolver, and there was only one of them. The rest were mostly cultivators below level 3. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian could defeat them if they joined forces. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot naturally attracted the attention of the mermaids. They gathered and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. Chapter 479. Humans, you've got guts. How dare you trespass on our territory? What's your motive for coming here? An old lady holding a scepter walked out from the crowd. She glanced at Su Chen and the rest and questioned them coldly. I'm here to look for the water spirit stone. Su Chen waved the necklace in his hand and said calmly. The old lady sized it up and her expression suddenly changed. She asked anxiously, where did you get this necklace from? She had already recognized the necklace. It was the necklace that Xuanji wore around her neck. After Xuanji escaped from the savage island, all the powerful figures in the tribe had gone out to capture her, but they had not been able to do so. Since this human had Xuanji's necklace, he must know where she was. If they could track Xuanji down and capture her, it would definitely be a great achievement. At this thought, the old lady was a little agitated. Do I need to report to you where I got it from? Su Chen laughed disdainfully. Hearing this, the old lady's expression darkened. She sized up Su Chen again and snorted coldly. Human, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? Aren't you afraid of death? This old lady from a different tribe is a little arrogant. The people from a different tribe are all like this. They think too highly of themselves. You'll get used to it. She'll cry later. Yang Hao and the rest started discussing loudly, completely ignoring the old lady's murderous gaze. Arrogant. A mere human dares to humiliate the mermaid tribe. You're asking for death. One of the mermaids could not take it anymore and roared at Yang Hao and the rest. The rest of the mermaids could not suppress their anger either. They all took out their weapons and waited for the old lady's command to tear this group of humans into pieces. Su Chen did not want to waste any more time and shot a look at Wu Yang. Leader Wu, let's do it. Wu Yang and the rest had not fought for a long time ever since they entered the sea. It was time for them to get some exercise. Kill. Yang Hao and the other two couldn't hold it in any longer. They charged forward madly. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and followed closely behind. Yang Qian and the other two, including Xin Mengfei, also attacked together. The old mermaid waved the wooden staff in her hand and gave the order, kill. All of a sudden, the entire valley was filled with the sounds of battle. Puchi, puchi, accompanied by the sounds of blades piercing into flesh, more than 10 mermaids were killed in an instant. Although Wu Yang and the others were few in number, each and every one of them was a powerful warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. They charged into the crowd of mermaids like wolves in a flock of sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Seeing this, the old mermaid's heart trembled. Just as she was about to attack, she discovered that her entire body was entangled by an invisible force, and she was unable to move at all. What level of spiritual power is this? The old mermaid woman had never encountered such a terrifying mind power. She felt that it was even stronger than Jin's mind power. Could it be level 7 spiritual power? This thought appeared in the old mermaid woman's mind, and her heart sank to the bottom. He was only a level 4 evolver, and in front of a level 7 spiritual power master, he was like an ant that could be easily crushed. Tell me the whereabouts of the water spirit stone, and I will give you a quick death. Su Chen used his mind power to pull the old mermaid woman in front of him and said coldly, You are a level 7 spiritual power master. The old mermaid woman opened her mouth, and her face was a mixture of disbelief and fear. In her eyes, Su Chen was so young and was a human. How could his mind power be so strong? It did not make sense. Chapter 480. Seeing that the old mermaid did not take his words seriously and was still surprised, Suchin huffed and used his spiritual energy to squeeze her. Ah! The old mermaid shrieked and reacted at this moment. She shouted, "Senior, the water spiritual stones are in the pouch on my waist. Please spare me." Suchin quickly took the pouch and checked it. When he confirmed that there were water spiritual stones and that there were exactly 20 of them, he killed the old mermaid without hesitation. Then he began to pick up the fragments. As for the other mermaids, Wu Yang and the rest were enough to kill them all. Half an hour later, Suchin was done picking up the fragments. His face was brimming with smiles. There were not many fragments this time, but there was a purplish gold fragment. As a result, the total number of energy points exceeded the 10,000 mark and reached 10,900 points. For example, the 10,000 lights 10 shadows fighting technique, the 5 elements thunder purgatory formation, the Atlas shapeshifting technique, the illusionary blazing feather divine dragon, and so on. Back in the car, Suchin immediately installed 10 water spiritual stones on the intelligent war chariot. When the water spiritual stones disappeared into the grooves, the intelligent war chariot successfully activated its invisibility function. Satoshi continued to sail towards the mysterious heavenly mainland. Suchin ordered and sat in the driver's seat to activate the Doomsday Mall. Since his energy points had exceeded 10,000, it would be a waste to keep them. Naturally, he had to exchange for something. However, there were still 4 items that could be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. Suchin hesitated for a while and finally decided to exchange for the Atlas polymorph. As for why he made such a choice, it was because of his intuition. He vaguely felt that the Atlas polymorph would help him more and more. The moment the Atlas polymorph was successfully exchanged, Suchin received a reply. The Atlas polymorph was a very special secret skill. After casting it, one's body would expand to about 30 meters. Not only would one have immense strength and be indestructible, but one's attributes would also increase by 1 level. In other words, Suchin was now at level 6. After the upgrade, all 3 professions would be at level 7. As expected of something that can be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. Awesome. After reading the feedback, Suchin sighed from the bottom of his heart. So far he had exchanged 4 items worth 10,000 energy points. They were the Ancient Godfiend Body, Heavenly Strength Technique, Chaotic Sky-Splitting Sword, and Time Accelerator. The Ancient Godfiend Body was invincible among those of the same level. It was immune to all poisons and evils. The Tong Tian 100-fold Strength Technique could increase one's strength by 100 times. When it came to strength, no matter who it was, no matter what race it was, they were all nothing in front of him. The Primal Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword had the power to tear apart space. It was as easy as pinching an ant to kill someone at the same level as him. It was not difficult to kill someone 1 level higher than him. Although the Time Accelerator was an auxiliary item, the fact that it could speed up the flow of time was no small matter. The reason why the Essence Fruit Tree could bear fruit so quickly was mainly because of the Time Accelerator. It could be said that the items exchanged with universal energy points had never disappointed Suchin. As for the Atlas polymorph, he even felt that it was a little more powerful than the other 4 items. With his ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level, after using the Atlas polymorph, he was confident that he could kill a level 8 cultivator. There was no doubt that Suchin had another powerful trump card. At the same time, his strength had increased by a lot. Chapter 481. After obtaining the Atlas polymorph skill, Suchin was about to close his eyes and rest for a while. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the central control screen. Warning: a level 6 alien creature has been spotted 100 miles ahead. The intelligent war chariot had not sounded an alarm for a long time. This time, it meant that the level 6 alien creature was a threat. Satoshi, is this level 6 creature coming for us? Suchin asked. His main goal was to get to the mysterious heavenly continent as soon as possible. If this level 6 creature did not come for him, he would not waste his time hunting it. Master, it seems to be coming for us, the intelligent war chariot reminded him. Oh? Suchin raised his eyebrows and looked at the central control screen. Indeed, he saw a black dot flying toward them. Its speed was even faster than the intelligent war chariot. Interesting, Suchin muttered. A mere level 6 foreign race creature was nothing in his eyes. However, what made him feel a little strange was how the other party was able to discover him even though they were hundreds of miles apart. Could it be that it had the same sensing ability as the intelligent war chariot? 10 minutes later, an unusually large sea monster appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. It was more than twice the size of the heavenly overlord turtle. Moreover, its appearance was very strange. There was a long and narrow mouth on its huge head, and its eyes were as small as gravel. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Humans, surrender or I'll swallow you all. As soon as the sea monster appeared, it released a huge amount of pressure in an attempt to intimidate Su Chen. Su Chen walked out of the cabin alone and glanced at the sea monster. He was puzzled. Do you know me? Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed to be coming for him. However, this was the first time he met this sea monster. They had nothing to do with each other. Why did it want to capture him? Hee hee, the sea monster grinned and laughed sinisterly. I don't know you, but I know you must be the one who killed Jianghu of the Protoss. I see. Su Chen was enlightened. As one of the 5 great super races, the divine race was bound to have many subsidiary factions. He didn't know which race this sea monster belonged to, but it was definitely under the control of the god race. After figuring out the other party's purpose, Su Chen smiled and said, Since you know that I killed Jianghu, you still have the guts to chase after me? Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I can't do anything to you, but I didn't come alone. The sea demon beast opened its big mouth and drew a strange arc in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man in purple flying over from afar. He was actually walking on the waves. Moreover, his speed was as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths, he had arrived in front of them. So fast. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Generally speaking, the faster one's speed was, the stronger one's strength was. The purple-clothed man's speed was the fastest he had ever seen, which undoubtedly proved his strength. As for whether it was level 7 or 8, Su Chen couldn't be sure for the time being. Master, he's a level 8 evolver, the intelligent war chariot reminded him. When they learned that the man was a level 8 evolver, the expressions of everyone in the chariot changed. Although Su Chen was very strong, he was only level 6 after all. Could he be a match for someone 2 levels higher than him? Everyone couldn't help but start to worry. Chapter 482. Are you the human who killed Jianghu? The man in purple looked at Su Chen with interest and was not in a hurry to make a move. As a level 8 evolver, he had absolute confidence in himself. No matter how powerful Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to escape from him. Jianghu died in my hands. Su Chen did not hide it. After admitting it openly, he asked, Which race are you from? The man in purple looked no different from a human in appearance, but since he had colluded with the Protoss, the possibility of him being a human was very small. You are not qualified to know which race I am from. The man in purple smiled contemptuously. Su Chen was slightly stunned. This kind of tone, this kind of intonation he often said. He did not expect the other party to say the same thing to him. Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered, If you don't say it, I will beat you until you do. A level 8 evolver was indeed a deterrent to him in the past. But it was different now. He had just exchanged for the sky-raising wood transformation technique, and his cultivation could be raised to level 7 in an instant. A mere level 8 evolver was no longer a concern. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the man in purple's expression froze. When did humans become so arrogant? A level 6 dared to threaten a level 8? Did he think he could be arrogant after killing Jianghu? Wu Yang and the others in the intelligent chariot swallowed at the same time. Su Chen was still the same Su Chen. He was still as domineering as ever. Even in the face of a powerhouse 2 levels higher than himself, he was still calm and not afraid at all. The realm of a powerful person was indeed extraordinary. Shen Mengfei was a little dumbfounded. Su Chen's strength was vivid in her mind these days. He was invincible in the same level, and killing enemies above his level was as easy as pie. But the man in purple in front of her was level 8, 2 levels higher than Su Chen. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he could not be a match for a level 8 evolver, right? Then why was he so fearless? He even threatened to beat the other party until he spoke. Arrogant. The sea beast gritted its teeth and roared at Su Chen. Then it looked at the purple-robed man and said respectfully, Master, this human is too arrogant. Please take him down. The purple-robed man glanced coldly at Su Chen and snorted lightly, You think you can defeat me, you ant? Let's see what you're made of. With that, he raised his hand and grabbed at Su Chen from afar. All of a sudden, a giant claw the size of a small mountain appeared and covered Su Chen's head. It was the first time that Su Chen had encountered such an attack. His expression became serious. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared on his palm. Then he threw a punch without flinching. Amidst the whistling, 100 golden fist shadows smashed towards the giant claw. Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the earth-shattering collision, the giant claw and the golden fist were destroyed at the same time. The purple-clothed man and Su Chen exchanged blows for the first time, and they were actually evenly matched, fighting to a draw. Seeing this, Su Chen was a little moved. The Pegasus Meteor Fist had always been successful against enemies. Even if it was against opponents 2 levels higher, it would still have a certain degree of lethality. He never thought that the purple-clothed man would be able to resolve it so easily. From this, it could be seen that the purple-clothed man was an extremely powerful existence even among level 8. He was definitely not someone that an ordinary level 8 could compare to. At the same time, the purple-clothed man was even more shocked. His claw just now was not a casual claw. He had used some kind of secret technique and it was extremely powerful. Even so, it still could not do anything to Su Chen. When did such a monster appear among the human race? The purple-clothed man shouted in his heart. One must know that Su Chen was only level 6, 2 levels lower than him. Yet he dared to fight him head-on and was not at a disadvantage at all. It could be imagined that if Su Chen was also level 8, he would definitely not be a match for him. Perhaps he would be crushed in a single blow. Chapter 483. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You do have some skills. The man in purple took a deep breath and calmed down. In his view, Su Chen must have used his trump card to fight to a draw with him. Trump cards were used to save one's life. Since Su Chen had used his trump card, he must have run out of tricks later. He could use his advantage in level to completely crush Su Chen. I've never killed a level 8 cultivator. Today I'll start with you. A sneer flashed across Su Chen's mouth and his eyes narrowed. It was his first time encountering such a powerful opponent like the man in purple, which aroused his fighting spirit. Shameless boasting. Today I'll make you despair. The man in purple snorted coldly and punched Su Chen from afar. Whoosh whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a fist the size of 10 feet appeared in the sky and smashed down at Su Chen. Crack. But at this moment, Su Chen's entire body emitted a crisp sound of bones cracking. Then his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became 10 feet tall like a giant. Jianghu can transform? Yanghao's mouth was agape as he stared dumbfounded. The others were also shocked and looked at Su Chen. He still has a trump card. The face of the purple-clothed man became uncertain. Su Chen's sudden transformation caught him off guard, and he also smelled a trace of danger. The sea monsters on the side trembled when they felt the powerful pressure from Su Chen's body. Their hearts palpitated. After using the Atlas shape-shifting skill, Su Chen's attributes increased by 1 level and he became a level 7 cultivator. Just as the giant fist was close to him, he reached out his hand and grabbed it. He easily caught the giant fist in his hand and squeezed it gently. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The giant fist instantly turned into fine powder. The moment the giant fist was crushed, the purple-clothed man seemed to have suffered a backlash, and his face became abnormally pale. Su Chen didn't give him time to react. He released his spiritual force and swept forward. After suppressing the purple-clothed man, he suddenly stepped forward, causing the sea to set off huge waves. As he approached, Su Chen clenched a huge golden fist and smashed it down. The purple-clothed man was inexplicably terrified as he struggled with all his might. However, Su Chen's spiritual power was already 1 level higher than his own. Coupled with the enhancement from Atlas Polymorph, the strength of his spiritual power had already exceeded level 8. How could the purple-clothed man break free so easily? No. The purple-clothed man let out a desperate roar as his entire body was smashed into pieces by Su Chen's punch. He died on the spot. At the place where he died, there were about 500 to 600 pieces of shards that flickered with light. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. Jianghu is still as awesome as ever. Yang Hao and the others were excited. Too strong. Xin Mengfei, who was next to him, swallowed hard. Her face was full of shock. At first he thought that Su Chen was doomed this time. He never thought that after Su Chen transformed, he was so powerful that it was unimaginable. He killed a level 8 evolver with 1 punch. It was unbelievable. Master is dead? The sea monster was stunned for a moment. When it confirmed that the purple-clothed man was indeed smashed into nothing, a deep layer of fear surged from the bottom of its heart. No, I have to leave this place immediately. With this thought flashing through its mind, the sea monster planned to escape. But at this moment, a cold snort pierced its ears. If you dare to move, I'll skin you alive. Chapter 484. Hearing this, the sea demon beast shuddered and stopped where it was. It didn't even dare to move. It had witnessed Su Chen's strength with its own eyes. He could even kill a level 8 evolver. Wouldn't killing a level 6 sea demon beast be as easy as killing an ant? It knew very well that if it wanted to live, it had to listen to Su Chen's words. Su Chen put away Atlas Polymorph and narrowed his eyes at the sea demon beast. He said coldly, "Which clan is that man in purple from?" "Senior, he's from the Qingshi clan," the sea demon beast replied respectfully. "Where's the realm passage from the Qingshi clan to here?" Su Chen asked calmly. The man in purple was abnormally strong. This proved that the Qingshi clan was not an ordinary clan. He planned to find the realm passage and destroy it. "The Qingshi clan doesn't have a realm passage that leads here," the sea demon beast replied truthfully. "Oh?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "Without a realm passage, how did the other party get here?" Without waiting for Su Chen to ask, the sea demon beast explained, "We came in through the realm passage of the sea race." Sea race? Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Are the Simstone clan and the sea clan subordinate to the god race?" "Yes," the sea demon beast replied. "So the sea race is also preparing to capture me?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed. "The sea race is indeed preparing to capture Senior, but they're waiting for the arrival of a few strong people, so they haven't made a move yet." The sea demon beast didn't hide anything. "How strong are the sea race and the Qingshi clan? What's the level of their strongest?" Su Chen continued to ask. Since they had already fallen out with the god clan, and the sea race was a subordinate of the god clan, they would definitely fight when they met in the future. Before that, it was best to figure out the other party's background. The sea clan is a super clan, and there are people who have surpassed level 10. The Qing clan is not well known, and there are not many of them, but every one of them is strong. The strongest is their leader, who is a level 10 evolver. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. The Sea tribe and the Chimera tribe were very strong. Although their overall strength was not as strong as the 5 super tribes, they were much stronger than the Beast tribe and the Half-Beast tribe. After figuring out the background of these two clans, Su Chen continued to ask, "How did you know that I killed Jinsu? How did you find me?" When Jinsu was killed, only Tianhe and Xuanji knew about it. Everyone else was killed. Later on the Savage Island, he also wiped out the entire mermaid clan. Logically speaking, this matter shouldn't have been leaked. Unless Tianhe and Xuanji were caught and sold him out. "Senior, I have a special aura sensing skill. Even if Jinsu died without a complete corpse, I would still be able to sense Senior's aura at the place where he died. It was with this skill that I was able to find Senior's whereabouts," the sea monster explained. "You're quite capable." Su Chen nodded slightly. This sea demon beast was not very strong, but its ability to find a target was very good. "Senior, you flatter me." The sea demon beast was delighted to receive Su Chen's praise. "This guy is being polite to me?" Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth and released a lightning spell without warning, killing the sea beastkin beast cleanly. In an instant, more than 100 shining shards appeared on the sea demon beast's corpse. Su Chen walked forward happily. He first dug out the sea demon beast's energy stone, then began to pick up the shards. Chapter 485. After picking up the fragments and disposing of the sea beast's bodies, Su Chen and the others returned to the cabin and continued to sail toward the mysterious heavenly mainland. As for killing the Sea clan, he temporarily gave up on this plan. After all, the Sea clan was a big clan. There must be many powerhouses. It would not be easy to eliminate them. At present, his main goal was to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. He did not want to be delayed by other things. Of course, the premise was that the Sea clan did not come looking for trouble. If they did not know what was good for them and came to hunt him down, he would kill them completely even if it would waste some time. After that, the intelligent war chariot sailed for 2 days. It was peaceful and did not encounter any attacks. At this speed, we should be able to reach the mysterious heavenly mainland in less than 7 days. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen as he muttered to himself. There was no light spot on the central control screen, and there were no islands nearby. This meant that there would not be any trouble later on. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. Unexpectedly, before he could rest for long, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, I feel that the nearby sea is very strange. There seems to be something dangerous hidden, but I can't find it." Su Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. The intelligent war chariot's detection ability was very strong. Under its detection, no creature could hide. If there was really danger nearby, logically speaking, it should be able to find it. However, he did not doubt the intelligent war chariot's words at all. The intelligent war chariot was an intelligent machine. It would not shoot without a target. In that case, was there really a very dangerous thing hidden nearby that successfully avoided the detection of the intelligent war chariot? Thinking of this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen. However, he saw that it was calm. "Satoshi, what else do you feel?" Su Chen asked in a low voice. The unknown was often the most dangerous. If he did not find any clues, he would always feel uneasy. "Master, ever since I entered this sea, my speed has inexplicably decreased a lot. It's as if there's resistance," the intelligent war chariot replied. Hearing this, Su Chen began to think. The speed of the intelligent war chariot would not decrease for no reason. There must be something wrong with the seawater outside. Suddenly, Su Chen released his spiritual power and extended it into the sea outside. Spiritual power also had a probing function, which was the same as the probing function of the intelligent chariot. However, there were still some subtle differences between the two. The detection function of the intelligent war chariot was a technological method, and spiritual power was not a technological method. It was a very mysterious detection method. Through the probing of his spiritual energy, Su Chen quickly found some clues. The seawater below the intelligent war chariot was much thicker than the seawater around it. The two could be distinguished by their colors. As expected, the problem lies in the seawater. Su Chen muttered to himself and continued to observe the seawater. All of a sudden, he discovered a very strange thing. The seawater below the intelligent war chariot looked like a huge palm from the silhouette. Compared to this palm, the intelligent war chariot was like an ant. Is it an illusion? Or is there really such a huge palm? Su Chen's eyelids twitched and he looked behind the palm. He saw a sea giant that was hundreds of meters tall standing 50 meters away. And this huge palm extended from the body of the sea giant. Chapter 486. What's this? Su Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to go out to take a look, the hand in the sea grabbed the intelligent war chariot. Ah! It happened so suddenly that Jianghu and the others were caught off guard. They all fell and screamed. "Satoshi, open the door!" Su Chen shouted. The moment the door opened, he rushed out. Flying in the air, he squinted his eyes and saw that the intelligent war chariot was being held by a hand made of seawater. Moreover, the hand was slowly exerting force. The intelligent war chariot made creaking sounds as if it was about to collapse. The intelligent war chariot was now in its level 6 form. It could withstand the attack of a level 6 cultivator. In such a situation, the opponent's attack power had definitely exceeded level 6. It might even be stronger than level 7. Otherwise, the intelligent war chariot would not have been defeated in one blow. Once the intelligent war chariot was destroyed, none of the people in the chariot would be spared. Su Chen would not allow such a situation to happen. He quickly pulled out the enchanted divine sword. Break! Su Chen held the sword with both hands and slashed at the hand in the sea. A huge gray wind blade swept out and easily shattered the hand in the sea. Crash! Large amounts of seawater fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The intelligent war chariot also fell into the sea and smashed a huge wave. "Satoshi, are you okay?" Su Chen looked at the intelligent war chariot and asked worriedly. "Master, I've suffered quite a bit of damage. However, I have the ability to repair myself." "It's not a big problem," the intelligent war chariot replied. "Leave this place first. I'll look for you later." Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and instructed. The opponent's attack method was a little strange. Moreover, it was abnormally strong. In order to prevent damage to the intelligent war chariot, he had to let it leave this place. The intelligent war chariot was also smart. In order to prevent another sneak attack, it directly activated the invisibility function and disappeared into the sea. Su Chen was connected to the intelligent war chariot. Although he could not see it, he could clearly sense its location. After the intelligent war chariot was a few miles away, he turned around and fixed his eyes on a certain part of the sea. He said sternly, "Don't play tricks. Come out." Gurgle gurgle. On the surface of the sea not far away, the seawater started to churn violently. Immediately afterward, a huge wave surged up as if something was crawling out from the bottom of the sea. Su Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. He stood quietly in the air and waited. A few seconds later, the entire surface of the sea surged violently. A colossal creature that was over 300 meters tall emerged and stood on the surface of the sea. This gigantic creature was in the shape of a human, and its entire body was made of seawater. However, the strange thing was that its huge head did not have a nose or mouth. It only had 3 eyes, and in each eye stood a man. Why is it only level 7? Su Chen frowned slightly as he felt the aura of the other party. Initially, he thought that this colossal creature would be at least level 8. He did not expect it to only be level 7. How dare it provoke him at level 7? Was it not courting death? At the same time, the people in the intelligent war chariot were all stunned by the scene before them. The impact of this colossus, which was hundreds of meters tall, was simply too strong. In the past, the tallest creature they had seen was the Titan. However, compared to the colossal creature before them, the Titan was only a little brother. Chapter 487. Could Su Chen still be a match for such a colossus? Yang Hao and the others were worried. Even Wu Yang, who had always been confident in Su Chen, was uncertain this time. On the other side, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Which race are you from? Why did you ambush us here?" "Su Chen, you are indeed capable. No wonder you could kill Tsing Yifan from the Qing clan." A man's sneer came from the middle eye of the sea giant. He turned a deaf ear to Su Chen's question. "Since you know my strength, you still dare to ambush me. Are you not afraid of death?" Su Chen frowned slightly. Tsing Yifan should be the level 8 evolver that he had killed. With Tsing Yifan's strength, he was definitely one of the strongest level 8 evolvers. Since they knew his strength, why did they still dare to come here? Who gave them the courage? "You can kill Tsing Yifan, but you think you are a match for us? You think too highly of yourself." The man in the left eye sneered. Then the man in the right eye said, "Su Chen, let me tell you the truth. We are invincible in the sea. No matter how powerful you are, you will be buried here today." Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. "I have to say that you are indeed capable of bragging. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you dare." "Arrogant. You overestimate yourself." Frogs in a well. The 3 men were angered by Su Chen's words and shouted at the same time. Suddenly, the sea giant clenched a fist that was dozens of feet in size and smashed towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen was not afraid. His palm shone with a bright golden light as he punched. Whoosh whoosh, a loud whistling sound was heard as 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. As Su Chen punched, the 100 fist shadows landed on the sea giant's fist. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of explosions, the huge sea giant's fist was easily destroyed. "Is that all you have?" Su Chen sneered. "Secret fist technique. No wonder you are so arrogant." The man in the left eye clicked his tongue. The sea giant was a level 7 evolver. The power of this fist was enough to make a level 7 evolver retreat. On the other hand, Su Chen was only level 6, but he did not retreat. He could even easily destroy the sea giant's fist. The man in the middle eye said disdainfully, "Do you think you can show off in front of us just because you have the upper hand? Let me tell you the truth. We are not only invincible in the sea, we are also invincible. Wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, the seawater under the feet of the sea giant surged up and rushed to the right arm that was about to collapse. In the blink of an eye, an intact seawater hand appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. "Ah, brat, do you know what it means to be immortal?" The man in the right eye laughed wantonly. "Invincible? What a shameless boast." Su Chen scoffed at this. In his opinion, the sea giant's ability was similar to the body of healing. They could both heal their injuries quickly. However, it was still far from being immortal and indestructible. Invincible meant that they could not be killed. The sea giant was controlled by 3 men. As long as the 3 men were killed, the sea giant would naturally be destroyed. After figuring this out, Su Chen decided to use a thunderous method to end the battle as soon as possible. Crack. Along with the sound of bones cracking, Su Chen's body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 feet tall. At the same time, a violent aura leaked out. After using the Atlas shapeshifting skill, Su Chen's strength had increased to level 7. Chapter 488. Transformation Skill. The three men in the eyes of the sea giant exclaimed at the same time. Su Chen actually had such a powerful trump card, which was something they did not expect. With Su Chen's promotion to level 7, let alone taking him down, it was hard to say if they could even be his opponent. What should we do? Should we continue to fight with him? The man in the right eye was hesitant. Su Chen had already intimidated them greatly when he was at level 6. Now that he was at level 7, his strength had increased exponentially. He might really be able to cause fatal damage to them. What are you afraid of? In the sea we have an obvious advantage. Even if we are not his match, we can just run away. The man in the middle eye gritted his teeth and said. In fact, he was still very afraid of Su Chen. However, before they came, they had already boasted to the higher-ups of the tribe that they would definitely bring Su Chen's body back. If they ran away without fighting, it would be a disgrace. They would definitely be punished when they returned to the tribe, and their future would be very bleak. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he won't have the ability to recover so quickly like us. We can exhaust him to death. The man in the left eye said disdainfully. The sea giant could continuously use seawater to heal itself, but Su Chen did not have such an ability. As long as they could hold Su Chen back and exhaust Su Chen's strength, victory would definitely belong to them. Hearing this, the eyes of the other two men of the sea tribe suddenly lit up. The three of them looked at each other and laughed wantonly. Kill him. Suddenly, the sea giant clenched its fist again and smashed it towards Su Chen. This time, Su Chen did not choose to dodge or counterattack. He just let the fist hit him. With the ancient god-demon body, he could ignore any attack of the same level. In a situation where they were both at level 7, the fist of the sea giant could not do anything to him. The three men of the sea tribe did not know Su Chen's background. When they saw that Su Chen did not dodge, they were stunned for a moment, then they were overjoyed. Even a level 8 evolver would not dare to use his physical body to block the attack of a level 7 sea giant. Su Chen was only level 7, yet he still dared to do such a thing. It was tantamount to seeking his own death. There was a loud boom. The seawater fist smashed onto Su Chen's body and even submerged Su Chen's entire body. However, the expected scene of Su Chen being sent flying did not happen. On the other hand, when the seawater fist came into contact with Su Chen, it inexplicably collapsed. It felt like an egg hitting a rock. How could this be? Did he have an indestructible body? How could his physical body be so strong? The three men from the sea tribe were dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. Su Chen defeated the fist of the sea giant with only his physical body. His strength could only be described as incredible. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of the three of them had reached its peak. They all had the same thought, and that was to immediately flee from this place as far as they could. Run. With this thought in mind, the sea giant turned around and fled. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than the intelligent war chariot. Wanna run? Did I agree? Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Then, purple light surrounded his feet as he stomped hard. With a boom, the entire surface of the sea was trampled. Every time Su Chen took a step, there would be a huge wave under his feet. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with the sea giant. Then he swung his saber. In an instant, a terrifying icy intent swept forward. When it came into contact with the sea giant, it directly froze it. Chapter 489. Seeing the huge ice sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall on the sea, the people in the intelligent war chariot were both excited and shocked. Oh my god. Jianghu can even freeze such a big guy. He's really powerful. Jianghu is still as awesome as ever. Jianghu and the others kept exclaiming. What a powerful ice magic. How powerful is he? Shen Mingxi's eyes were fixed on Su Chen as she murmured. On the other side, as soon as Su Chen froze the sea giant, he ran the heaven-reaching hundredfold vigorous technique and punched the ice sculpture's body. There was a loud bang. The huge ice sculpture disintegrated and turned into ice shards that shot out in all directions. Senior, please have mercy. A huge ice ball fell from the sky with three men from the sea tribe wrapped in it. At this moment, the three of them were scared out of their wits and begged Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen released his mind power and pulled the ice ball closer. He asked coldly, I'll ask you one more time. Which tribe are you from? Senior, we're from the sea tribe. The three men from the sea tribe replied in unison. The sea tribe. Su Chen muttered. The sea tribe was a subordinate force of the Protoss. It was understandable that they would come here to kill him. Originally, he didn't want to eliminate the sea tribe in a hurry. He didn't expect that they would really provoke him and force him to take action. Then he asked without batting an eyelid, "Where is the realm passage of the Sea clan to this place?" "It's on Wild Island." The three men from the Sea tribe didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Su Chen was a little hesitant. He had seen Wild Island on the central control screen. It was quite far away from here. If he wanted to eliminate the Sea tribe, it would take at least a few days. "I'll let you live a little longer." Su Chen snorted coldly. In order to get the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree as soon as possible, he could only put the matter of eliminating the Sea tribe aside. Shortly after, he released the thunderstorm technique and mercilessly killed the three merfolk. After the three members of the Sea race died, 100 fragments slowly floated down from the sky. Su Chen put away Atlas Polymorph and began to pick up the fragments. Picked up Drunken Life/Death, Fragment *1, 1/100. The fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. Su Chen did not care at first, but when he heard that he needed 100 fragments, his heart skipped a beat. The name of Drunken Life seemed a little ordinary and not domineering at all, but the number of fragments was on the same level as the ancient Godfiend body. The items that required 100 fragments to exchange for were all of high quality without exception. Su Chen was naturally reluctant to exchange them for energy points. With that, he continued to pick up the shards. The remaining fragments were not worth much, so they were all exchanged for energy points. Su Chen opened the Doomsday Maul. When he saw that the energy points had reached more than 2,000, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After a while, he returned to the intelligent war chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, continue to the mysterious heavenly mainland." Yes. The intelligent war chariot accelerated. 3 days later, the terrain of the mysterious heavenly mainland appeared on the central control screen. "We're finally here." Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior, if you want to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland, you must go through the teleportation formation on Wuxia Island." At this moment, Shen Mengfei suddenly reminded him. Su Chen was a little confused and asked, "Why?" Chapter 490. The mysterious heavenly mainland is surrounded by a layer of extremely poisonous miasma all year round. No matter what profession a cultivator is in, no matter how high their cultivation base is, anyone who enters the miasma will definitely die, Shen Mengfei explained. "Not even those who are beyond level 10? Su Chen probed. He did not really believe Shen Mengfei's explanation. In his opinion, the layer of miasma was somewhat poisonous. However, it was only effective against low-level cultivators. The higher the level of a cultivator, the stronger their resistance against the miasma. Especially those who were above level 10, Su Chen even felt that they had reached the level of immortality. Ordinary means could not kill them at all, so why would they care about a mere miasma? Rumor has it that there were once beings beyond level 10 who tried to pass through the layer of miasma. However, they all disappeared without a trace in the end. Shen Mengfei observed the changes in Su Chen's expression as she spoke. After interacting with Su Chen for the past few days, she had some understanding of Su Chen. Su Chen was a person who had absolute confidence in himself. In Su Chen's eyes, there seemed to be nothing that could stop him. Shen Mengfei was worried that Su Chen would ignore the layer of miasma and force his way into the mysterious heavenly mainland. If that was the case, all of them would be doomed eternally. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes slowly narrowed. Although it was just a rumor and had not been confirmed, it should be somewhat credible since it had been passed down. "Can't we pass through it from the sky or the ground?" Su Chen asked again. "No," Shen Mengfei affirmed. Then she explained, "The layer of miasma seems to be connected to the sky and the ground. No matter where you go, you'll have to come into contact with it. You can only do that through a teleportation formation. This layer of miasma is a little strange." Su Chen vaguely felt that this layer of miasma was not as simple as it seemed. After pondering for a while, he looked at the central control screen. Then he whispered, "Satoshi, enlarge the area of the mysterious heavenly mainland that you've detected." Yes. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a dense forest appeared. Beyond the forest was a sea. Su Chen could clearly see that in the sea area connected to the forest, there was indeed a layer of black fog floating. It started from the sea surface and extended all the way up. There was no end to it at all. Seeing this, Su Chen was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a black dot flickering in the fog, but it quickly disappeared. An alien creature entered the miasma and was destroyed? Su Chen was suspicious, so he asked the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what was that black spot that appeared just now? Master, there seems to be some alien creatures hiding in the miasma, but they have a shielding function. I can only detect their existence occasionally, the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He did not doubt that what the intelligent war chariot said was false. There should be alien creatures hidden in the miasma. As for their numbers, it was unknown. Perhaps there was only one, or perhaps it would reach an unimaginable level. It seems that we can only go to Wangshu Island, Su Chen muttered with a solemn expression. He had the ancient god-fiend body, so he was not afraid of any poisonous gas or evil creatures. However, since there were alien creatures hiding in the miasma, he had to be wary. Besides, no one else could pass through the miasma. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland, he could only do as Shen Mengfei said. Satoshi, go to Wangshu Island, Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto Wangshu Island and sailed quickly. Shen Mengfei, who was next to him, let out a long sigh of relief. She wanted to see Su Chen make this decision. Chapter 491. Shen Mengfei, what are the forces on Wangshu Island? Are there any zombies and mutant beasts? On the way, Su Chen asked Shen Mengfei. Killing zombies for fragments was his main job. If there were a large number of zombies on Wangshu Island, he could kill a group of them along the way. There are a lot of zombies and mutant beasts on Wangshu Island, but they are all very strong. Moreover, the forces on Wangshu Island are mixed and have formed a tacit understanding for a long time. Once someone provokes a fight, they will be attacked by other forces. Shen Mengfei's face changed slightly as she stated the stakes. She knew very well that Su Chen must be planning to kill zombies and mutant beasts. However, there were many strong people on Wangshu Island, and a slight move would affect the whole situation. Even with Su Chen's strength facing many strong people, he would definitely not have a good time. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. The situation on Wangshu Island was similar to that of Yulin on Qinyu Island. Many forces supported each other and were in a state of balance. Once an outsider broke this balance, it was likely to arouse public anger and be attacked by a group. However, he did not take it to heart. When he was in Yulin, didn't he face the siege of many strong people? In the end, didn't he completely destroy them? Therefore, he would not let go of the zombies and mutant beasts on Wangshu Island. As for the other forces, whoever dared to provoke him would be destroyed without any room for negotiation. What other forces are on Wangshu Island? Su Chen asked calmly. Since he was determined to kill zombies and mutant beasts, he naturally had to find out the details of Wangshu Island before doing so that he could be prepared. The largest forces on Wangshu Island can be roughly divided into 7. Except for Tianwang City, which is a human force, the other forces are all aliens. Shen Mengfei said. Tell me the details. Su Chen's heart moved and he asked. There were so many aliens on Wangshu Island which he did not expect. If they were all killed, how many fragments would they drop? Those zombies are under the control of the Undead clan. The Saint Devil clan is behind the mutant beasts. Other than that, there are also the God clan, the Chimera clan, the Green Man clan, and the Rock clan. There is also the Sacred Demon tribe? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Other than the Sacred Demon tribe, he had come into contact with the other super clans and had killed many of their people. If they wanted to deal with the mutant beasts, they would have to deal with the Sacred Demon tribe. In this way, he could be considered to have offended all 5 super races. He was only a level 6 cultivator, yet he was able to go head-to-head with 5 super races at the same time. If news of this were to spread, many jaws would drop to the ground. Does that mean that there's a realm passage to the alien race on Wangshu Island? Su Chen continued to ask. No, the outsiders all came from other places, but they all have their own territories on Wangshu Island, Shen Mengfei explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. What's the level of the strongest among these forces? Every force has a level 6 cultivator in charge, Shen Mengfei replied with certainty. Only level 6? Su Chen was a little disdainful. He could kill a level 6 cultivator with just one hand. In this way, wouldn't he be an existence that could do whatever he wanted on Wangshu Island? Zombies and aliens, he could kill them all. Who could stop him? Shen Mengfei seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Senior, there's something very important that I need to remind you of. Speak. Su Chen did not mind. Once outsiders like us enter Wangshu Island, our cultivation will be suppressed by a level. Chapter 492. There's such a thing? Suchin was quite surprised and asked, why would this happen? No one knows what's going on exactly, but there's a rumor that there's a natural formation hidden on Wuxia Island that can weaken the strength of outsiders, Shen Mengfei explained. Suchin was a master who killed wherever he went. She was really worried that Suchin would start a massacre on Wuxia Island. Therefore, she had to point this out to Suchin in advance. So, those level 6 cultivators on Wuxia Island were originally level 7? Suchin rubbed his nose and asked. That's not it. As long as you enter Wuxia Island and stay for a long time, your cultivation will naturally recover to its peak state, Shen Mengfei replied truthfully. Wuxia Island is a little strange. Suchin chuckled. Even if he was suppressed by a level, he was still a level 5 cultivator. With his ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level, he was still in existence that could do whatever he wanted on Wuxia Island. Therefore he was not worried about this matter at all. Seeing that Suchin was still as calm as ever, Shen Mengfei shook her head and did not say anything else. Master, we're about to reach Wuxia Island. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Suchin narrowed his eyes and looked outside. Not far away there was a huge port. At this time, a large number of ships were coming in and out. The coast of Wuxia Island was densely packed with steep reefs. It was not impossible to cross the reefs and enter Wuxia Island, but it was very troublesome. Entering from the port, each person only needed to pay 10 ordinary energy stones. Those who could enter and leave Wuxia Island were not ordinary people. Why would they care about this little bit of energy stones? As a tycoon, Suchin did not care about this little bit of energy stones. As there were more ships coming in and out, there was a long line outside the port at this time. Suchin was not too ostentatious. He let the intelligent war chariot line up in order and followed behind a large wooden ship. After waiting for a while, seeing that it was not his turn, Suchin simply walked out of the cabin. Friend, are you going to Wuxia Island? At this moment, on the large ship in front, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a somewhat rough face asked Suchin. Suchin felt that the other party's question was nonsense. If they were not going to Wuxia Island, why were they queuing up here? However, he did not say much and only nodded slightly. Seeing this, the coarse man's expression changed. Are you selling this ship? The yacht that the intelligent war chariot had turned into looked very new and cool. He had never seen such a beautiful metal boat before, so he wanted to buy it. Not for sale. Suchin's voice was cold. If the other party wanted to buy the intelligent war chariot, it was no different from wishful thinking. Think about it again. Anyway, you're going to enter Wuxia Island, and this ship can't always follow you. The price is negotiable. The rough man didn't give up. I'm telling you one more time, I'm not selling. Don't disturb me. Suchin snorted coldly. Hearing this, the coarse man's face immediately became gloomy, and his eyes flashed with coldness. After looking at Suchin, he did not say anything. He did not speak, but a young man with a thin face beside him was a little unhappy. He raised his voice and scolded, Boy, don't be so shameless. It's your honor to buy your ship. Do you know who we are? Suchin curled his lips, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know who you are, but I know that you're a dead man. There was an explosion. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, the young man's head inexplicably exploded. Chapter 493. Originally, Suchin had wanted to keep a low profile as he had just arrived. He hadn't expected someone to provoke him. He wouldn't show mercy to people who didn't know what was good for them. This guy is so arrogant. He killed people just like that. Isn't he afraid of revenge? To be able to kill people silently, he must be a telekinesis master. So what if he's a telekinesis master? The person he killed was from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. The Yulong Chamber of Commerce is one of the top forces on Wuxia Island. This guy must be out of luck. This outsider doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think he can be unscrupulous just because he has some ability? He's still too young. The scene of Suchin killing people was witnessed by the people on the surrounding ships, and they all started discussing. At the same time, Shen Mengfei, who was in the intelligent war chariot, swallowed and sighed faintly. As expected, he kills wherever he goes. You dare to kill people from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce? The rough man was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled as he glared at Suchin. Although the Yulong Chamber of Commerce wasn't a top force, they still had a level 5 evolver holding down the fort. Even outsiders had to give them some face. He hadn't expected this young outsider to not give them any face and kill people in front of them. He simply didn't take the Yulong Chamber of Commerce seriously. How despicable. If it weren't for his fear of Su Chen's strength, he would have attacked long ago. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. If you dare to say another word, do you believe that I won't kill you too? Also, don't show off the bullsh asterisk T Yulong Chamber of Commerce. If you anger me, I'll uproot you. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar. Who gave him the courage? How can he speak so unscrupulously? This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even take the Yulong Chamber of Commerce seriously? I bet 100 energy stones that once this guy enters Wangshu Island, there won't even be a corpse left. Su Chen vividly displayed his domineering and unscrupulous side, shocking everyone. At the same time, they were looking forward to the Yulong Chamber of Commerce's people immediately attacking so that they could watch the show. The rough-looking man's face turned red and white as a raging flame of anger ignited in his chest. However, under Su Chen's forceful gaze, he didn't even dare to let out a fart and ran into the cabin with his tail between his legs. This move would definitely be criticized and mocked by the onlookers. It would be a disgrace to the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not dare to confront Su Chen head-on. If he continued to stay outside, it would be even more embarrassing. He might as well hide and leave the heart of the storm. Of course, after this incident, his hatred for Su Chen grew even stronger. He also decided to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible so that the Chamber of Commerce could send experts to kill Su Chen. What a piece of trash. Seeing the rough man run away with his tail between his legs, Su Chen snorted and returned to the cabin. The surrounding onlookers had nothing to watch, so they stopped paying attention. Senior, the Yulong Chamber of Commerce has a level 5 evolver. In addition, they have a good relationship with the other major forces. Shen Mengfei immediately explained the situation of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce to Su Chen. In other words, she was reminding Su Chen to be careful when entering Wangshu Island. Su Chen scoffed at this. On this trip to Wangshu Island, in addition to entering the Shantian continent through the teleportation formation, he was also prepared to eliminate all the major forces of the other tribe. What was a mere Yulong Chamber of Commerce? If they dared to provoke him, he would eliminate them all. All right, I understand. Su Chen said perfunctorily. He sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 494. Jianghu, it's our turn. More than half an hour later, the ships in front of the intelligent war chariot had finished their inspection and left the port. Jianghu reminded Su Chen. Su Chen opened his eyes and saw several armored soldiers on the dock. He motioned for the intelligent war chariot to go over for inspection. Satoshi, let's go. Su Chen ordered and stood up. When they approached the dock, Su Chen led everyone off the ship. At this time, the intelligent war chariot also changed back into a war chariot. Oh my god. This guy's ship can turn into a MCV. It's amazing. No wonder this guy refused to sell it. Nonsense, only a fool would sell such a good thing. The transformation of the intelligent war chariot immediately surprised the onlookers. Su Chen also knew that the intelligent war chariot's transformation in front of everyone would definitely attract the attention of some jealous people. However, he didn't care at all. If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, they wouldn't be far from death. Not far away, an abnormally strong man in black armor saw this scene. His eyes rolled and he walked straight towards Su Chen. How many energy stones do I need to pay in total? Su Chen asked the soldier. The soldier glanced at him and said, there are 10 of you in total and each of you has to pay 10 energy stones. The MCV is 100 energy stones. Su Chen nodded slightly, took out 110 ordinary energy stones, and handed them to the soldier. Just as he was about to take everyone to the MCV and leave, the strong man who came over suddenly scolded, boy, your energy stones are wrong. 110 is wrong? Su Chen rubbed his nose. He counted the energy stones with his mental strength, and the number was absolutely correct. Why did the other party say that? Was he here to pick a fight? I'm not talking about the quantity but the level. If you wish to enter Prosperous Dawn Island, you need to pay level 1 energy stones, not common energy stones, the robust man sneered. He then gave the soldier a meaningful glance. The soldier immediately understood and shouted at Su Chen, kid, you actually dared to use ordinary energy stones to fool me. Are you tired of living? Hearing this, the surrounding onlookers immediately whispered to each other. What's going on? Didn't they always use ordinary energy stones to enter and exit Prosperous Dawn Island? When will it be changed to level 1 energy stones? Are you stupid? Would Lin Hu care about a few energy stones? He must have taken a fancy to that MCV. But the owner of the MCV is a spirit reader master. Lin Hu still dares to snatch it? There are also strong and weak spirit reader masters. That guy is so young and is at most a level 3 spirit reader master. Moreover, he will be suppressed by a level after entering Wangshu Island. How can he be Lin Hu's opponent? That's right, Lin Hu is a level 4 evolver. That guy is definitely not his match. Just as everyone had guessed, the robust man Lin Hu was indeed planning to snatch the intelligent chariot. Previously, he had heard about the conflict between Su Qin and the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. In his opinion, once Su Qin and the others entered Prosperous Dawn Island, they would suffer the crazy revenge of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. At that time, the intelligent chariot would fall into the hands of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. Since it would be snatched away sooner or later, why not snatch it away first? When did Prosperous Dawn Island change the charging standard? Are you deliberately blackmailing us? Shen Mingfei argued. She had been in and out of Prosperous Dawn Island and was clear about the charging standard. Chapter 495. What if I don't hand it over? Su Qin gradually narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lin Hu looked at Su Qin and said with a fake smile, "If you can't hand over the energy stones, then get out of here. Also, since you wasted so much of our time, we will also confiscate your MCV." Jianghu, this guy is too much. Let me teach him a lesson. Shi Dainyu was a little angry. Yang Hao and Chao Ran also took out their weapons, eager to fight. You dare to behave atrociously on Wangshu Island? Lin Hu squinted his eyes and glanced at Shi Dainyu and the other two, disdainfully snorting. The armored soldiers, who were originally scattered around, gathered together. Their number reached more than 100, and they surrounded Su Qin and the others. Su Qin signaled Shi Dainyu and the other two to calm down. He glanced at Lin Hu and said with a smile, "So, you are going to rob us?" Sensing the provocation in Su Qin's eyes, Lin Hu's face became gloomy, and he threatened in a low voice, "Boy, don't be ungrateful. Grandpa has taken a fancy to this MCV. You have to hand it over even if you don't want to. If that's the case, then you can die." Su Qin curled his lips and punched out without warning. "How dare you?" Seeing that Su Qin dared to take the initiative to attack, Lin Hu flew into a rage and punched at Su Qin. The next moment, the two fists violently collided and there was a loud bang. Lin Hu's whole body was blown to pieces by Su Qin's punch. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding people gasped. Then it fell into a strange silence. Everyone's face was filled with inexplicable horror, and their hearts were set off by stormy waves. It must be known that Lin Hu was a true level 4 evolver, yet he was beaten to a pulp by this young man in front of him. What level was this young man at? He was at least a level 5 evolver. Moreover, when he thought about how he would be suppressed by a level after entering Wangshu Island, it meant that this young man was a level 6 evolver. What kind of concept was a level 6 evolver? The strongest person among the 7 top forces on Wangshu Island was only at level 6. The young man in front of him was an existence that was on par with those top experts. No wonder this guy doesn't care about the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. He's not pretending or being stupid. He's really fearless. At this time, someone recalled the conflict between Su Qin and the Yulong Chamber of Commerce and couldn't help but sigh. Master Lin is dead. The armored soldiers surrounding Su Qin and the others were all inexplicably terrified and retreated one after another. The scene of Su Qin blowing up Lin Hu with a single punch had an unprecedented psychological impact on them. Facing a terrifying existence like Su Qin, they instinctively became timid. Su Qin's gaze swept over and finally landed on the armored soldier who had shouted at him. The soldier immediately felt his entire body turn cold. After shivering, he knelt on the ground with a plop, and kept kowtowing. He loudly begged for mercy. "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life." Seeing that this guy saw the opportunity so quickly, Su Qin didn't want to argue with an ant. He coldly said, "Slap yourself 100 times. "Thank you, senior." The armored soldier was overjoyed. He climbed up and slapped himself. Slap, slap, slap. For a moment, the entire dock echoed with the crisp sound of slapping. As if worried that Su Qin wouldn't be satisfied, the armored soldier slapped himself very hard. After a few slaps, his entire face swelled up, looking like a pig's head. Chapter 496. Get in the car. Suchen called out. When everyone got into the car and was about to leave, a large group of soldiers in golden armor suddenly appeared in front of them. There were about 100 of them. Master, they are from the mutated tribe, the intelligent war chariot reminded. Oh. Suchen's eyes flashed. He had planned to destroy the mutated tribe, but he did not expect them to come knocking on his door. Senior, they are from the Yufeng guards of the Protoss, Shen Mengfei said with a slight change in her expression. The Yufeng guards of the Protoss did not have many people, but they were very strong. Every member was a cultivator above level 2, and their captain Yen Quan was a level 5 spirit reader. Since they are from the Protoss, then kill them all. Suchen rubbed his nose and walked out of the car with a relaxed expression. A few days ago he had just killed a genius disciple of the Protoss, and it could be said that he had formed a blood feud with the Protoss that could not be resolved. Killing one Protoss was killing, and killing 100 was also killing. Since he had encountered them this time, he naturally would not let go of the chance to drop the fragment. Shen Mengfei sighed helplessly. If he continues to kill like this, the other forces will definitely not let him go. Is he really not afraid at all? Yang Hao and the rest were unusually excited, and they followed closely behind Suchen. When everyone got out of the car, a middle-aged man in his 30s with an extraordinary temperament walked out of the Yufeng guards. The man glanced at Suchen and shouted, "Are you the ones who are killing people here? Do you know that this is the territory of the Protoss?" Suchen was slightly stunned. The soldiers guarding here were clearly human. How did it become the territory of the Protoss? Could it be that these human soldiers were all affiliated with the Protoss? Senior, this is indeed the territory of the Protoss, and these human soldiers have also submitted to the Protoss, Shen Mengfei explained when she saw that Suchen was a little confused. Hearing this, Suchen shook his head and sighed. It is an indisputable fact that humans are weak. They were in their own territory, but they were under the jurisdiction of the outsiders, and they had to look at the outsiders' faces. Moreover, this situation did not only exist on Wangshu Island. It was probably the case across the entire mysterious heavenly mainland. This was the tragedy of the human race. Taking a deep breath, Suchen looked at the god race man and said coldly, "This is clearly the human race's mainland. When did it become your god race's territory?" Ha! The god clan man laughed wildly. Then he looked at Suchen as if he was looking at a fool and said sarcastically, "Boy, in this world, the strong are respected. You humans are so weak. You deserve to be bullied by us." "You're right. The weak do not have the right to choose." Suchen nodded slightly and then said sternly, "However, as long as I'm here, I'll drive all of you bastards out of the human continent. I'll kill anyone who refuses to comply." These words could be said to be domineering and revealed unparalleled confidence, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. After a long time, intense discussions broke out all around. *CK. I've never seen such an arrogant person, but it's really King satisfying. How dare he be so arrogant in front of the Protoss? Does this guy want to die? Don't forget that he's a level 6 evolved being. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he's still level 5. He's qualified to be arrogant. But is the Protoss easy to deal with? There are countless powerhouses in the Protoss. How can a level 6 evolved being compare to them? This guy is so arrogant as soon as he came here. He's crazy when he meets the Protoss. Chapter 497. The male god regained his senses and sized up Suchen once again. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Kid, your shameless boasting has successfully infuriated me. If you kneel at my feet now, I'll consider leaving your corpse intact." How could the dignity of the gods be insulted so easily? Not only did Suchen look down on the gods, he even declared that he would suppress all the other races. He was so arrogant to the point of insanity. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would lose the dignity of the gods. Suchen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. "You think you can kill me with just a piece of trash like you? I'll give you a chance to. Kneel and break one of your arms and I'll consider giving you a quick death." "You're courting death." The male god could no longer tolerate Suchen's provocative words. He immediately released his mental strength and swept it towards Suchen. Level 5 mental strength. You're quite capable. To prevent Wu Yang and the rest from getting hurt, Suchen also released his mental strength. Although his cultivation level was suppressed to level 5, his mental strength was slightly higher than level 6 after consuming the essence fruit. After the two violent mental strengths collided, the void vibrated and distorted irregularly. However, this phenomenon disappeared very quickly. The reason was that the male god's mental strength was completely crushed. Level 6 mental strength. How is this possible? The male god was dumbfounded and exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, he was suddenly attacked by an invisible force from all directions. He lost the ability to resist and became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Get over here. Su Chen controlled his mental strength and pulled the male god in front of him. Kid, I advise you to let me go quickly. If you dare to harm me, the gods will not let you off. The god clan man was terrified and he screamed in terror. I even dared to kill the son of the imperial god king. You're nothing. Su Chen snorted coldly and gave Chao Ran a look. The god race male in front of him clearly hadn't understood the situation. He still dared to make threats at this point. Su Chen didn't just let him die easily. Did you kill Jinsu? The god race clansman's expression froze. He was almost scared out of his wits. The matter of Jinsu being killed recently spread like wildfire in the divine race. It was rumored that the imperial god king was enraged and sent out many experts to hunt them down. But without exception, all of them died in the hands of the murderer. Among them was a level 8 evolver from the Symbol tribe and 3 level 7 evolvers from the Sea tribe. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the murderer was. But this young man in front of him actually admitted that he was Jinsu's murderer. This made the god race man extremely shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. Just as the god race man was at a loss of what to do, Chao Ran understood Su Chen's intention and controlled the netherworld dagger, to stab at the god race man's eyes. Puchi. Puchi. 2 bloody holes appeared in the god race man's eyes. Bright red blood flowed out of them. Ah! The god race man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Noisy! Su Chen snorted and raised his hand to smash the god race man's head. Suddenly, the shining fragments appeared in front of him. There were more than 100 of them. Killing foreign tribesmen is still the best. Su Chen sighed with emotion. Then he turned his gaze to the rest of the Protoss, but the corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc. Chapter 498. The captain is dead. Witnessing the tragic death of the Protoss in front of their eyes, a feeling of fear spread among the Yufeng guards. However, this feeling did not last long. They turned their grief into anger and attacked Su Chen together. Avenge the captain. Kill this human. Most of the members of the Yufeng guards were spirit reader masters, and only a few were evolvers. They were divided into 2 groups. The spirit reader masters gathered together to release their spirit powers, while the evolvers rushed towards Su Chen. Suddenly, more than 80 spirit powers gathered together like a large net, covering Su Chen in the air. Even the light of a grain of rice could shine. Su Chen looked calm, allowing the opponent's spirit powers to pour down. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The large net formed by spirit powers broke apart inch by inch when it touched Su Chen. It was not even qualified to tickle Su Chen. How is this possible? How can he ignore our spirit powers? Is he still human? Witnessing this scene, the members of the Yufeng guards were dumbfounded, and a deep layer of fear filled their eyes. Su Chen's strength was completely beyond their imagination, causing a strong psychological impact. Su Chen stood there and let them kill him, but they could not kill him. How could they fight this battle? Run. The members of the Yufeng guards looked at each other and turned to flee. Wanna run? Su Chen curled his lips, and a touch of sarcasm appeared as he raised his hand and punched. In an instant, the air was covered by a shadow of a fist. Accompanied by a whistling sound, there were bursts of bone shattering and screams on the ground. When the shadow of the fist dissipated, the members of the Yufeng guards were all turned into piles of meat paste, dying in an extremely miserable manner. Oh my god. He's too strong. He's a dual-profession cultivator. And he's reached level 6. When did we humans have such a terrifying existence? The surroundings were in an uproar and all the onlookers could not stay calm. The eyes that looked at Su Chen were filled with admiration and reverence. The remaining dozen evolvers stood rooted to the ground, their hearts in turmoil. They didn't know whether to continue attacking Su Chen or not, or flee immediately. However, it seemed that no matter what he chose, he would not be able to escape death. Leave no one alive. Su Chen winked at Yang Hao and the others. Kill. Yang Hao and the others had been holding back for a long time. They roared and charged forward. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian followed suit. More than a dozen evolvers from the divine race were easily killed on the spot amidst miserable screams. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After killing 100 god clansmen, he got more than 200 fragments, which put him in a good mood. After a while, he picked up the shards under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The surrounding onlookers saw Su Qin grabbing at the air from time to time and felt that it was very strange. However, due to Su Qin's powerful strength, no one dared to say anything. Half an hour later, Su Qin picked up the fragments, returned to the intelligent war chariot, and left. Shenmeng Fei, where's the lair of the divine race? After the intelligent war chariot left the dock, Su Qin asked Shenmeng Fei. Since he had a conflict with the divine race, he decided to completely eradicate the divine race's forces on Wangshu Island. Senior, the divine race's lair is at Dongxian Mountain. It's almost 1,000 miles away from here. Shenmeng Fei replied and then reminded, Senior, if you're in a hurry to go to the mysterious heavenly mainland, I suggest you make a trip to Tianwang City first. Chapter 499. Why do you want to go to Tianwang City? Su Qin was puzzled. Shenmeng Fei explained, Senior, the teleportation portal to the mysterious heavenly mainland is set up in Tianwang City. The opening time of the portal is not fixed. Sometimes it opens once a year. Sometimes it opens for a few months. If we miss the opening time, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. There's such a thing? Su Qin was surprised. He ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto Tianwang City. Let's go there first. There were priorities. After all, finding the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree was the most important thing at the moment. If the teleportation portal still needed some time to open, it would not be too late to hunt down the mutated tribesmen. If the portal was about to open, they would have to go to the mysterious heavenly mainland first. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto Tianwang City and sped forward. It would take at least a few days to reach Tianwang City from here. Since he had nothing to do, Su Qin shifted his gaze to the central control screen. If he encountered any mutated tribesmen or zombies along the way, he could kill them along the way. Very soon, Su Qin discovered that a black dot and a dozen blue dots appeared in a place dozens of miles ahead. Both parties were in a state of pursuit. From time to time, the blue dots would disappear from the screen. This situation must be caused by the mutated tribesmen hunting humans. Since they were on the way, Su Qin planned to kill them along the way. Hence, he whispered, Satoshi, go after them. Rumble. The intelligent war chariot increased its speed to the maximum and sped forward. A few minutes later, a green-skinned mutated tribesman appeared in front of them. At this moment, the mutated tribesman was sitting leisurely on a rock with a mocking look on his face. At his feet, a human girl was kneeling on the ground. She was trembling as she begged the mutated tribesman for mercy. As for the other humans, they had all been killed by the mutated tribesman. Do you know which tribe he is from? Su Qin looked at Shenmeng Fei and asked. This was the first time he had seen a mutated tribesman with such an appearance. He could not help but be interested. Senior, he's from the Green Mang tribe, Shenmeng Fei quickly replied. Is this the territory of the Green Mang tribe? Su Qin asked softly. Shenmeng Fei shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Seeing this, Su Qin narrowed his eyes. Previously, on the central control screen, he discovered that there was a relatively large city nearby. It was called Yingxing City and it was filled with humans. If that was the case, then this place should belong to the humans. Why would they allow a green mang to run amok here? Could it be that he was very strong? Humans do not dare to provoke them. Thinking of this, Su Qin asked the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what's the cultivation of this green mang? The intelligent war chariot immediately replied, he is a level 2 evolver and a level 2 wood element psychic. His cultivation base is so low? Su Qin was puzzled. How dare he act so wantonly under the eyes of humans with such a weak cultivation? And no one dared to interfere? It was too strange. When the intelligent war chariot arrived in front of the Green Mang tribe, Su Qin and the others slowly got off the chariot. Oh my, there are humans coming to me. This is so fun. Seeing Su Qin and the others appear in front of him, the Green Mang tribe was not afraid. Instead, he was unusually excited. Then he kicked the human girl and said sternly, Run or I'll kill you now. The human girl was so scared that she turned around and ran. When she was more than 10 meters away, A cruel smile appeared on the Green Mang tribe's face. With a flick of his finger, a green beam of light shot toward the human woman's back. At this moment, a gray wind blade whistled through the air and easily destroyed the green light. Chapter 500. There's a wind-type magician among you? Interesting, this is really interesting. The Green Mang tribesman did not seem to care that his wood-type technique had been defeated, nor did he seem to be afraid of Su Chen and the rest. At this moment he was laughing loudly. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? A complete idiot. Doesn't he know that we're here to kill him? Yang Hao and the rest looked at each other, not knowing what the Green Mang tribesman was up to. Su Chen sized up the Green Mang tribesman curiously and said calmly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "I Chui Mu have never known what fear is since I was young." The Green Mang tribesman, Chui Mu, sneered presumptuously and stared at Su Chen. His eyes were full of disdain as he said sarcastically, "I know that you're stronger than me, but so what? Do you dare to kill me? Do you think you can kill me?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of Yang Hao and the rest became very strange. Chui Mu was only a level 2 cultivator. Any one of them could kill him. Who gave him the courage to boast so shamelessly? Su Chen was also shocked. Chui Mu's arrogance seemed to be no less than his. However, he was relying on his unparalleled strength. What right did Chui Mu have to be so arrogant? If that's the case, then I'd like to see what you're capable of. Su Chen was instantly interested and released his mental energy to sweep towards Chui Mu. "Ah, you finally made your move. That's great." Feeling a huge invisible force coming towards him, Chui Mu became more and more excited. Just as the mental energy touched Chui Mu, suddenly, a loud sound rang out from his body. Immediately after, a bright green light gathered and after condensing, it turned into a 2-meter-tall green skeleton. As soon as the green skeleton appeared, it pushed its hands outwards, and a huge force shot out from it, tearing apart the spiritual power that was entwining around it. A level 6 puppet. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Although the spirit he had just released was not at its peak, it was still at level 5. However, it was defeated by the green skeleton in one hit. It was obvious that the green skeleton had definitely reached level 6. Puppets of such a high level were rarely seen. "Ah, human, are you in despair?" Chui Mu's face was filled with complacency, and then he said in a mocking tone, "If you know what's good for you, then immediately kneel at my feet and break your own arms. Perhaps then I might consider not torturing you." "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Su Chen rubbed his nose and immediately released his mental strength to envelop the green skeleton. "Master, I've been bound by a powerful spiritual force." Even though Su Chen's spiritual power was suppressed by a level, the spiritual power he released at full strength still exceeded the level of level 6. The green skeleton noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly reminded Chui Mu. "What?" Chui Mu was inexplicably terrified, and his expression was so unsightly that it was as if he had eaten shit. On Wangshu Island, the strongest person was only level 6. He only dared to kill humans without restraint because of the protection of the level 6 skeleton puppet. He never thought that he would encounter a human powerhouse that surpassed level 6 here. At this moment, he clearly understood what he was about to face, and his heart jumped to his throat. However, he did not want to die, so he loudly begged Su Chen for mercy. "Senior, let me go this time. My father is the city lord of Kai Origin City and is also a level 6 evolved being. As long as you let me go this time, I will definitely give you a generous gift." Su Chen curled his lips. "I won't let any of you Green Mang people go. How can I let you live alone?" After saying that, he winked at Yang Hao and the other two and warned, "I'll leave this guy to you. Remember, don't let him die too easily." Since Chui Mu liked to torture and kill humans so much, he would let Chui Mu have a taste of being tortured and killed himself. Chapter 501. Yang Hao and the other two were like 3 ferocious beasts. They rushed up to Chui Mu and pinned him to the ground. One dug out his eyeballs, one smashed his legs, and the other broke his arms. The division of labor was clear and ruthless. Chui Mu screamed in agony. It was a fate worse than death. They did not stop until Chui Mu was on his last breath. At this time, Su Chen stepped forward and stomped on his head, ending his evil life. After killing Chui Mu, Su Chen turned to smash the green skeleton with a punch. The green skeleton was a level 6 puppet. It was equipped with several level 6 energy stones. Su Chen happily took the level 6 energy stones and picked up a few fragments. Just as he was about to leave, 4 or 5 minibuses came from the direction of Yingxing City. In the blink of an eye they were in front of Su Chen and the others. Soon, dozens of people came down from the minibuses. When they saw Cui Mu's body on the ground, their faces turned ugly. One of them, an old man with gravel eyes and a stooped body, glanced at Su Chen and the others and roared fiercely, "Did you kill him?" Su Chen was a little confused. He had killed an alien, which was equivalent to helping the humans. Why did the old man look like he hated him so much? It was as if he had not killed an alien but his own son. "I killed him. Is there a problem?" Su Chen did not understand, so he simply replied, "There is a big problem. Do you know who he is? Is he someone you can kill?" The stooped old man stared at Su Chen as if he wanted to eat him. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Since I've killed him, what do you want?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently. The stooped old man's face was cold. He snorted and said, "Since you have made such a big mess, of course I have to capture you to apologize to the Green Meng tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the men behind him rushed towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he instantly released his mind power. With a series of loud bangs, the heads of the humans who had rushed up exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, apart from the hunchbacked old man, all of his subordinates had become headless corpses. "What's going on?" Looking at the terrifying and strange scene before him, the hunchbacked old man's eyes widened. His mind buzzed and he seemed to have been petrified. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was actually a powerful spirit reader master. When he thought about how he had threatened to capture such a terrifying existence, his heart turned cold. "Do you still want to capture me now?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the hunched old man as he mocked. The hunchbacked old man came back to his senses and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Then he knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I was wrong. I failed to recognize Mount Tai." Su Chen's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "I'm curious. I killed the foreign tribesman. Why are you helping the foreign tribesmen to capture us?" Under Su Chen's intense gaze, the hunchbacked old man confessed honestly, "Cui Mu is not an ordinary person. He is the son of Cui Hao from the Green Glow tribe. His death involves too many people. If we don't give an explanation, Yingxing City will definitely suffer from their revenge." "Hee," Su Chen sneered and said sarcastically, "In order to please the foreign tribesmen you actually captured your own people. You are not worthy to be called humans. You are no different from animals." The hunchbacked old man lowered his head and was speechless. Over the years, in order to please the Green Glow tribe, they had betrayed many of their own people for Cui Mu to torture and kill. Although they were not affiliated with the Green Glow tribe on the surface, they had secretly become the Green Glow tribe's lackeys. However, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they did not think that it was wrong to do so in order to survive. Chapter 502. How do you know that Cui Mu is dead? Su Chen continued to ask. When he killed Cui Mu no one saw it. How did the hunchbacked old man and the others know? And they had rushed over as soon as they could. This made Su Chen deeply puzzled. There is a sensor stone in Yingxing City that can sense Cui Mu's movements. And once Cui Mu is in danger, the sensor stone will give a warning. The hunchbacked old man did not dare to hide anything and explained in detail. Su Chen shook his head and said sarcastically, "So, not only do you harm your own people but you are also responsible for the safety of the aliens?" The humans of Yingxing City did not know how to be self-reliant. Instead they chose to live like this. It was ridiculous and sad. The hunchbacked old man did not speak, but his expression showed that he admitted it. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, Su Chen smashed the hunchbacked old man's head with a punch. Then he and the others got into the car and left. As for the people of Yingxing City, he did not intend to kill them. For one thing, he did not want to waste time. For another, there were too many of such people in the apocalypse. It was impossible to kill all of them. After the intelligent war chariot drove for half a day, a MCV came from the front. At first, Su Chen did not care, but when he saw the logo of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce hanging on the MCV, he simply stopped the intelligent war chariot. He guessed that it was most likely the rugged man from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce who had brought people to cause trouble. A few minutes later, the MCV of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce arrived. When the car door opened, two men walked out. One of them was the rugged man, and the other was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a short stature. You brought only one person to cause trouble? Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked straight out of the car. My lord, this is the brat who killed our men from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. The rugged man pointed at Su Chen and reported respectfully to the short man. The short man looked at Su Chen and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Xing, a guest of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen was stunned. Why was the other party being so polite? Could it be that he wasn't here to cause trouble? What is the purpose of your visit? You aren't here to joke with me, right? Su Chen curled his lips and said indifferently. Meng Xing put away his smile and said seriously, my goal is simple. I want to kill you. The people of the intelligent war chariot were a little indignant. They looked at Meng Xing with eyes full of sarcasm. Is this guy crazy? You still want to kill Jianghu? There are too many self-righteous people on Wuxia Island. Every time one of them pops out, they look like they're awesome. Now, I seriously suspect that the idiots on Wuxia Island have already started reproducing. Yang Hao and the other two gathered together and discussed. Su Chen did not get angry. He smiled and said, you must be the level 5 evolver from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce, right? Are you that confident in yourself? Brat, don't be so King arrogant. In front of our Lord Meng, you're nothing. Meng Xing did not speak, but the rugged man next to him pointed at Su Chen's nose and shouted. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to kill the rugged man, Meng Xing suddenly attacked. However, Meng Xing took the initiative to attack without any warning. He smashed the boorish man's head with his palm. Seeing this, Su Chen was stunned. Yang Hao and the others were also a little dumbfounded. Meng Xing even killed his own people. His style of doing things was too strange. Chapter 503. You deserve to die for being so presumptuous in front of a true powerhouse. Meng Xing spat at the corpse of the burly man and turned to look at Su Chen. I've already gotten rid of the fly for you. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind, but if you want to kill me, it's impossible. Su Chen said faintly. Meng Xing's way of doing things was a little confusing. He was now a little suspicious that Meng Xing was a hothead. After all, he had killed a level 5 telekinesis master of the Protoss on the dock. His powerful strength had shocked everyone present. Meng Xing did not even understand the situation, yet he dared to kill him alone. Wasn't he looking for death? As a level 5 dual profession cultivator, you do have the right to say such things. Meng Xing smiled and then said arrogantly, but it's still not enough in front of me. On Wuxia Island, I'm invincible. No one can be my opponent. Su Chen opened his mouth slightly, and his expression was a little sluggish. Meng Xing's pretentiousness caught him off guard. A level 5 evolver was invincible on Wuxia Island? Did he think those level 6 cultivators were just decorations? I know you don't believe it, but you will soon see my strength. Don't be too surprised and don't beg for mercy because no one who fights with me can survive. A wicked smile appeared on Meng Xing's face. If that's the case, then let me see just how strong you are. Su Chen clicked his tongue and did not intend to let Meng Xing continue to pretend. After saying that, he rushed in front of Meng Ping and raised his hand to punch him. He did not use all his strength in this punch. He wanted to test the waters. Come on. Meng Xing shouted excitedly and also clenched his fist to punch Su Chen. There was a muffled bang. The two fists collided fiercely. Su Chen suddenly felt a violent force far beyond that of a level 5 evolver coming toward him. Realizing that something was wrong, he instantly used the heaven-reaching hundredfold vigor technique to break down the force. At the same time, he punched Meng Xing more than 10 meters away. After Meng Xing fell heavily to the ground, his face changed ferociously. Then he quickly got up and returned to his original place. He shouted at Su Chen, "Boy, why is your strength so great?" Seeing that Meng Xing was not injured in the slightest, Su Chen's expression turned cold. He asked in return, "Why is your strength far beyond your peers? Also, why is your physical body so strong?" How powerful was the punch made by using the heaven-reaching hundredfold vigorous technique? Even a level 6 evolver would be seriously injured if they were hit by this punch. Meng Xing was clearly only level 5. Not only was he able to withstand it, but he was also unharmed. This was too unbelievable. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. Meng Xing grinned and quickly retreated. After increasing the distance between him and Su Chen, He raised his hand and shot a 5-colored thunderball directly toward Su Chen. Thunderstorm spell. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Meng Sheng to be a psychic sorcerer. Moreover, this 5-colored thunderball contained a terrifying wave of thunder and lightning that was definitely beyond a level 6 spell. It made his heart palpitate. Su Chen did not hesitate at all. He took out the enchanted sword and swept it out. In an instant, a blue torrent rushed toward the front seats. The blue torrent and the 5-colored thunderball collided with each other, making an earth-shattering sound of thunder. In the end, both were destroyed. You are also a psychic sorcerer. Meng Sheng's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief and shock. Chapter 504. Aren't you also a Dharma psychic? What's there to be surprised about? Su Chen rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. Meng Sheng gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly, "You're actually a holistic cultivator. How did you do it?" He was both an evolver and a Dharma psychic, and his level was very high. Originally, he thought that he was definitely considered a top genius in this world. However, Su Chen's appearance was a huge blow to him. "You don't have to worry about how I did it." Su Chen curled his lips and chuckled. "I've experienced your means. Now it's time for you to see my true strength." "You still have a trump card?" Meng Sheng was shocked. The strength Su Chen had shown before was already very strong. Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? Then how strong was his true strength? How could he know that what Su Chen had shown was just the tip of the iceberg? He had not used his real killing move yet. Su Chen did not waste his breath. As his palm glowed with a golden light, he raised his hand and punched out. Whoosh whoosh, the shrill wind of the fist whistled continuously. Suddenly, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. They joined together like a mountain of gold and smashed down on Meng Sheng's head. Secret fist technique. Meng Sheng's face turned extremely ugly when he felt the hundreds of fierce fist shadows coming at him. However, he did not sit still and wait for his death. As the golden fist shadows smashed down, a broken black armor suddenly appeared on his body. Although the appearance of the black armor was somewhat poor, it exuded an unparalleled aura of majesty. It made people involuntarily feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Su Chen did not know why he had such an illusion. He did not think much about it and smashed down with his fist. Bang bang bang, Meng Sheng's figure was quickly drowned in a series of explosions. When the golden fist shadows dissipated, Meng Sheng was seen lying in a deep pit, looking very miserable. However, Su Chen noticed that Meng Sheng's life force did not show any signs of falling. This also meant that the Pegasus Meteor Fist did not cause any substantial damage to Meng Sheng. This guy's defense is so strong. Su Chen was slightly moved. In the past, when he used the Pegasus Meteor Fist, it was always successful. Almost no opponents could withstand it. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. It was the first time Su Chen met someone who was unharmed like Meng Sheng. At this moment, Meng Sheng suddenly jumped out of the pit and patted his body. Then, he looked at Su Chen and said sarcastically, "Your trump card doesn't seem to work on me." *CK. This guy can really take a beating. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to show off in front of Brother Qin. T. Yang Hao and others were shocked to see that Meng Sheng was unharmed. This guy is probably the strongest opponent Su Chen has ever met. Wu Yang sighed. Since Su Chen's debut, he had met tens of thousands of opponents, but very few could withstand one or two moves from Su Chen. The reason was that Su Chen was too strong. He usually killed his opponents in seconds. Meng Sheng and Su Chen were at the same level, but he could hold on for so long without being defeated, which really made him feel incredible. On the other side, Su Chen rubbed his nose and narrowed his eyes. He stared at Meng Sheng and said in a low voice, "None of the people I want to kill has survived. You're no exception." Chapter 505. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet. His figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Meng Sheng. What a fast speed! Meng Sheng's eyelids twitched. Su Chen's speed was so fast that it gave him the feeling that it was beyond the level of a level 6 evolver. It was the first time he had seen someone like that. However, he did not care too much about it. The broken black armor he was wearing had an extremely strong defense. Even a cultivator who was a level higher than him would not be able to hurt him. Among those of the same level, he was basically immortal. So what if Su Qian was fast? The final deciding factor was the attack. If Su Qian could not break through his defense, he would not be able to defeat him. However, at this moment, Su Qian released his mind power and trapped Meng Sheng. At the same time, a black sword appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Meng Sheng. Rumble. After a violent tremor in the void, a space crack appeared in front of Meng Sheng. At the same time, a black vortex emerged from it. What the hell is this? Meng Ping's eyes widened as he shouted in shock. The black vortex exuded a destructive killing intent. It made him realize that if he did not dodge in time, he would be completely killed. Meng Sheng's heart was filled with a deep fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape from this place. However, the mind power released by Su Qian was beyond the level of a level 6 evolver. He could not break free for a while. He could only watch as the black and blue vortex enveloped him. Creak. Creak. The black armor on Meng Sheng's body was slowly cut open amidst a teeth-numbing grinding sound. Without the protection of the black armor, the flesh on his body was easily torn apart. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was badly mutilated. Ah! Meng Sheng let out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Qian was not moved. He controlled the Chaos Skysplitter sword and was about to give Meng Sheng a fatal blow. Suddenly, a strong communication signal from the longevity fruit tree came from the plant dimension on his wrist. Oh! Su Qian raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing. He opened the planting space and communicated with the longevity fruit tree immediately. Xiaoshu, what's the matter? Master, I can sense the aura of the 5 thunder fruit, the strength fruit and the sturdy fruit, the longevity fruit hurriedly replied. Hiss. Su Qian took a deep breath and his expression suddenly changed. He had never heard of the 5 thunder fruit and the sturdy fruit, but he had heard about the fruit of strength from the longevity fruit tree. Consuming the fruit of strength could increase one's strength. Its value was not below the fruit of essence. In the demon plant continent, it was also a sacred object. Xiaoshu, where did you sense it? Su Qian asked anxiously. Things like demonic plants and sacred objects were things that could only be encountered by chance. Since he had encountered one, he would definitely not miss it. Master, I can sense the aura of these 3 fruits on that human, the longevity fruit tree quickly replied. Meng Sheng. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Meng Sheng and put away the Chaos Skysplitter sword. The moment he put away the Chaos Skysplitter sword, the black vortex that shrouded Meng Sheng disappeared. At this time, although Meng Sheng was not dead, he was very weak and looked extremely miserable. Half of his body was badly mutilated, and in some places white bones could be seen, which gave people a creepy feeling. Su Qian glanced at him and ignored him. He turned to the longevity fruit tree and asked, Xiaoshu, what are the 5 thunder fruit and the sturdy fruit? Chapter 506. The 5 thunder fruit is a fruit that contains 5 thunder properties. No matter who consumes it, they will become a thunder sorcerer in a very short time. Moreover, they will be able to release the 5 thunder magic art, and its power will far surpass that of their peers. The sturdy fruit is a fruit that can improve one's physical strength. After consuming it, one's physique will be greatly improved. Correspondingly, one's physical strength will far surpass that of his peers, the longevity fruit tree explained in one breath. Hearing this, Su Qian was so excited that his breathing almost stopped. The 5 thunder fruit and the sturdy fruit were undoubtedly treasures. In his opinion, their effects were far greater than the power fruit. That was because he had the heaven-reaching 100-fold vigorous force technique. In terms of strength, he was almost invincible. If he continued to improve, it would not be very meaningful. However, the 5 thunder fruit and the sturdy fruit were different. The former could improve the power of thunder magic arts, while the latter could improve one's physical strength. It could not be underestimated. After a while, Su Qian took a deep breath and his eyes fell on Meng Sheng. His mind started to work. When he fought with Meng Sheng before, he found that Meng Sheng was far superior to his peers in terms of strength and physical strength. The thunder magic arts that he released were comparable to the thunder magic arts that he had combined with the 2 thunder conjured objects. At first he was more or less shocked. Now that he heard the longevity fruit tree's explanation, he understood that Meng Sheng must have consumed a lot of these 3 fruits. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful performance. Meng Sheng, do you want to die quickly? Or do you want to be tortured to death? Su Qian whispered. If he wanted to get these 3 fruits, he had to know their whereabouts first. Meng Sheng obviously knew, so he had to pry open his mouth. You'd better give me a quick death. Meng Sheng smiled bitterly. Being completely defeated by Su Chen was a fatal blow to a proud person like him. Moreover, he also knew that it was impossible for him to live. He just wanted to die. Since you have made such a choice, you have to answer a few of my questions, Su Chen said lightly. Go ahead. Meng Sheng was now in such a situation. He didn't have any choice. Su Chen nodded slightly and asked tentatively, you must have eaten fruits that can increase your strength, physical strength and lightning-type spells, right? Yes. Meng Sheng did not hide anything. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he continued to ask, tell me where they are and I can give you a quick death. Hee hee, Meng Sheng sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. I'm about to die. Do you think I'll tell you? Su Chen didn't get angry. He rubbed his nose and a strange smile appeared on his face. So you still want to be tough with me? My methods of torturing people are notoriously cruel. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not let you suffer a little before you die? Meng Sheng smiled sinisterly. In the past there were people who were as stubborn as you, but in the end they all admitted defeat without exception. I hope you'll be the first to persevere to the end. Su Chen snorted coldly, then took out a bottle of healing potion and forced Meng Sheng to drink it. Meng Sheng's injuries were too serious. If he had to resort to torture, he would die in a few strokes. Before he got the whereabouts of the 3 fruits, he wouldn't let Meng Sheng die easily. Didn't you say you wanted to torture me? Why are you treating my injuries? Meng Sheng was a little confused. At this moment, he clearly saw that the wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his vitality was gradually recovering. Chapter 507. You'll know soon. Su Chen curled his lips and waved to Chao Ran. Since he wanted to extort a confession by torture, Chao Ran was indispensable. This guy was already familiar with the method of gouging out eyeballs. Jianghu, what can I do for you? Chao Ran ran to Su Chen and asked. This guy is very stubborn. According to the old rules, teach him a lesson. Su Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at Meng Sheng. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chao Ran understood. The netherworld dagger in his hand disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already flown to the front of Meng Sheng's eyes. It was only a hair's distance away from touching Meng Sheng's eyeballs. Chao Ran was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to let Meng Sheng feel the taste of fear. What do you want to do? Meng Sheng swallowed his saliva and his voice trembled a little. Su Chen turned his head and looked into the distance as if he had not heard it. Of course I'm going to gouge out your eyeballs. Chao Ran smiled and controlled the netherworld dagger to stab into Meng Sheng's right eye. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Ah, you're not human. Meng Sheng's whole face was twisted together, and he let out a painful and angry roar. You can really shout. Weren't you stubborn just now? Chao Ran sneered. He reached out to hold the netherworld dagger and slowly stirred it. He didn't pull out the dagger until Meng Sheng's entire eye socket became a bloody hole. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. In terms of being ruthless and lazy, tormenting others, Chao Ran was simply the best. He was definitely the best. Not only did it cause harm to people's bodies, but it also gave people a strong psychological impact. Su Chen also had some means of torturing people, but compared with Chao Ran he was a little lacking. The most he could do was break his arm. It was nothing compared to gouging out his eyeballs. On the other side, Meng Sheng couldn't bear the torture and kept screaming. Su Chen felt that it was about time, so he asked, I'll give you one more chance. If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a quick death. Go to hell. I won't say a word. Meng Sheng clenched his teeth and roared. Holy shit. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Chao Ran rolled up his sleeves and spat at Meng Sheng. Then he turned to Su Chen and said in a low voice, Jianghu, I've recently developed a new method of torturing people. It's called death by 1,000 cuts. Since this guy refuses to accept it, let him have a taste of it. When he heard this, Meng Sheng suddenly trembled, and a wisp of terror appeared on his face. Su Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at Chao Ran in a daze. He said to himself, this guy is going further and further on the road of cruelty. He's a living executioner. Death by 1,000 cuts was definitely a kind of torture. It could even be said that it was very cruel. However, in order to pry open Meng Sheng's mouth, Su Chen felt that it was not excessive to use any means. He nodded and said, Go ahead. I'm looking forward to your performance. Jianghu, don't worry. Death by 1,000 cuts is just one of my small means. If he still doesn't speak, I'll continue to use the other 99 ways to torture him. Chao Ran replied solemnly. Then he shook the dagger in his hand and slowly approached Meng Sheng. Hearing that there were 99 more ways to torture people, Meng Sheng's psychological defense collapsed. He said hurriedly, I'll tell you everything. Su Chen was delighted, but his face was cold. He stared at Meng Sheng and snorted, hurry up and tell me. Don't waste time. Chapter 508. I got them from the miasma outside the mysterious heavenly mainland, Meng Sheng said as if he had accepted his fate. Su Chen was surprised by Meng Sheng's answer. Previously, he learned from Xin Mengfei that the miasma outside the mysterious heavenly mainland was extremely poisonous. Even a being above level 10 would disappear without a trace if they entered it. Meng Sheng was only level 5. How could he enter the miasma and come out alive? Are you kidding me? How can you enter and exit the miasma as you please? Su Chen's face darkened. He instinctively thought that Meng Sheng was not telling the truth. Jianghu, this guy is not telling the truth. Why don't you let me cut him into pieces? Chao Ran also thought that Meng Sheng was lying. He waved the dagger in his hand and looked like he was about to attack. I'm not lying. I'm a dying man. There's no need for me to lie to you. Meng Sheng was really scared. He explained hurriedly. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, why did you enter the miasma? Wangshu Island was very close to the mysterious heavenly mainland. One of the areas was connected to the miasma. Everyone on Wangshu Island knew about the viciousness of the miasma. Why did Meng Sheng still dare to enter it? This was a very suspicious point. Back then I was being hunted by my enemies. I had no choice but to hide in the miasma, Meng Sheng replied quickly without hesitation. This explanation made sense. If they were really in a desperate situation, they could indeed make such a choice. Su Chen believed him for the time being. He continued to ask, others would definitely die if they entered the miasma. How did you survive? Meng Sheng explained, I thought I was going to die because there were some very powerful insect beasts hiding in the miasma. They have the ability to devour everything. However, they stopped attacking me when I released the black armor. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was not sure if Meng Sheng was telling the truth or not. However, there was one thing that Meng Sheng was not lying about. There were indeed some creatures hiding in the miasma. This was discovered on the central control screen. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen asked, where did you get the 3 fruits? Those insectoids gave it to me. Meng Sheng said without hesitation. Su Chen frowned, his mind slowly turning. Originally, he had planned to follow the clues from Meng Sheng and find out the whereabouts of the 3 spirit plants. Now it seemed impossible. If he wanted to find the 3 spiritual plants, he would have to go to the miasma and ask the insects. However, he was not sure whether Meng Sheng was telling the truth or not. If Meng Sheng harbored evil intentions and deliberately led him into the miasma, he might be in danger. However, he was extremely unwilling to give up on 3 spiritual herbs just like that. After all, something like a demon plant holy object could only be encountered by chance. If he gave it up this time, he might not have a chance in the future. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Can you give me a quick death? Seeing that Su Chen did not speak for a long time, Meng Sheng urged him instead. Su Chen came back to his senses and thought of another matter. He asked, where did you get the black armor on you? Although the black armor was damaged, its defensive power was extremely amazing. If it were not for his numerous means, he would not have been able to defeat Meng Sheng. He even thought that if the black armor was intact, even if he used the Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword, he might not be able to break it. A treasure like the black armor must have a great origin. Naturally, it attracted Su Chen's great attention. Chapter 509. I got it from a secret realm on Spirit Void Island not far from Wangshu Island. Meng Sheng sighed and told the truth. He knew very well that Su Chen must have developed a strong interest in black armor. If he did not tell him, he would probably be tortured again. So, he might as well tell him everything. Spirit Void Island. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He had seen Spirit Void Island on the central control screen. It was only a few hundred miles away from Wangshu Island and was less than 1/10 the size of Wangshu Island. It could be said that it was a very inconspicuous island. However, black armor came from Spirit Void Island. Spirit Void Island was not as simple as it looked on the surface. After getting the information he needed, Su Chen kept his promise and gave Meng Sheng a quick death. He blew up his head with a punch. Then he returned to the intelligent war chariot, with Chao Ran. Satoshi continued to Tianwang City. Su Chen ordered and sat in the driver's seat. He closed his eyes and pondered. He had to find the 3 spiritual plants, the 5 thunder fruit tree. However, he had to take a certain risk to enter the miasma. He would not take the risk for the time being if he was not 100% sure. As for the secret realm on Spirit Void Island, he would wait until he confirmed the opening time of the teleportation formation. If he had enough time, he could go there. After that, Su Chen didn't think too much and began to rest. About 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, we found an alien creature, a zombie and a human 10 miles ahead. What are their cultivation levels?" Su Chen's eyelids moved slightly as he said nonchalantly, "If there were only one non-humankind creature and one zombie, the number would be too small. If their levels weren't high enough, he wouldn't kill them. The alien creature is a level 3 demon beast. The zombie is a level 4 evolver, and the human is a level 2 evolver." The intelligent war chariot immediately gave him the answer. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the central control screen. He said, "Satoshi, lock onto them and enlarge the image." He found it a little strange. Different cultivation levels and different species. What were the 3 of them trying to do together? The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a giant eagle over 5 meters long appeared. At this moment, the giant eagle was spreading its wings and flying at an extremely fast speed. In front of the giant eagle, there was a young woman with a ponytail who was rapidly fleeing. What surprised Su Chen was that the ponytailed woman wasn't running on the ground but in the air. Moreover, its speed was not any slower than the giant eagle's. How did she do it? Su Chen's mouth was slightly agape, a look of disbelief on his face. The ponytailed woman's ability was exactly the same as his meteoric rise. However, meteoric rise was dropped from a fragment. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who had the ability to kill zombies and get fragments. What was the situation with the other party? Just as Su Chen was trying to figure it out, the intelligent war chariot spoke again. "Master, I sensed a flying spirit stone on that human." "What's a flying spirit stone?" Su Chen's heart moved as he asked. Any or that was dropped by the intelligent war chariot had a certain function. Therefore, he had some expectations for the flying spirit stone. The flying spirit stone is a type of or that has the ability to fly. If you install it on me, I can activate the flying function, the intelligent war chariot explained. There's such an awesome or? Su Chen couldn't remain calm. Chapter 510. Imagine if the intelligent war chariot could fly, wouldn't it be the same as a plane? It could travel freely in the sky and its speed would be greatly increased. In addition, Su Chen also thought that the reason why the ponytailed woman could run in the air was because she had a flying spirit stone on her. "Satoshi, open the door," Su Chen ordered. Of course, he would not miss a treasure like the flying spirit stone. The moment the door opened, Su Chen stepped out and stepped into the air. When he reached a certain height, he flew straight in the direction of the ponytailed woman. In order to get there as soon as possible, he even activated the rapid combat boots. His speed was amazing and he disappeared in the air in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the ponytailed woman was still running for her life. Although the giant eagle had not caught up with her for the time being, her face was still full of panic. That was because she was only a level 2 evolved being, and her energy was not as strong as the giant eagle. Once she ran out of energy, she would die. After running for a while, the ponytailed woman's speed decreased a lot. The reason was that she had used up too much energy and she was on the verge of collapse. Am I going to die? Seeing the giant eagle behind her getting closer and closer, the ponytailed woman's heart was full of despair. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced her ears. It was the giant eagle that had caught up with her, and it stretched out its 2 sharp claws to grab her face. The ponytailed woman could clearly feel that death was approaching, and she even forgot to dodge. At this moment of life and death, she suddenly saw a blur in front of her. The next moment, a man's tall figure appeared in front of her. Who is he? Why is he here? Just as the ponytailed woman had this thought, she saw the man stretch out his hand and crush the giant eagle's head like he was crushing a chicken. So strong. The ponytailed woman looked at Su Chen's back in a daze, and her heart pounded. Su Chen turned around and glanced at her and said in an unquestionable tone, "Come with me." After saying that, he carried the giant eagle's body and slowly floated down to the intelligent war chariot on the ground. So young, so handsome. When she saw Su Chen's appearance, the ponytailed woman blushed. After being stunned for a while, she immediately reacted and followed closely behind Su Chen. In front of a powerhouse like Su Chen, she did not have any thoughts of escaping. After landing, Su Chen threw the giant eagle to the ground and said to Yang Hao in the car, "Yang Hao, I'll leave the fresh ingredients to you." "Got it, Chingo." Yang Hao and the other two got off the car and began to deal with the giant eagle's carcass. Su Chen turned to look at the ponytailed woman and asked, "What's your name? Where do you live?" "Senior, my name is Huang Ling. I live near the Jade Forest Mountain." The ponytailed girl bowed and replied. Su Chen nodded slightly and continued, "Do you have a flying spirit stone with you? Take it out and let me have a look." Huang Ling did not hesitate at all. She directly took out a blood red ore from her pocket and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at it and asked the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, is this or a flying spirit stone?" "Master, it's a flying spirit stone," the intelligent war chariot replied affirmatively. "He's talking to the MCV?" Huang Ling opened her mouth slightly, and her thoughts were short-circuited. Su Chen was delighted and continued to ask, "How many flying spirit stones do you need to activate the flying function?" "At least 10, the intelligent war chariot estimated and replied. Chapter 511. Where did you get this flying spirit stone? Su Chen looked at Huang Ling and asked in a low voice. The flying spirit stone was a good thing. Of course, the more the better. If he wanted more, he must figure out the source. Huang Ling came back to her senses and hurriedly replied, "Senior, the flying spirit stone came from the blood lake of Jade Forest Mountain. There should be a lot of flying spirit stones in the blood lake, right?" Su Chen probed. If there was a large number of flying spirit stones stored in the blood lake, he decided to take them all. Huang Ling hesitated as if there was something difficult to say, but in the end she gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, if you want to get the flying spirit stone from the blood lake, you need to use a special method." "What method?" Su Chen was surprised. "You need the blood of our Fengling clan to condense the flying spirit stone." Huang Ling did not hesitate this time and said truthfully, "Is your Fengling clan also part of the human clan?" Su Chen frowned slightly. Huang Ling explained, "We are part of the human clan, but we are just a very weak branch of the human clan." Su Chen immediately understood. To put it bluntly, the Fengling clan was a minority of the human clan. The bloodline of the minority often had a very special function. He still remembered that the humans in Heaven Altar City of Thousand Feather Island were a minority. Because of their special bloodline, after being bitten by zombies, they would all become intelligent zombies. And they would retain the emotions of their former human life. Except for their different identities, there was no difference. After figuring out what was going on, Su Chen continued to ask, "How much blood is needed to condense a flying spirit stone?" If the blood needed was not much, he could start with Huang Ling. He could give her some benefits and ask her to condense 10 flying spirit stones, enough for the intelligent war vehicle. "I need the blood of a whole person." Huang Ling did not hold back at all. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. According to Huang Ling, wouldn't it be a life in exchange for a flying spirit stone? The flying spirit stone in your hand was exchanged with the lives of your clansmen? Su Chen probed. Huang Ling pursed her lips as if she thought of something sad and nodded heavily. Seeing this, Su Chen was a little confused. Flying spirit stones were precious, but they couldn't be exchanged with their lives, right? Why do you want to exchange your lives for flying spirit stones? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. Huang Ling said angrily, "Senior, we didn't want to die either. It was all the work of the Jade Forest Mountain's mutant beasts." Su Chen's expression turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "You mean in order to obtain the flying spirit stone, the mutated beasts of the Jade Forest Mountain captured your clansmen and threw them into the blood lake?" "Yes." Huang Ling replied affirmatively. Su Chen's chest was ablaze with anger. It was true that humans and mutated beasts were on opposing sides, but doing such a thing was too bloody. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and asked, "How many of your people were killed by the mutant beasts?" "There are pitifully few people in Fengling. There are only 25 of us. Other than me, only my second uncle survived. However, in order to save me, I don't know if second uncle was captured by a mutant beast." When Huang Ling said this, she covered her face and cried. Don't worry, I will kill all the mutated beasts of the Jade Forest Mountain for you. Su Chen comforted. Originally, he had planned to destroy all the mutated beasts on Wuxia Island. After learning about this matter, he would not let a single one of them go. Huang Ling stopped crying and looked at Su Chen in a daze. At first, when she told him the secret of the Flying Spirit Stone, she was still very worried. She was afraid that Su Chen would plot against her and capture her in exchange for the Flying Spirit Stone. However, it was obvious that not only was Su Chen not such a person, he even wanted to avenge them. This made her very touched. Chapter 5:12. Actually, there was one thing that Huang Ling did not expect. Su Chen insisted on killing the mutated beasts. On one hand, he wanted to take revenge for the Feng Ling clan. On the other hand, he wanted to snatch the Flying Spirit Stone. Since the Feng Ling clan had been killed, the Flying Spirit Stone could not fall into the hands of the mutated beasts. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but there is a level 6 mutated beast in the Jade Forest Mountain. You must not take the risk, Huang Ling advised. It was rumored that the level 6 mutated beast was a fire-type spirit beast. Its strength was unparalleled and there were few opponents of the same level. On the Wuxia Island, it could be said to be an invincible existence. Although Su Chen was also very strong, he was still too young. In her opinion, Su Chen was at most a level 4 cultivator. Once he encountered a level 6 mutated beast, he would be killed in a single blow. Su Chen did not explain. Instead, he took out a bottle of level 3 physique potion from his storage bag and placed it in Huang Ling's hand. Your Flying Spirit Stone is very important to me. I will use this potion to increase my strength to exchange it with you. Although the value of the Flying Spirit Stone was very high, the level 3 physique potion was a good item that could allow one to become a level 3 evolver in an instant. Its value was not much lower than the Flying Spirit Stone. Senior, I will give you the Flying Spirit Stone. Huang Ling declined. After all, her life was saved by Su Chen. Giving him a Flying Spirit Stone in return was a matter of course. As for the physique potion that Su Chen gave her, she did not care too much. Just take it, Su Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Huang Ling was shocked. She said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Senior." Just as she was about to put the Vitality potion into her pocket, Tan Lin walked up to her and said meaningfully, "Sister Huang Ling, you'd better drink that bottle of potion. Who knows, you might have an unexpected gain." Unexpected gain? Huang Ling looked at the physique potion in her hand. After a slight hesitation, she opened it and drank it. After a few breaths, her aura began to rise. Soon it reached a new height. I have reached level 3? Even though she clearly knew that she had advanced, Huang Ling still felt incredulous. As everyone knew, the path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Especially for someone with ordinary talent like her, wanting to advance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, after drinking a bottle of potion, he miraculously advanced. It was like a dream. In the face of this sudden surprise, Huang Ling was in a daze as if she had become a fool. When Yang Hao and the others saw the expression on Huang Ling's face, they could understand how Huang Ling felt. Among the people present, the only one who was somewhat confused was Xin Mengfei. After all, it was her first time seeing something as miraculous as the physique potion. Senior, thank you. After a long time, Huang Ling came to Su Chen's side and thanked him profusely. With her talent, if it wasn't for Su Chen's help, she would have been stuck at level 2 for the rest of her life. Therefore, his gratitude to Su Chen came from the bottom of his heart. You deserve it. You don't have to thank me, Su Chen replied casually. Then, his gaze drifted to a patch of weeds not far away. He said sternly, "Get over here. Don't make me do it." Someone's there? Yang Hao and the others tensed up. They all looked at the weeds. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the weeds. Then, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion ran over. It's a zombie? When they saw the person's appearance, Yang Hao and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 5:13. This was the level 4 zombie that had appeared on the central control screen. This guy had been hiding in the bushes and no one knew what he wanted to do. I am Chu Wushuang. Greetings, Senior. The level 4 zombie approached and greeted Su Chen respectfully. A zombie with intelligence. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, sizing up Chu Wushuang with interest and said lightly, "You're sneaking around here, what's your purpose?" Senior, I am here to make a deal with you. Chu Wushuang went straight to the point. A zombie actually came to make a deal with a human? This was something new. Su Chen was instantly interested. Tell me, he whispered. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this level 4 zombie had up his sleeves. Senior, I want you to help me kill a person. Of course I will pay you accordingly. Chu Wushuang said seriously. Hearing this, everyone's expression became a lot more strange. Chu Wushuang actually wanted to hire Su Chen as a killer. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Su Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. Who do you want to kill? Zhou Qingyang of Imperial House. Chu Wushuang did not hesitate. Shen Mengfei and Huang Ling's expressions changed when they heard this. Senior, Zhou Qingyang is from the undead race and he is also a level 6 evolver. He is abnormally strong. Huang Ling quickly reminded. Su Chen did not mind. A level 6 undead race member could not do anything to him. However, there was one thing he could not understand. He and Chu Wushuang had only met for the first time. Why did he think that he could kill a level 6 evolver? With doubts in his heart, Su Chen said, You know my strength? You have so much confidence in me? I don't know much about Senior, but I have heard of you. Chu Wushuang coughed and began to explain. Senior, you killed a group of God race members at the dock and then killed Cui Mu of the Green Mang race. This is enough to show your strength. Killing Zhou Qingyang is not a problem. The reason why he had so much confidence in Su Chen was because he knew that Cui Mu had a level 6 puppet. The strength of a level 6 puppet was needless to say. However, Su Chen was still able to kill them with ease. This meant that Su Chen's strength had most likely surpassed the level of level 6. In that case, tell me what kind of reward you can give me, Su Chen said calmly. In any case, he was going to kill all the aliens on Wangshu Island sooner or later. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits, why not? I can take Senior to an ancient mystic realm. There are many valuable items there. Chu Wushuang said solemnly. So you've been to that secret realm? Su Chen asked as he thought of something. Places that could be called secret realms often had great excavation value. Of course, there would also be a certain amount of danger. Yes. Chu Wushuang nodded. Since you've been there, shouldn't you have gained something? Su Chen paused and turned to stare at Chu Wushuang. His meaning was obvious. Words were no proof. Shouldn't you take out something to prove it? Chu Wushuang immediately understood. He then took out a piece of black armor and a gray fruit that emitted an evil aura. Then he said, Senior, other than these 2 items, I also obtained some elixirs that can increase cultivation in the mystic realm. However, I've already consumed them. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the piece of black armor. He could clearly feel that the aura emitted by the piece of armor was no different from the black armor that Meng Xing was wearing. Chapter 5:14. Su Chen released his mental power, took the armor fragment and the gray fruit, and said in a deep voice, Is the secret realm you mentioned on the Spirit Void Island? Senior, where did you find out? Chu Wushuang was extremely surprised. The secret realm on the Spirit Void Island had existed for a long time, but without special means, it was absolutely impossible to discover it, let alone open it. Then where did Su Chen get the news? Do you know Meng Xing? Su Chen did not answer the question. From Chu Wushuang's tone, the secret realm he was talking about should be the one on the Spirit Void Island. I don't know him. Chu Wushuang shook his head. Su Chen frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that Meng Xing and Chu Wushuang had both been to the secret realm and the two should know each other. He did not expect Chu Wushuang to deny it, and from his expression he did not seem to be lying. After pondering for a while, Su Chen continued to ask, You told me about the secret realm, aren't you afraid that I will kill you and go there myself? Chu Wushuang did not seem to be afraid at all and explained with a smile, Senior, there is only one way to open the secret realm, and that is to have a special bloodline, and I happen to have it. Special bloodline again. Su Chen muttered. People with special bloodlines were very rare, but he met 2 in a row today. Sizing up Chu Wushuang, Su Chen pursed his lips. Have you ever thought that I can kill you and use your blood to open the secret realm? Chu Wushuang still did not panic and said calmly, Senior, killing me is as easy as flipping your hand, but it is absolutely impossible to open the secret realm with my blood. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and quietly waited for Chu Wushuang to continue. To open the secret realm, in addition to having a bloodline like mine, it also requires my willingness. If I die, it definitely can't be opened, Chu Wushuang explained. There is such a thing? Su Chen rubbed his nose and his thoughts slowly turned. He would not fully believe Chu Wushuang's words. However, the mystic realm had piqued his interest, so he decided to believe it for the time being. Anyway, a level 4 zombie was just an ant in his eyes, so he didn't need to care too much about it. Alright, I agree to this deal. After pondering for a while, Su Chen said. Chu Wushuang was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, senior. It's just a deal between us. There's no need to thank me. Su Chen replied coldly. Then he asked, what kind of grudge do you have with Zhou Qingyang? Why did you kill him? This was what he was more suspicious about. Logically speaking, zombies could be said to be a branch of the undead. What kind of conflict could there be between them? Chu Wushuang seemed to have thought of something. She looked angry and clenched her fists. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, my family members were all killed by Zhou Qingyang. Even if I become a zombie, I will avenge them. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Avenging one's family members was a matter of course. Yang Hao and the others were somewhat moved, and their gazes towards Chu Wushuang were no longer as hostile as before. However, Su Chen was keenly aware of a very serious problem. It was common knowledge that after a human was infected and turned into a zombie, their temperament would change drastically. Even if they became an intelligent zombie, it was inevitable. Unless it was someone with a special bloodline like the ones in Temple of Heaven City. Would Chu Wushuang have that kind of bloodline? The possibility was very slim. Then his talk of revenge could be a pretense. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Without warning, he punched Chu Wushuang to the ground. Chapter 5:15. This punch Su Chen held back. He did not take Chu Wushuang's life, but only seriously injured him. Su Chen's unexpected move not only stunned Chu Wushuang, but even the others were also at a loss. Senior, why did you? Chu Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and choked back his words. Su Chen's cold eyes flashed as he sneered, what I hate the most is the kind of person who lies and plays tricks in front of me. How dare you lie? Yang Hao stared at Chu Wushuang angrily. Do you have a death wish? Cao Cao waved the dagger in his hand as he threatened fiercely. Although he did not know if Chu Wushuang was lying. However, since Su Chen said so, it was definitely not wrong. Senior, I didn't lie. Every word I said is true. Ah. While Chu Wushuang was explaining, he suddenly felt an invisible force crushing him. One of his arms turned into a bloody mist, and he wailed in pain. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Su Chen snorted and used his mind power to pull Chu Wushuang in front of him. Then he reached out and grabbed Chu Wushuang's other arm. Senior, I really didn't lie. Chu Wushuang argued. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Su Chen gripped Chu Wushuang's arm hard and broke it into two. Huang Ling saw this and could not help but click her tongue. When Su Chen was talking and laughing, he suddenly became incomparably cruel. The change in style was so fast that she did not expect it. Ah. Boy, you really have some skills. At this moment, Chu Wushuang suddenly sneered. Furthermore, his pitch-black face grew even darker. A malevolent expression appeared on his face. At the same time, an evil aura emanated from his body. Aren't you afraid of death? Su Chen was a little confused. He did not understand why Chu Wushuang became so fearless. You want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Chu Wushuang smiled contemptuously, not taking Su Chen's threat seriously at all. You think you're qualified to act tough with me? Su Chen raised his hand and gave Chu Wushuang a slap. Half of his face was badly mutilated and several of his teeth flew out. How is that possible? You clearly touched the evil birth fruit, so why did you still attack me? Chu Wushuang's eyes were filled with fear as she shouted vaguely. Evil-born fruit. Su Chen muttered as he sized up the gray fruit in his hand. Previously, he had already felt that this fruit was somewhat evil. Now, it seemed that it was definitely an item of great origin. Do you think you can defeat me with just one evil fruit? You're too naive. Su Chen sneered. His face suddenly turned cold as he said sternly, tell me your purpose. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You want to know the secret from my mouth? Wishful thinking. Chu Wushuang snorted coldly. His entire body suddenly burst open and then turned into a cloud of gray mist that rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen only felt an extremely strong resentment wash over him, but when it touched his body, it dissipated and disappeared. With the ancient god-fiend body, he was invulnerable to all poisons and evils. A mere demonic being would never be able to cause him any harm. However, with Chu Wushuang's death, many mysteries could not be solved for the time being. Su Chen pondered for a while and asked everyone to get into the car, including Huang Ling, Satoshi, lock onto the Jade Forest Mountain and go quickly. Su Chen ordered, then he sat in the driver's seat, opened the planting space, and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Chapter 5:16. Satoshi, do you know about the evil fruit? Su Chen asked. The longevity fruit tree was an old monster of the demon plant lineage that had lived for countless years. It could be said that it was very knowledgeable, especially when it came to spiritual plants. In the past, whenever it encountered unknown spiritual plants, it would learn about them from the longevity fruit tree. When the longevity fruit tree heard the name evil fruit, its expression changed. It probed, "Master, have you seen the evil fruit before?" "Not only have I seen it before, I also have one." As Su Chen spoke, he placed the evil fruit in front of the longevity fruit tree. It's really the evil fruit. The longevity fruit tree could clearly feel the evil aura from the evil fruit tree. It clicked its tongue. "Master, when you touched this evil fruit tree, you didn't feel anything strange?" "Don't worry, the evil aura inside can't affect me at all." Su Chen replied affirmatively. He then asked, "It seems like you know its origin. Tell me about it." The longevity fruit tree began to explain. The evil fruit tree is the fruit of the evil fruit tree. The evil fruit tree and the abyss black poria are known as the two great evil creatures of the demon plant lineage. Really has a great origin. Su Chen muttered to himself. But in terms of evil, the evil fruit tree is more than 10 times more evil than the abyss black poria. Hearing this, Su Chen was shocked. He had personally experienced how powerful the abyss black poria was. If it wasn't for the fact that he had many tricks up his sleeve, if it was a cultivator of the same level, they would almost certainly die. Not to mention other things, just the evil aura of the abyss black poria was enough to catch people off guard. And the evil fruit tree was even more evil than the abyss black poria. How powerful was it? The reason why the evil fruit tree is evil is mainly because of two aspects. First, it can gather resentment and turn into countless clones. These clones are called vengeful spirits. Second, the evil fruit tree has the same effect as the evil aura of the abyss black poria. Anyone who touches it will have their mind affected. Over time they will become puppets of the evil fruit tree. After the longevity fruit tree finished its explanation, it secretly sized up Su Chen. The fact that Su Chen was able to ignore all evil beings made him feel incomparably amazed. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. According to the longevity fruit tree's explanation, Chu Wushuang should be a resentful spirit, and Meng Sheng was most likely infected by the evil birth fruit. As for the purpose of Chu Wushuang coming to find him to cooperate, it should be to lure him into the mystic realm. Little show, other than condensing vengeful spirits, how is the evil-born fruit tree's battle prowess? Su Chen asked. Since the evil-born fruit tree dared to send a vengeful spirit to harm him, he had no intention of letting the evil-born fruit tree go. Before killing it, he had to find out more about it just in case. The evil-born fruit tree is good at cultivating mental power. Moreover, it has a special ability that can create illusions. Once one falls into it, they will not be able to extricate themselves. The longevity fruit tree seemed to be very afraid of the evil-born fruit tree. Its voice trembled as it spoke. Then what level do you think this evil-born fruit tree is? The strength of the evil-born fruit tree made Su Chen cautious. The longevity fruit tree thought for a moment and said, "Generally speaking, the cultivation of its main body is 2 to 3 levels higher than the vengeful spirits it condenses." Chu Wushuang's cultivation was at level 4. Based on this, the evil-born fruit tree's cultivation was at least level 6. After figuring out the details of the evil-born fruit tree, Su Chen thought of another matter and asked the longevity fruit tree, "Little show, the evil-born fruit tree is hiding in a mystic realm. Do you know how to open it?" Chapter 5:17. That's simple. As long as there's an evil fruit, it will automatically sense it and open the secret realm, the life fruit tree explained. Su Chen nodded slightly, then chatted with the life fruit tree for a while before closing the planting dimension. "Senior, are you really going to the Jade Forest Mountain to kill the mutated beasts?" Huang Ling walked to Su Chen's side with a worried look on her face. "You don't want to kill them to avenge your people?" Su Chen asked. "It's not like that." Huang Ling quickly explained, There's a very powerful level 6 flame spirit beast in the Jade Forest Mountain. I'm worried, Su Chen interrupted. I don't care about low-level mutated beasts. A level 6 mutated beast is barely a match for me. Huang Ling swallowed her saliva and looked at Su Chen with an indescribable feeling in her heart. A level 6 mutated beast is barely a match for him? He doesn't care about level 6 mutated beasts at all. You're bragging to the heavens. Can you just keep a low profile? Of course, Huang Ling only dared to criticize him in her heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Su Chen ignored her and said to Yang Hao, Yang Hao, you can prepare the food now. The giant eagle from before had already been cleaned up and was just waiting to be barbecued. Okay, Jianghu. Yang Hao and the other two began to get busy. Su Chen had nothing to do, so he looked at the central control screen and began to search for the location of the Jade Forest Mountain. Originally, he planned to go to Tianwang City to check on the opening time of the teleportation circle, but after knowing the whereabouts of the Flying Spirit Stone, he had to change his mind. After all, the Flying Spirit Stone was too important to the Intelligent War Chariot. It could directly activate the Intelligent War Chariot's flying ability, which was very significant. Soon, the Jade Forest Mountain appeared on the central control screen. Su Chen estimated the distance, and 2 days was enough for him to reach it. After a while, he stopped paying attention to it and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, the aroma of barbecued meat floated in the car. At this time, Yang Hao also called Su Chen to get up and eat the barbecue. After Su Chen got up and ate a few buns, he was about to return to the driver's seat. Huang Ling suddenly reminded, Senior, if you want to go to the Jade Forest Mountain, you can't take this path. You have to go around Mampa Ridge. What? Su Chen stopped and asked doubtfully. There is a level 6 zombie king in Mampa Ridge. His territorial awareness is very strong. If we pass by there, he will definitely attack us. Huang Ling explained. Su Chen shook his head and returned to the driver's seat. A level 6 zombie wanted him to change direction? If it weren't for the trivial matters, he would have taken the initiative to go to Mambo Ridge to kill that level 6 zombie. Sister Huang Ling, it's just a level 6 zombie. You worry too much. Hearing Huang Ling's explanation, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Following by Su Chen's side all day, what kind of strong person had they not seen before? Even a level 8 evolver was not Su Chen's opponent, so what was a level 6 zombie? Huang Ling was stunned. What's going on? Why aren't they afraid? Even the 7-year-old Duo had a relaxed expression on her face. Could it be that a level 6 zombie was not intimidating at all? After that, the Intelligent War Chariot galloped all the way without facing any obstacles. At noon on the second day, they appeared in front of Mampa Ridge. Master, a level 6 zombie is approaching us. The Intelligent War Chariot reminded. Needless to say, this zombie was definitely the level 6 zombie king in Mampa Ridge. Hearing this news, Huang Ling suddenly became nervous. Chapter 518. Huang Ling, is there only one zombie in Wangpa Ridge? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and asked in a low voice. Senior, there is indeed only one level 6 zombie in Wangpa Ridge. Huang Ling replied with certainty. A level 6 zombie, no matter where it is a powerful being. Logically speaking, it should have a large number of zombie subordinates. This made Su Chen feel very strange. Jianghu, the zombie is coming. At this moment, Yang Hao reminded. Su Chen raised his head and looked out of the car. Sure enough, he saw a handsome and elegant middle-aged man blocking in front of him. If it wasn't for the red dot clearly shown on the control screen, he wouldn't have thought that it was a zombie. Are the zombies now so powerful? Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked out of the car alone. Huang Ling on the side couldn't help but worry about Su Chen. She then pulled the corner of Yang Chen's clothes and said worriedly, Sister, is it really okay for Senior to go down alone? Yang Chen smiled and said seriously, In this world there is nothing that Su Chen can't do, and no one can be a match for Su Chen. Huang Ling opened her mouth slightly and was completely speechless. She was stunned for a moment and asked, What level is Senior Su? Su Chen is a level 6 full-time practitioner, but after entering Wangshu Island, his level will be suppressed by 1 level. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, Su Chen should be level 5 right now. Level 5? Huang Ling swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Her expression turned somewhat ugly. A level 5 practitioner against a level 6 zombie? Isn't this like an egg hitting a rock? Who gave Su Chen the courage? Are the people in the car crazy? Why didn't anyone stop him? Looking at Huang Ling's expression, Shen Mengfei wanted to watch the show. As someone who had been through this, she knew exactly what Huang Ling was thinking. When she first came into contact with Su Chen, she also thought that Su Chen was courting death. However, she was shocked by Su Chen's strength every time. Slowly, they realized that Su Chen was invincible. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen next. What would Huang Ling think? On the other side, Su Chen walked up to the level 6 zombie. After glancing at him, he said calmly, "What are you planning to do by standing here?" Seeing Su Chen's fearless look, the level 6 zombie exclaimed, "You don't know where I came from? Aren't you just a level 6 zombie?" "I've heard a little about it," Su Chen said casually. The level 6 zombie was stunned for a moment. He looked at Su Chen with interest and said with a smile, "Interesting. Boy, you're very interesting." "Interesting, your sister." Su Chen snorted and said, "Do you know why I'm not in a hurry to kill you? I want to know why a level 6 zombie like you wants to be alone. If you tell me the truth, I'll consider giving you a quick death." "You want to kill me? And you want to give me a quick death?" The level 6 zombie opened his mouth wide. He almost thought that he had misheard. A weak human being actually dared to say that he wanted to kill him without a word? How laughable was this? When did humans become so arrogant? Ha! The level 6 zombie was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly and said, "Boy, you're really good at bragging. I haven't seen someone as good at bragging as you in a long time." Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, "There were many people like you in the past, but they all ended up very miserably." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed under his feet. His figure blurred and disappeared at a ghostly speed. Chapter 519. How do you have such speed? The level 6 zombie's eyelids twitched violently. Before it could react, it felt an unparalleled force on its neck. Then it was lifted into the air. Woo woo. When it realized that it was Su Chen who was choking its neck, the level 6 zombie's eyes were covered with a layer of fear. Its throat kept moving as it tried to say something, but it could only mutter. "That's all you got." Su Chen shook his head and threw the level 6 zombie to the ground. At first he thought that since this level 6 zombie dared to wander around Montpa Ridge alone, it should have some tricks up its sleeves. He never thought that it was just a weakling, which disappointed him a little. The sound of the zombie hitting the ground was heard. The level 6 zombie was sprawled on the ground. The ground around it was covered in long and narrow cracks under the impact of the huge impact. At this time the level 6 zombie's eyes were empty and its face was pale. It seemed to have fallen into a deep confusion. "Oh my God! Senior Su is too strong." Seeing this scene, Huang Ling in the intelligent chariot screamed as if she had seen a ghost. After she screamed, she realized something very strange. The other people in the chariot were very calm. From the beginning to the end, they had a kind of indifferent expression. Why aren't they surprised? Huang Ling was confused. Next to her, Shen Mengfei covered her mouth and tried to hold back the urge to laugh. Looking at Huang Ling's expression, she thought of herself in the past and felt a lot better. "Sister, is Senior Su really only a level 5 cultivator?" Huang Ling touched Yang Qian's arm and asked softly. She seriously suspected that Yang Qian was lying to her. How could Su Chen be a level 5 cultivator? How could a level 5 cultivator crush a level 6 zombie with one move? Yang Qian nodded. Here, Su Chen is indeed only a level 5. It's absolutely true. Huang Ling swallowed her saliva and felt indignant. Can a pretty face deceive a child? Moreover, I'm not a child anymore. If Su Chen was really only a level 5, how could he crush a level 6 zombie in terms of strength and speed? This didn't make any sense at all. Outside the car, Su Chen was about to go up and end the life of the level 6 zombie. However, the level 6 zombie suddenly jumped up from the ground. It was alive and kicking as if it had not suffered a heavy fall at all. "You have a healing body?" Su Chen exclaimed softly. Just now, when he fell, he had used the heaven-reaching 100-fold great strength technique, which was extremely powerful. Logically speaking, even if a level 6 zombie was hit by this attack, it should be seriously injured. However, the level 6 zombie in front of them was completely unharmed, so they suspected that he had a healing body. Moreover, the healing physique should be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to recover in such a short time. "Kit, you know quite a lot." The level 6 zombie snorted coldly and then fiercely threatened. Since you know that I can't be killed, kneel down immediately and I'll consider letting you suffer less. Su Chen snorted, curled his lips and mocked, You think you can show off in front of me just because you have a healed body? Do you believe that I can crush you to death with one hand? The level 6 zombie gritted his teeth and made a crunching sound. A violent, murderous aura spread out from his body. He sneered, Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know what despair is. Chapter 520. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 6 zombie took out a palm-sized black cloth bag from his bosom. As soon as the bag was opened, rays of golden light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, the number of golden lights had reached 100. They stood around the level 6 zombie one after another. Their colors shone like a golden ocean. What's that? Su Chen was a little confused. He didn't know what the level 6 zombie was doing. However, at this moment, 100 golden lights exploded at the same time. The bright light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. When the golden light dissipated, a group of ferocious-looking zombies gathered around the level 6 zombie. There were exactly 100 of them. Each zombie was emitting a ferocious aura, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. They were at least level 4 zombies. Moreover, what was different from ordinary zombies was that these zombies were covered with a layer of earthy yellow stratum corneum, as if they were wearing armor. So many high-level zombies. Huang Ling's expression changed drastically. She began to worry about Su Chen again. Facing such a powerful lineup, could Su Chen still be their opponent? While her heart was beating uneasily, she secretly sized up the others. However, she saw that everyone's expression remained calm. It was as if the appearance of the 100 zombies didn't affect them in the slightest. I've underestimated you a little. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said faintly. He didn't expect that a level 6 zombie could summon so many high-level zombies at once. With 100 zombies above level 4, plus a level 6 zombie king with this strength, he could even dominate an area on Wuxia Island. Boy, do you know how powerful I am? Kneel down and beg me now and I'll give you another chance. The level 6 zombie laughed wildly, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of ridicule. After summoning these 100 zombies, his confidence was bursting. He seemed to treat Su Chen as a dead man. It seems that you have some strength. I don't know if you can withstand a fight. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched as he calmly threw out a punch. Accompanied by a whistling sound, 100 golden fist shadows suddenly appeared in the air. Each fist shadow exuded a sharp aura. They combined together like a small golden mountain crashing down from the sky. What a terrifying aura. So Senior Su still has such a powerful trump card. Huang Ling was shocked and her expression was a little sluggish. Secret fist technique. The level 6 zombie's expression changed slightly. As the sky full of fist shadows smashed towards him, he gritted his teeth and roared, Attack together! 100 zombies roared angrily and attacked together. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound cut through the clouds. The level 6 zombie and his subordinates were instantly engulfed by the golden light. The ground trembled, dust flew into the air, and the sound of bones breaking and miserable howls mixed together, rising and falling one after another. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Most of them were smashed into a pile of meat paste. Isn't this too strong? Huang Ling's mouth was wide open, and her mind was buzzing. Su Chen's strength was completely beyond her imagination. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Finally, his gaze fell on the level 6 zombie. Among the zombies, only the level 6 zombie king had not died. However, it was now seriously injured and half of its body had been blown up. Even if it had a healing body, it was impossible to heal such a terrifying injury in a short time. Chapter 521. The level 6 zombie gritted his teeth and asked in a trembling voice, Who exactly are you? On Wuxia Island he had heard of those super powerhouses, but he had never heard of a terrifying existence like Su Chen. Is it necessary for a dead person like you to know so much? Su Chen snorted softly, then shot out a wind blade and cut off the level 6 zombie's head. Immediately, a pile of shiny fragments appeared on the level 6 zombie's corpse. Seeing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. However, he did not pick up the fragments immediately. Instead, he began to search for the black cloth bag on the level 6 zombies' body. Previously, he had seen clearly that the 100 zombies had flown out of the black cloth bag. This also meant that the black cloth bag and the storage bag were very different things. They both had space inside, so their value was self-evident. Soon, Suchin held the black cloth bag in his hand. After studying it for a while and failing to open it, he threw it into the storage bag. Later, he waved at the intelligent war vehicle, indicating for Jianghu and the others to get out of the vehicle and dig for energy stones. Suchin began to pick up the fragments. Picked up, automatic pickup function, fragment *1, 110. The fragments are not full and cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. No exchange. After saying that, Suchin muttered to himself. The automatic pickup function was something that had appeared for the first time, so he was not sure what it was used for. However, he was a little suspicious. Was it used to assist in picking up fragments? If so, it would be too convenient for him. Because picking up fragments every time was a very troublesome matter, especially when thousands of fragments were dropped, it often took a few hours to pick them all up. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, the act of picking up fragments would also easily arouse the suspicion of others. Suchin's heart moved slightly, and he directly opened the Doomsday Mall to check the energy points needed to exchange for the automatic pickup function. When he saw that the exchange amount for a fragment was 20 energy points, he did not hesitate at all and spent 180 energy points to exchange for it. The moment the exchange was successful, the feedback was quickly transmitted to his mind. Just as he had expected, the automatic pickup function was indeed used to pick up fragments. No matter when or where, as long as a fragment was dropped, it would automatically collect all the fragments and display them in its mind. Furthermore, the items dropped could be categorized. The items dropped from the shards of different colors would be placed together. With a thought, Suchin collected all the fragments. Sure enough, an image appeared in his mind. The image displayed the items dropped by the fragments. There were over 100 types of items in total. After a quick glance, he picked out a few useful ones and exchanged the rest for energy points. How convenient. Suchin's lips curled into a smile. The appearance of the automatic pickup function had undoubtedly saved him a lot of time. When all the energy stones had been dug out, Suchin called everyone to get in the car. Satoshi, lock onto the Jade Forest Mountain and continue forward. Suchin ordered immediately. Then he took out the black pouch and studied it. After spending half an hour, he still did not have any clues. Then he opened its planting space and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Having an old person at home was like having a treasure. An old monster like the longevity fruit tree that had lived for tens of thousands of years would definitely be knowledgeable. Perhaps there would be a way to open it. Suchin placed the black pouch in front of the longevity fruit tree and asked directly, "Little show, do you know how to open the space storage pouch?" "Master, if the original owner of the storage pouch is dead, it's easy to open it. If he's not dead, it needs to be opened by force. It's easy to destroy it." Chapter 522. Upon hearing this, Suchin's eyes lit up. The level 6 zombie had been killed by him, so the black bag had become an ownerless item. According to the life fruit tree, wouldn't it be easy to open it? Xiao, its original owner is already dead. Tell me how to open it quickly, Suchin said anxiously. The level 6 zombie had been robbing houses in Montparnasse for many years, so it must have stored a lot of good stuff. He couldn't wait to see what was inside. "Master, you just need to drip a drop of blood on it. After it recognizes you as its owner, you can open it with your mind," the life fruit tree explained. "That's easy." Suchin raised his eyebrows and quickly dripped a drop of blood on the black bag. Soon he formed a connection with the black pouch. With a thought, the pouch slowly opened. Suchin released his mind power into the bag, only to find that the space inside was more than 100 cubic meters. It was empty except for a black bead the size of an egg. Isn't this guy too poor? Suchin was very disappointed. Just as he was about to close the bag, he felt a strong aura of death and corpse from the black bead. Suchin let out a soft sigh and took the bead in his hand to look at it. "Master, this is a corpse soul bead." At this moment, the life fruit tree suddenly trembled. "What is a corpse soul bead?" Suchin was confused. The life fruit tree explained, "Master, the corpse soul bead is something that zombies condense with their own corpse aura and divine soul. Only zombie kings above level 10 can condense the corpse soul bead." Suchin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. An item condensed by a zombie king above level 10 would definitely be valuable. He took a deep breath and asked, "What can the corpse soul bead be used for?" The corpse soul bead has two functions. First, it can be used to cultivate zombies. Some low-level zombies will be infected by the aura of the corpse soul bead, and their cultivation speed will increase greatly. Secondly, it can be used to feed a zombie alone. After this zombie slowly cultivates, there is a high chance that it will become a zombie king above level 10. Hearing this, Suchin began to think. Previously, the level 6 zombie king was able to release 100 high-level zombies, which made him feel very strange. Now that he thought about it, it must have been nurtured through the corpse soul pearl. Suchin didn't have the slightest interest in raising zombies. Instead, he was very interested in feeding a zombie. Just imagine, if there was a corpse king that was over level 10 as a fighter, how cool would that be? Of course, the prerequisite was that the zombie king had to listen to his orders. "Little show, if I want to feed a zombie, how can I make it obey my orders?" Suchin asked the longevity fruit tree. "The method is very simple. Master, you just need to drip your own blood on the corpse soul pearl, and the zombies you feed will listen to you." At this point, the longevity fruit tree reminded him, "If Master really wants to feed a zombie, you must choose a powerful one. Only then will it have enough room to grow." Suchin nodded slightly. Suddenly he thought of a question and asked, "Little show, how do you know so much about the corpse soul pearl?" The longevity fruit tree was just a monster plant. Even if it knew about the corpse soul pearl, it couldn't know everything, right? Chapter 523. Because I've seen this corpse soul pearl before. The longevity fruit tree did not beat around the bush. "Where did you see it?" Suchin was very surprised. Although the corpse soul pearl was an evil item from another perspective, it was absolutely a precious treasure. How could it be casually shown to others? This corpse soul pearl originally belonged to the monster plant powerhouse, the longevity fruit tree explained. The monster plant clan was considered a relatively large clan, so there must be many powerhouses. However, Suchin immediately thought that most of them should be the one who escaped from the monster plant continent to the mysterious heavenly mainland. At that time, he had brought many monster plant sacred items, including the longevity fruit tree and the essence fruit tree. "Little longevity, is it the monster plant powerhouse who brought all of you to the mysterious heavenly mainland?" Suchin probed. "Yes." The longevity fruit tree nodded. Upon hearing this, Suchin said softly, "It seems like the powerhouse from the monster plant clan has fallen. If the monster plant powerhouse was still alive, he would not have left sacred items like the corpse soul pearl and the longevity fruit tree everywhere." "Little longevity, what kind of spiritual plant was that monster plant powerhouse? What was his cultivation level?" Suchin continued to ask. He had known about the monster plant powerhouse for a long time, but he had never asked about the specifics. "He was a willow tree and he was above level 10, the longevity fruit tree said. "A willow tree?" Suchin frowned slightly. He could not help but think of the willow and weeping willow plants that he had seen in his previous life. How could a mere willow tree cultivate to a level beyond level 10? This made him feel very incredulous. The longevity fruit tree seemed to have noticed Suchin's confusion and explained, "Master, it's not an ordinary willow tree. It's a Vajra willow. After its cultivation level exceeds level 10, it can transform into a human form and has the Vajra body. It's extremely powerful." "Vajra body?" Suchin shook his head slightly. He felt that the longevity fruit tree's reply was a little exaggerated. If it really had the Vajra body, it was almost unkillable. If that was the case, how did he get chased all the way from the demon plant continent to the mysterious heavenly continent and even lose his life? After that, Suchin and the longevity fruit tree talked about something else and then closed the planting space. As there was still some time before they arrived at the Jade Forest Mountain, Suchin sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. About 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot reminded, "Master, we're about to reach the Jade Forest Mountain." Suchin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the central control screen. A few hundred meters ahead, there was a huge lake. There were tens of thousands of mutated beasts gathered around Hupa. There were many different types of mutated beasts. "Satoshi, what are the cultivation levels of these mutant beasts?" Suchin asked. Naturally, he would not let this group of mutated beasts go. Before killing them, he had to figure out their strength so that he could be prepared. Master, most of them are normal mutated beasts. There are very few level 1 and level 2 mutated beasts. There is only one level 3 mutated beast that is covered in flames. It has already reached level 6. So weak? Su Chen muttered. He could imagine that if it were not for this level 6 mutated beast guarding the Jade Forest Mountain, all the other mutated beasts would have been hunted down by the major forces. Is the mutated beast in the Jade Forest Mountain one of the 7 major forces on the Wangshu Island? Su Chen turned around and asked Shin Mengfei. Before entering the Wangshu Island, he had heard from Shin Mengfei that the 7 major forces on the island included mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were supported by the Holy Demon Tribe. If that was the case, the level 6 mutated beast in the Jade Forest Mountain was most likely from the Holy Demon Tribe. The Holy Demon Tribe was one of the 5 major tribes. He had never come into contact with them before. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 524. Senior, the mutated beasts of Jade Forest Mountain belong to one of the 7 major forces. Shin Mengfei replied with certainty. Su Chen nodded slightly and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock on to that level 6 mutated beast and zoom in on the image. The image on the central control screen changed and a phoenix-like mutated beast with a body length of more than 10 meters and burning with flames appeared. Flaming phoenix? Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked Shin Mengfei, is this level 6 mutated beast a spiritual beast of the Holy Demon Tribe? Senior, I'm not sure either. Shin Mengfei shook her head. She did not stay on Wangshu Island for long and most of the things she knew were hearsay. As for whether this level 6 mutated beast was from the Holy Demon Tribe, she had never heard of it. Senior, it is indeed from the Holy Demon Tribe. But at this moment Huang Ling suddenly said, this spiritual beast calls itself the Flaming Fire God to the outside world, but the outside world calls it the Flaming Phoenix. A mere level 6 mutated beast dares to call itself a god? Su Chen shook his head and felt that this Flaming Phoenix was a little pretentious. However, it had nothing to do with him whether it was pretentious or not. He came here mainly for the flying spirit stones. Qinggu, the mutated beasts are charging over. The sudden appearance of the intelligent war chariot attracted the attention of the mutated beasts and thousands of mutated beasts charged over. Seeing this, Yang Hao quickly reminded him. Satoshi, destroy them. Su Chen ordered. Although there were many mutated beasts charging over, the highest level was only level 2. The intelligent war chariot was more than enough to kill them. Yes. The intelligent war chariot controlled the ungraded Gatling gun and fired wildly. 222. Da-da-da. After a rain of bullets, thousands of mutated beasts were slaughtered. More than 100 fragments were dropped and were automatically collected and appeared in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen originally wanted to check it out, but he suddenly saw a hot fireball flying over. The one who released this fireball was definitely the Flaming Phoenix. The intelligent war chariot was now in its level 6 form and could withstand the attack of a level 6 fireball. At first, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the fireball flew closer, he clearly felt a violent fire-type might, which gave him a very palpitating feeling. At this moment, he realized that the fireball that was flying towards him was definitely not a level 6 fireball. It was most likely higher than level 7. On the other hand, the intelligent war chariot was unable to withstand a level 7 spell. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly opened the car door. The moment he got out of the car, he raised his hand and slashed out with his saber. A white torrent shot out from the blade. A terrifying chill swept out and collided with the fireball. After the two entangled for a while, the white torrent directly evaporated after consuming some of the fireball's power. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Su Chen was shocked. Although his level was suppressed by 1 level on Wangshu Island, his ice-type spell was combined with 2 manifestations. In addition, he used the enchanted saber to release it. Its power was not inferior to a level 7 spell. However, it was still defeated in 1 hit. This was something he didn't expect. Seeing that the remaining fireball was still flying towards him, Su Chen used the golden scales on the arm and released his mental strength. He reached out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Boom. Although the fireball was crushed, Su Chen was forced to take a few steps back. How is your ice-type spell and physical body so strong? Suddenly, a woman's soft voice entered Su Chen's ears. Su Chen slowly raised his head and saw a phoenix flying in the air with flames all over its body. It was the one who had spoken. Chapter 525. Su Chen had an idea. He said to the intelligent war chariot in a low voice, "Satoshi, take them and leave this place." The flaming phoenix's strength was beyond his expectations. If the intelligent war chariot continued to stay here, he was not confident that he could protect them. The intelligent war chariot did not say anything. It sped away and retreated a few miles in the blink of an eye. Inside the chariot, Wu Yang and the others' expressions became unusually serious. In the past, even if Su Chen could not kill his opponents in an instant, he would still take the initiative in the battle. This was the first time they had seen someone at a disadvantage in a single exchange. After the intelligent war chariot retreated, Su Chen looked at the flaming phoenix and said in a low voice, "This is the first time I have seen someone as strong as you." He was very puzzled. The undead race, the Dharma race, the night demon race, the celestial race, and the sacred demon race were known as the 5 super races. However, the first 4 races could only be described as weak in his eyes. On the other hand, the sacred demon race was ridiculously strong. This was the first time he had met an opponent who could suppress him directly. "Human, you are not simple either. You should be proud that you were able to survive my natal true fire." The flaming phoenix's expression was arrogant. It was as if it did not treat Su Chen as a real opponent at all. Su Chen rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. "We have only exchanged one blow. We don't know who will win yet." Admittedly, the flaming phoenix was very strong. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. He still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Moreover, his cultivation level had been suppressed by 1 level. If he was still not a match for the flaming phoenix, he could exchange for the level 7 all attributes fragment at any time and return his cultivation level to level 6. "You are very courageous. Then I will completely crush you." The flaming phoenix laughed coldly. After it finished speaking, it directly extended its claw and grabbed at Su Chen from afar. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw appeared in the sky. It was 10 feet long and exuded an extremely sharp aura. When he saw this, Su Chen remained fearless and punched out from afar. With a loud whistling sound, 100 golden fist shadows smashed toward the black claw in unison. Bang bang bang. After 100 consecutive collisions, the 100 golden fist shadows were all smashed onto the black claw, but it only caused the black claw to tremble slightly. "Petty tricks. If that's all you've got, then you can go die." The flaming phoenix sneered and controlled its black claws to grab Su Chen's head. "I've underestimated you." Su Chen gritted his teeth. Purple light curled around his feet, and he disappeared from the spot at a ghostly speed. There was a loud explosion. The black claw smashed heavily into the ground where Su Chen had been standing, creating a huge crater in the ground. The power was so great that it was as if a mountain had crashed down. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's eyelids suddenly twitched. If he hadn't escaped in time just now, he might not have been able to withstand the fierce attack even with the ancient god-fiend body. "You're actually so fast? No wonder you dare to challenge me. You do have some skills." The flaming phoenix exclaimed softly and once again controlled its sharp claws to grab Su Chen. This time Su Chen didn't evade. A small 5-colored mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the primordial 5 extremes mountain, that was fused with 5 kinds of divine stones. Since the successful fusion of the primordial 5 extremes mountain, he hadn't used it. Now that he had encountered such a powerful opponent, he no longer had to keep this trump card. When the giant black claw reached over, Su Chen raised his hand and threw out the primordial 5 extremes mountain. At first, the primordial 5 extremes mountain was only the size of a palm, but it grew larger and larger as it flew. When it collided with the black claw, it had already turned into 100 feet in size. There was a loud bang. The invincible black claw was smashed into powder by the primordial 5 extremes mountain. Chapter 526. A divine artifact. How can you have a divine artifact? The blazing flame phoenix turned pale with fright and let out a roar. Its eyes were filled with disbelief as if it had seen a ghost. A divine artifact? This was the first time Su Chen had heard of a divine artifact. He didn't think too much about it. He controlled the combined 5 extremes mountain and smashed it towards the flaming phoenix. Not to mention other things, just the weight of the integrated 5 extremes mountain alone was enough to make the blazing flame phoenix suffer. Seeing the colorful mountain coming towards it, the flaming phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It then flew in a certain direction. After recognizing that the Yuan 5 extremes mountain was a divine weapon. The fear in its heart reached its peak and it no longer dared to tangle with Su Chen. Trying to escape? Su Chen snorted coldly. He instantly used the Atlas shapeshifting technique. His body became 30 meters tall, and his cultivation level returned to level 6. Then he held the combined 5 extremes mountain with one hand and activated the rapid combat boots. He stepped into the air and chased after the flaming phoenix. He was so fast that he looked like a bolt of lightning. The blazing flame phoenix, who was still flying, suddenly felt a sharp murderous aura coming from behind her. She subconsciously glanced behind her. When it saw a 30-meter-tall giant charging at it with a huge rock, it was scared out of its wits. Who is he? The flaming phoenix's heart trembled violently. It could clearly see that the giant was not only stepping on the air, but he was also much faster than the flaming phoenix. There was no way it could run away. The flaming phoenix gritted its teeth. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of life flame. Whoosh, scorching heat rose. In midair, a huge fireball with a long flaming tail shot straight towards Su Chen. The flaming phoenix's natal true fire was too vicious. Su Chen had seen it once before, so he did not hesitate to use the combined 5 extremes mountain in front of him. In the next moment, just as the fireball was approaching, a 5-colored stream of light suddenly shot out from the primordial 5 extremes mountain and rolled forward, enveloping the fireball. With a bang, the fireball exploded, but it didn't cause any ripples at all. The destructive power was completely offset by the 5-colored flowing light. Hiss. The flaming phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air when it saw its natal true fire being destroyed so easily. It flapped its wings wildly, trying to escape as quickly as possible. However, Su Chen had already chased after it. How could he give it a chance to escape? His level 7 mental strength was released, causing the flaming phoenix to sink into a quagmire. Then he moved his feet and appeared in front of the flaming phoenix in a few steps. At the same time, a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it forward. There was a loud boom. A black vortex suddenly appeared in mid-air, floating above the flaming phoenix's head. This is a space divine artifact. The flaming phoenix trembled, and its eyes were filled with despair. Do you want to live or die? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the flaming phoenix coldly. You're not going to kill me? The flaming phoenix was confused. Previously it had almost injured Su Chen. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the other party, it was time for revenge. Why would Su Chen let it live? I can let you live, but you have to be my spiritual pet, Su Chen said bluntly. The raging flame phoenix in front of him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, bar none. If he could take it as his spiritual pet, it would definitely be a powerful helper. Chapter 527. Be your spirit pet. The flaming phoenix's eyes flickered as if it was hesitating. Once it became a spirit pet, its life and death would no longer be in its own hands. If it had other choices, it would definitely not want to be someone else's spirit pet. However, if it did not agree, it would only end up dead. Just as the flaming phoenix was struggling, Su Chen spoke again. If you become my spirit pet, there will only be benefits and no disadvantages. I can provide you with a large amount of cultivation resources and allow you to level up quickly. He was not boasting about this. He had tens of thousands of energy stones on him and could let the flaming phoenix use them. In addition, he could also exchange for a level 7 vitality potion at the Doomsday Mall to allow the flaming phoenix to level up quickly. Hearing this, the flaming phoenix was a little tempted. No matter which race it was, the ultimate goal was to continuously increase their cultivation level. If Su Chen really had a way, it would consider it. However, there was no proof. Who knew if Su Chen was telling the truth? How can you guarantee that I will level up quickly? The flaming phoenix looked at Su Chen and asked in a low voice. Do you know how long it took me to cultivate from a normal person to level 6? Su Chen did not answer the question. The flaming phoenix was stunned for a moment and quietly waited for Su Chen to continue. It was now very curious and also very strange. Su Chen looked like he was not even 20 years old, but his strength was unparalleled. Not only was he a full vocation cultivator, but he had also reached level 6 in every vocation. Even the geniuses of the sacred demon tribe could not compare to this talent. This was enough to prove that Su Chen's cultivation speed was definitely far superior to others. However, no matter how fast he cultivated, it was impossible to become a full vocation cultivator in 10 years, right? Su Chen did not let it wait for long and solemnly said, It took me less than a year to go from a normal person to a level 6 cultivator. It had indeed been less than a year since he had picked up the first golden fragment and became a cultivator. Less than a year? Flaming Phoenix's mouth was wide open, her expression completely blank. After a long time it recovered and sneered, "I admit that your cultivation speed is fast, but do you think I'd believe you if you said it would take you a year?" There was a limit to acting tough. From a normal person to a level 6 cultivator, it took less than a year. No matter who heard it, they would think that it was a fantasy story and no one would believe it. Su Chen didn't get angry. He decided to use his own experience to prove that he wasn't bragging. "You should know that your cultivation base will be suppressed by 1 level when you first come to Wangshu Island, right?" "I know." Flaming Phoenix replied blankly. She didn't know why Su Chen would say such a thing. "Then I will become a level 7 cultivator in the blink of an eye. Moreover, all 3 of my professions will be promoted to level 7. Su Chen smiled faintly. In order to completely convince the Flaming Phoenix and make it willingly follow him, he decided to raise his cultivation base to level 7. The exchange price of the level 7 all attributes fragment was 3,000 energy points. He already had more than 3,000 energy points, enough to exchange for 1 fragment. "Are you kidding me?" Flaming Phoenix's eyes widened. She didn't believe it at all. Su Chen didn't explain much. He directly opened the Doomsday Mall and exchanged for a level 7 all attributes fragment. The moment the exchange was successful, his aura rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, it reached a new height. "I really leveled up." Flaming Phoenix could clearly feel the huge pressure emanating from Su Chen's body. Her breathing stopped. Chapter 528. "Do you believe me now?" Su Chen said with a faint smile. The Flaming Phoenix gulped and asked, "How did you do it?" It had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to cultivate the Tao. In the Sacred Devil tribe, it was considered a genius. Although it wasn't the top genius, it was still 1 in a million. Even with its talent, it took almost 1,000 years to reach level 6. On the other hand, Su Chen's cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. It was completely beyond its knowledge. It even gave birth to a feeling that as long as it followed Su Chen, it might be able to have this kind of cultivation speed. "You don't need to know how I did it." Su Chen pursed his lips and said seriously, "Are you willing to be my spirit pet now?" The Flaming Phoenix was still hesitant. In its heart it was already tempted. However, as a genius of the Sacred Devil tribe, if it became someone else's spirit pet, it would be a disgrace to the Sacred Devil tribe. The tribe's elites would definitely not let this happen. In the future there would definitely be elites chasing after it and Su Chen. This was something it had to worry about. "Have you ever thought that if you take me as your spirit pet, you'll be going against the entire Sacred Devil tribe? Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" The Flaming Phoenix voiced its worries. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said nonchalantly, "I've killed many people from the Undead tribe, Celestial tribe, Dharma tribe and Night Demon tribe. As for the other tribes, I've killed countless people. The Sacred Devil tribe won't make a difference." The Flaming Phoenix took a deep breath. Its heart was in turmoil. How crazy was it to fight against 5 super races by himself? If it wasn't careful, it would be beyond redemption. "Have you thought it through?" "There's a limit to my patience." Seeing that the Flaming Phoenix still couldn't make up its mind, Su Chen didn't want to wait any longer. The Flaming Phoenix gritted its teeth and said, "I agree." Its life and death were in Su Chen's hands and it had no choice. Moreover, it was not shameful to follow Su Chen, who was a super expert with extraordinary talent. As for the revenge of the Sacred Demon tribe, it couldn't care less. Su Chen dared to go against the myriad races, so why couldn't it go crazy for him? Su Chen was overjoyed. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly took out 3 bottles of pet potion from his storage bag and whispered, "Drink them all. Don't worry, it won't do you any harm." Logically speaking, 1 bottle of pet potion would be enough. But just in case, he decided to use 3 bottles. Flaming Phoenix didn't hesitate as she took the Vitality potion and drank it. Soon, its eyes became much more docile, and it respectfully called out to Su Chen, "Master." Su Chen nodded happily. Then he asked, "Xiaoyan, what is the sacred artifact that you mentioned earlier?" Sacred artifacts are actually a type of magic treasure, and they are also divided into different grades. For example, when a cultivator breaks through level 10, they are called sacred artifacts. When a magic treasure exceeds level 10, it is a sacred artifact. Flaming Phoenix explained. Su Chen was enlightened and his expression changed slightly. An existence that exceeded level 10 had its own name. It was an eye-opener for him. Why is the power of the fire element technique you used so strong? Su Chen continued to ask. The fireball technique released by the Flaming Phoenix seemed to contain some kind of fire power other than its natal fire. It was because of the existence of this fire power that it was able to defeat the ice element technique that he combined with the two manifestations. This aroused his great interest. Chapter 529. Because I've entered the void battleground and awakened the power of the law of fire, the Flaming Phoenix replied. Su Chen was a little confused. Whether it was the void battleground or the power of the law, he had never heard of them before. Be more specific, Su Chen urged. The Flaming Phoenix explained. The void battleground is where the myriad races and the void beasts fight, and the power of the law of fire can be seen as a kind of qualitative change in magic power. If the qualitative change is successful, the power will greatly increase. The myriad races and the void beasts fight? What kind of creatures are the void beasts? The more Su Chen listened, the more confused and shocked he became. He asked tentatively, the void beasts don't belong to the myriad races? The void beasts roam the void. Their numbers are huge and their combat power is also abnormally strong. Among the same level they can almost crush the myriad races. The Flaming Phoenix sneaked a glance at Su Chen. In his eyes, Su Chen was definitely invincible among the same level. This was similar to the void beast. He just didn't know who would be stronger if the two of them were to fight. Why do you want to fight the void beast? Su Chen was puzzled. According to the Flaming Phoenix, the myriad races seemed to have formed an alliance to fight the void beast together. But as far as he knew, the myriad races were also in a state of killing each other. How could they form an alliance? Because the void beasts have always wanted to invade the myriad races' realm. Their nature is murderous. Once they invade, it will be a catastrophe for the myriad races, the Flaming Phoenix said worriedly. Su Chen clicked his tongue in shock. The myriad races represented 10,000 planets. 10,000 planets formed a realm. How vast would this realm be? And in order to resist the invasion of the void beasts, the myriad races needed to work together. From this, it could be seen how powerful the void beasts were. After catching his breath, Su Chen asked, where is the void battleground? Entering the void battleground, there was a chance of awakening the power of the law. He had witnessed the might of the power of law with his own eyes, so he wanted to take a trip to the void battleground. The void battleground, as the name suggests, is a special area created in the void. Its main purpose is to provide a place for all races to fight against the void beasts, the Flaming Phoenix explained. Su Chen nodded slightly, his mind turning slightly. How can I enter the void battleground? Master is a human. If he wants to enter the void battleground, he must be recommended by a human, the Flaming Phoenix said. A mighty figure of the human race? What was his cultivation level? Su Chen's expression changed as he probed. Little Flame, what's the highest level of our human race? The human race has a saint-level existence. Hiss. Su Chen clicked his tongue. The fact that the human race had an existence that surpassed level 10 was something he had never expected. Since there was such a powerful being, why did the other races say that the human race was the weakest race? Little Flame, why do the rumors say that the human race is very weak? The Flaming Phoenix explained, 10,000 years ago the human race could be said to be a super race that was second to none. Just the number of saint-level powerhouses alone was close to 100. However, in a great battle with the void beasts, most of the human powerhouses fell. This also caused the human race's overall strength to rapidly decline, and they were gradually surpassed by some other races. Over the years, not only did the human race not recover, but they also became weaker and weaker. It was as if the human race was doomed, and slowly the other races saw them as a weak race. Chapter 530. After listening to the Flaming Phoenix's explanation, Su Chen was extremely shocked. 10,000 years ago, the human clan had close to 100 saint-level existences. It could be said that they were the leader of all clans. However, there would always be a fall after a period of prosperity. The fact that the human clan had fallen into such a situation where they were bullied by all clans made him sigh. After calming himself down, Su Chen continued to ask, "Can I only enter the void battleground through the human clan's mighty figures?" "Yes, master. The slots to enter the void battleground are all controlled by these mighty figures." "This is the only way," the flaming phoenix replied with certainty. Su Chen nodded and asked, "Do you have any flying spirit stones on you?" The main purpose of coming here was for the flying spirit stones. As for the void battleground, he would definitely enter, but there was no need to rush. "Master, the flying spirit stones are in the hands of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce in Tianwang City." Su Chen frowned slightly. How could they sell something as precious as the flying spirit stones just like that? The Yulong Chamber of Commerce could only be considered a small force. How could they afford so many flying spirit stones? "Flaming Phoenix, your holy demon clan shouldn't be lacking in energy stones, right? Why would you sell the flying spirit stones?" Su Chen was puzzled. "Our holy demon clan has the ability to fly. The flying spirit stones are not of much use to us. If we give them to the Yulong Chamber of Commerce, they won't sell them. Instead, they will auction them," the flaming phoenix explained. "When will the auction be held?" Su Chen asked anxiously. Once the flying spirit stones fell into the hands of others, it would not be easy to get them back. "It should be in the next few days. Let's go back immediately." Su Chen was very anxious. Riding on the flaming phoenix's back, he flew straight to the location of the intelligent war chariot. It would take at least 3 days to reach Tianwang City from here. They had to hurry. On the other side, the people on the intelligent war chariot began to worry when they did not see Su Chen for a long time. "Big Brother Chen is back." Suddenly Duo let out a loud cry. "Where?" Yang Qian and Tan Lin asked anxiously. Duo pointed in a direction outside the carriage and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Chen is there. But he came back riding that phoenix?" Riding a phoenix? Could it be the level 6 mutated beast from before? Everyone was puzzled and looked in the direction Duo was pointing. Soon, Su Chen and the flaming phoenix appeared in his line of sight. Qin Gu took that level 6 mutant beast as his spiritual pet? Yang Hao opened his mouth wide and swallowed his saliva. The fact that Su Chen could ride the flaming phoenix back meant that he had tamed the flaming phoenix. When they thought about how the flaming phoenix was a much more terrifying existence than the heavenly overlord tortoise, everyone found it inconceivable. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Su Chen's methods. Whoosh! The flaming phoenix landed in front of the intelligent war chariot. A gust of wind blew, causing the intelligent war chariot to sway slightly. "Su Chen, you took it as your spiritual pet?" Tan Lin ran out of the carriage and came to Su Chen's side. She looked at the flaming phoenix in surprise. "It's called Flaming Phoenix. It will be our friend from now on," Su Chen said with a smile. Then he let everyone familiarize themselves with the flaming phoenix. After that, he kept the flaming phoenix in the pet rearing space. Everyone returned to the carriage and drove straight to Tianwang City. Before leaving, Su Chen left Huang Ling here. As for those mutated beasts, they had already fled without a trace when the flaming phoenix left. In order to get to Tianwang City as soon as possible, he did not chase after them. Chapter 531. After that, the intelligent war chariot traveled through the night. On the afternoon of the third day, it was less than 100 miles away from Tianwang City. "We're finally here." Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and squinted at the central control screen. Initially, he wanted to take a look at the distribution of Tianwang City. However, he suddenly realized that there were 2 black dots flying toward him at high speed. "They're so fast." Su Chen raised his eyebrows. To be able to travel at such speed, their cultivation level had to be at least level 6. There were not many level 6 beings on Wangshu Island. It was rare to encounter 2 of them at once. In the beginning, he thought that the 2 foreign tribesmen were heading for Tianwang City. However, he slowly realized that they were coming for him. "Satoshi, lock onto these 2 black dots and enlarge the image," Su Chen instructed. He wanted to see what kind of background these 2 fellows had. The image on the central control screen changed and soon 2 men appeared. One of them was dressed in white and looked handsome. He seemed to be in his late 20s. The other person was a burly, bald young man with a sallow complexion. It was the first time that Su Chen had encountered such young level 6 cultivators. He could not help but guess their identities. The alien tribes on Wangshu Island were the Undead tribe, the Green Glow tribe, the Chimera tribe, the Stoneman tribe, and the Protoss tribe. It was easier to distinguish between the Undead tribe and the Green Glow tribe. These two people were definitely not from the Undead tribe or the Green Glow tribe. The only ones left were the Chimera tribe, the Stoneman tribe, and the Protoss tribe. It's more likely that they're from the Protoss tribe. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. When he left Wangshu Island, he had killed the Protoss tribe's Yufeng guards. It was normal for them to come after him. However, they were only level 6 and dared to cause trouble for him. It was tantamount to seeking death. Satoshi stopped the car. After guessing the purpose of these two people, Su Chen decided to get rid of them outside the city. In less than 5 minutes, the two alien tribes arrived in front of the intelligent war chariot. Su Chen also got out of the car at this time. After the two sides looked at each other, the bald young man sneered. Brother Pei, rumor has it that the arrogant man who killed our two clans has a silver MCV, and he's very young. It should be him. The white-clothed man nodded slightly. He stared at Su Chen and coldly asked, "Boy, did you kill Jinsu?" Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, "I killed him. Are you guys here to avenge him?" He was a little confused. Since the other party knew that he had killed Jinsu, he should be aware of his strength. After all, he had killed a level 8 cultivator from the Chimera tribe and 3 level 7 cultivators from the Sea tribe. In that case, why would the other party dare to chase after him when there were only 2 of them and they were only at level 6? Jinsu, that piece of trash, is dead. I won't avenge that kind of trash. The white-clothed man sneered and coldly glanced at Su Chen. He shouted sternly, "But you, a lowly human, dared to kill a member of the Protoss tribe. This is a challenge to the dignity of the Protoss tribe, so you must die." Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. "I'm afraid the 2 of you won't be able to do it." Arrogant. The bald young man was furious. He roared and said to the white-clothed man beside him, "Brother Pei, let me teach this boy a lesson. No, he's just a frog at the bottom of a well. Today I'll let him know what a real master is." The white-clothed man flatly refused. Then, with a stern expression, he rushed straight toward Su Chen. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.